Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. This was intolerable. I've made up my mind, Hiruzen said to Danzō, his expression serious. I will ensure this boy is removed from the police force. Oh? Danzō's eyes lit up. Then let him join Root. We could use someone like him. No. He must not dwell in darkness. Given his combat prowess, serving in the shadows would benefit the village most. In Danzō's mind, a dozen plans instantly took shape. There were several organizations he believed could be dealt with ahead of schedule this year. Those that threatened Hidden Leaf Village, opposed it, feigned compliance, or misused Hidden Leaf Village's funds. All of them could be eliminated with someone of his caliber, he thought, already mapping out operations. Your vision is too narrow, Danzō, Hiruzen said with a shake of his head. This child must walk in the light. Serving in darkness? Absolutely not. I'm already worried his clan might lead him astray, and you want him serving in darkness? As cheers rang out, the two old men followed the flow of people back to the village. Staying up all night was tough at their age. In the following days, Hidden Leaf Village was as lively as if it were celebrating a festival. Without the catastrophic losses of the original timeline, the villagers' attitudes toward the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki remained unchanged. The only difference was a clearer understanding of what a Jinchuriki was. The Hokage's office did, however, reflect on its previous overly optimistic outlook. During this period, the office even organized a modest award ceremony for Masashi. Your actions have brought great honor to both your clan and village, the official announced during the ceremony. I merely did what any shinobi would do, Masashi replied with perfect humility. Thanks to the firm stance of Minato and Kushina, the elders kept their political maneuvering to a minimum. The ceremony was held at the Hokage's office, and the prize money was handed over on the spot. Masashi's reputation was firmly cemented. A large crowd of Southern District villagers showed up, fervently cheering from below. His popularity skyrocketed. Riding this wave of enthusiasm, Hiruzen, in the role of a benevolent elderly man, formally invited Masashi to join the Anbu. Your talents could serve the village in more specialized ways, Hiruzen suggested warmly. Sandaime-sama, you honor me with such trust. Masashi declined politely. I fear I lack the experience for Anbu. Perhaps S-rank missions would better serve both my growth and the village's needs. He just wanted to broaden his horizons, become a more useful asset to the village, and make a modest contribution to Hidden Leaf Village's revenue. Hiruzen was deeply gratified and praised the young man's initiative. After all, their older generation's thinking was more conservative, not as flexible as the youth. He also invited Masashi to take on a role at the Ninja Academy, encouraging him to contribute to the next generation's growth. Masashi readily agreed. The cooperative effort between the younger and older generations left a lasting impression on the staff, filling them with confidence in the village's future. Where the leaves danced, fire burned eternally. The will of fire had its successor. This year's S-rank mission completion rate was sure to reach new heights. Everyone knew that Masashi could use the Flying Thunder God. When it came to delivering classified documents, his speed was unmatched. What took others a month, he could finish in a day. Since Minato became Hokage, Hidden Leaf Village's efficiency in such tasks had plummeted to the same level as other villages. Now, everything was back on track. Chapter 44, Playing Teacher again. The next morning, Masashi woke up and, surprisingly, didn't head straight to the training grounds as usual. It wasn't because he'd become complacent, but rather because he had been invited by Hiruzen to visit the Ninja Academy that day. It had been a long time since he last set foot there. The last time he visited, Hiruzen was a passionate young man, and Danzo was a troublesome student and a notorious contrarian. The Ninja Academy was the central institution of Hidden Leaf Village. Technically, one might think the Hokage's office would serve as the village's central hub, but in reality, it was merely an administrative building for internal and external affairs. Today, the true core of Hidden Leaf Village's organizational structure was the Ninja Academy. Established more than 30 years ago by Tobirama, the academy was originally a training base set at the foot of the Hokage rock cliff. Back then, the ninja population was almost exclusively clan-based, with few civilian ninjas. Sotobi Rama set the admission standard as having the ability to use chakra and master the clone jutsu proficiently. His reasoning? Even the weakest should meet these criteria. His confidence was justified, as he had directly incorporated the Senju clan's ninjutsu archive into the village's repository, promising that those with the aptitude would have access to learn. At that time, the academy had only one mission, to produce ninjas ready for the battlefield. When Hiruzen became Hokage, he began expanding the student body. Admission standards shifted to a focus on love for the village, physical and mental health, and a diligent work ethic. He also reformed the institution, adding departments related to military and administrative affairs. This transformed the Hokage's office into a subsidiary building of the Ninja Academy. From then on, the Hokage was also the principal of the academy. Hiruzen implemented several changes, including increasing the scale of student enrollment, adding new subjects, making the written exams more challenging, and expanding the school campus twice. Today's Ninja Academy served as a place to not only train ninjas but also to fully develop their potential. Not everyone was suited to become a ninja, and among those who were, not all were meant to fight. Some excelled at intelligence gathering, some at interrogation, while others struggled in combat but shone in healing or dissection. Then there were those who were naturally gifted teachers. Additionally, some were technical geniuses, adept at crafting barriers and seals but utterly useless in the field. To accommodate such diversity, Hiruzen created specialized training paths. This approach had allowed the Ninja Academy to supply Hidden Leaf Village's ninja forces with well-rounded talent across various roles. Each year, many graduates from the academy join non-combat units or administrative departments. Those selected for combat units were carefully trained and rarely thrown into the front lines immediately, even during wartime. Weak recruits weren't cannon fodder, they were liabilities. Only extraordinary geniuses, whose potential justified the investment in their training, might bypass this careful process. Thus, the Ninja Academy had become a cornerstone for Hidden Leaf Village, encompassing everything from talent development and personnel allocation to ideological education and mission assignment. In short, it was the backbone of the Hokage's administration. Masashi, invited as a temporary instructor, was set to take on a part-time teaching role. Shizui had been invited to join the Anbu. Both developments were outcomes of the recognition ceremony held at the Hokage's office, where the Uchiha were formally acknowledged for their heroism. In the public eye, it was impossible to decline both invitations. Even rejecting one could be seen as defiance. This marked a significant shift. The Hokage faction was finally engaging the Uchiha in genuine political negotiations, acknowledging them as equals in the game. Previously, the Uchiha weren't even considered worthy of serious negotiation. All this was made possible by the clan's actions during the Nine Tails attack. Masashi's efforts had demonstrated his value, and the clan as a whole showed unity, gaining a measure of public support. The tide was turning. On the day of his assignment, he arrived early at the academy. "You're the hero who stopped the Nine Tails," a parent called out as they dropped off their child. This was the time when parents would drop off younger children for basic classes, while older students in the practice and application stage would insist on going by themselves, considering themselves too mature for parental escort. The academy's instructors were all Chunin, and they strictly adhered to the dress code of wearing Hidden Leaf Village ninja uniforms. Masashi arrived similarly attired. He reported in and was informed that his specific duties would be assigned by the Hokage himself. Such formality was familiar to a veteran like him. High-ranking ninjas, despite their elite status, still had to follow the protocols of employment. The Hokage's office was a short walk from the academy, connected through internal pathways. The rooftop training area atop the Hokage's building, though officially part of the academy, was primarily used for hosting ceremonies. It was here that he had received his commendation and rewards the previous day. He already had a plan. He would teach taijutsu. While the Uchiha's taijutsu techniques were best executed with the Sharingan, their foundational methods, particularly their shuriken and kunai throwing techniques, were widely respected in training circles. Many Uchiha clan members even worked part-time as private tutors. Accompanied by Anbu, Masashi entered the Hokage's office. To his surprise, Minato wasn't drowning in paperwork as usual. "Masashi," he greeted him warmly. "How do you feel about the academy so far?" "It's quite different from the clan's school," Masashi replied. "I'm glad you accepted the invitation." "Kushina and I are both thrilled," Minato said, his demeanor genuinely friendly. From a personal perspective, he was deeply grateful to Masashi for saving his wife and son. "So, which level would you like to teach?" "The application stage," Masashi answered decisively. He'd thought this through. Teaching the basics would be tedious, and dealing with students in the practice stage, those trying to act like adults, would be equally annoying. Application stage students, however, were disciplined and had foundational skills, making them ideal for his teaching style. What subject would you like to focus on? Taijutsu. Anything else wouldn't be practical for me to teach. It sounds like you've already put a lot of thought into this, Minato said, clearly satisfied. As the principal of the academy, I officially welcome you to the team. Compared to the days of Tobirama, the Ninja Academy's training process had undergone significant evolution. Back then, it was all about speeding things up. Now, the focus was on individualized teaching. While the three-stage structure remained unchanged, the content within had transformed to meet modern needs. The journey began with the foundation stage, where young minds took their first steps into the ninja world. Here, through physical training and theoretical classes, the village planted the seeds of its future. Once students built up their strength and mastered the basics, they advanced to the practice stage. This was where the real excitement began, earning to control chakra, perfecting taijutsu, mastering the 3 basic jutsus, and handling weapons. Working together and mock battles taught them the true meaning of being a ninja. The application stage marked the final phase, where education became truly personal. Teachers identified each student's strengths and weaknesses, offering private lessons and targeted development. Competition grew fierce. Some students relied on their family resources, while others found different paths to prove themselves. This was where the true spirit of rivalry between future ninjas sparked to life. After this phase, the school administered a graduation exam. Graduates then underwent a gain-in selection test conducted by their assigned jonin instructor. Those who passed both tests officially became gain-in. Unlike the graduation exam, the gain-in selection test depended entirely on the jonin's personal preferences. For example, Kakashi, before leading the squad with Naruto, failed every candidate who came his way. Jonin were that willful. Even the Hokage couldn't force them to take on students if they didn't want to. After understanding the entire system, Masashi got a clear idea of his responsibilities. Teaching group lessons for targeted development? Not interested, pass. Private lessons? Now that was more like it. It essentially boiled down to, teach whomever you like, however you like. Masashi loved this setup. Ordinary jonin were merely seen as willful. Legendary jonin, however, were praised for being unique. In the office, he retrieved the current student roster from the academy staff. The first few pages didn't list any familiar names. Such was reality. Most lives were destined for mediocrity, serving as cogs in society. The majority of Ninja Academy graduates remained geinin for life. Achieving chunin rank was considered elite. Becoming a jonin? That was the stuff of legends. Your photo got displayed in the hallways to inspire future generations. Most of Hidden Leaf Village's jonin were directly promoted by the Hokage. Many of them didn't even attend the academy. They were promoted straight to chunin and then jonin. They hail from families collectively known as the clans of ninjas. During the era of the Hidden Villages, the intense warfare prompted ninja clans to seek transformation. Hidden Leaf Village's clans were among the first to act. The Senju clan Evo transformed into a civilian power base. While abandoning the Senju surname, their influence extended throughout every sector of Hidden Leaf Village, reaching even into the daimyo's court. The Uchiha clan reluctantly privatized their department, a seemingly powerful model but fraught with hidden dangers. The Sarutobi clan adopted a follow the Hokage strategy, which had its clear strengths and weaknesses. And the Shimura clan's transition was a failure, leaving them as a collection of small, independent households. Despite this, they retained an edge over ordinary villagers. Such high-level matters were beyond Masashi's current purview. Nor could he change them. He flipped through the student roster, each page detailing one student's profile with meticulous precision. Finally, a familiar name caught his eye. Morino Ibiki, described as possessing strong logical thinking, skilled in analysis and code-breaking, meticulous, with strong mental resilience. Recommended for training in intelligence work. Another name stood out. Mitarashi, highlighted as a disciple of Orochimaru. Orochimaru. In the original timeline, he defected after being discovered conducting human experiments during Minato's tenure as Hokage. The village was relatively peaceful until the Nine-Tails attack, which resulted in the devastating loss of both the newly appointed Hokage and its Jinchuriki. These losses likely triggered the subsequent war. Regardless, he viewed Orochimaru's defection differently. While Minato's and Kushina's deaths had consequences for the Uchiha clan, Orochimaru's defection proved to be a boon. It split the legendary Sannin trio, significantly weakening the Hokage faction. The legendary Sannin were more than 3 individual ninjas, they were a team. Currently, they were the strongest Kage-level team in the ninja world. Their combined strength wasn't merely additive, it was exponential. In the original timeline, after losing Minato and Kushina, Orochimaru's defection left Hidden Leaf Village without any Kage-level combatants. Its military strategy shifted to passive defense. Now, Hidden Leaf Village maintained an active defense posture. What did that mean? It meant Hidden Leaf Village wouldn't just sit back, they'd preemptively strike, even eliminate potential threats. In contrast, in the original timeline, Hidden Leaf Village remained passive, waiting to defend against attacks rather than preventing them. Anko hadn't graduated yet, but her graduation seemed assured. Masashi decided to use her as an opportunity to assess Orochimaru's current state. Plus, it had been a while since he'd taught anyone. He missed it. "Where is Anko?" he asked. "She's in class," replied a staff member. "Though she's close to graduating." "Close isn't graduated yet," Masashi said. "Does graduating mean slacking off? Does learning stop? Skills may take time to develop, but attitude must always be correct. Do you intend to teach her?" The staff member sensed trouble and tried to dissuade him. "Actually, she doesn't really need private lessons. Orochimaru-sama tutors her personally." "And has he taught her anything recently?" "Not lately. Orochimaru-sama hasn't been to the academy recently." "Exactly." Masashi clapped the staff member on the shoulder. "This is his way of testing her. And yet, this child is so clueless. A student handpicked by Orochimaru, how can she waste her talent like this? Leave her to me. I'll make sure she realizes her potential." "Yes, Masashi-sama." The staff member gave up, resignedly arranging the lesson as instructed. These high-ranked ninja and their games. After all, he was just a chunin. What did the affairs of these big names have to do with him? Chapter 45, Lessons and Lies. Anko was fast asleep at her desk, a small trail of drool at the corner of her mouth. Dango. More dango. Yes, stack them higher. Being a purebred student aligned with the Hokage faction, as long as she didn't disrupt the class, no one really said much. The other students had learned to ignore her soft snores, some envious of her privileged position. As Orochimaru's disciple, her path had already been set. Graduating was no issue whatsoever, and the school's graduation exams were far too simple for her. As for the Genin selection tests, Orochimaru most likely wouldn't make her repeat any classes either. What could she possibly learn here? She had already signed the contract with Rechi Cave. Although she had never visited Rechi Cave, she was curious about it and once mentioned it to Orochimaru. In response, he simply smiled at her, that curve of his lips that could mean anything or nothing. Unable to figure it out, she decided not to think about it and continued enjoying her sleep. It wasn't like she was slacking in her training. The school's curriculum was mandatory, but the lessons paled in comparison to what she learned from Orochimaru. Sleeping through class became her only option. Besides, who needed to know about proper kunai grip when you could summon snakes? In her dream, she was in a sweets shop, where they were hosting a special event. Everything you could eat in-store was free. Mountains of colorful dango stretched toward the ceiling, each more tempting than the last. She feasted to her heart's content. Anko. It seemed like someone was calling her. Go away. Just 5 more dango. Unless it was Orochimaru's voice, she ignored it entirely. Anko, wake up. The voice grew more impatient. Huh? Someone trying to take my sweets? Smack. Her head was lightly tapped. Anko groggily opened her eyes and saw the stern face of her teacher. Great timing, right when I was about to try the special flavor. Come with me, the school teacher said helplessly. In truth, Anko's sleeping didn't disrupt the class, and he didn't want to wake her. Even though he was a chunin, the questions this kid asked were completely beyond him. The written tests in the Ninja Academy were already brutal, but the kind of questions she came up with were entirely in the realm of Orochimaru's research. As his disciple, she was naturally on a different plane compared to ordinary ninja. Currently, Orochimaru was at the height of his prowess, having completed 108 S-rank missions, a true gold standard operative for Hidden Leaf Village. Although he had lost the 4th Hokage election, his reputation remained untarnished. Everyone knew Orochimaru didn't care about becoming Hokage anyway, right? Sensei, is Orochimaru-sama here? Anko asked excitedly, rubbing sleep from her eyes. Come to think of it, it had been a while since Orochimaru last visited her at school. No, it's Masashi-sama. Masashi-sama? Anko thought for a moment. She lived in the northern district and hadn't been aware of the Nine-Tails attack when it happened. However, the name sounded familiar. Was he one of Orochimaru's subordinates? Having someone else fetch her was typical of him, he was always too busy. So, she followed him out of the classroom, down the hall, and up the stairs. As they climbed higher and higher, her excitement started to wane. Something felt different about this summons. What was going on? Where were they going? The answer became clear soon enough. Her teacher brought her to the rooftop. There was only one person there, standing near the edge with his back to them. The wind gently rustled his dark hair. He wore a Hidden Leaf Village ninja uniform with an armband emblazoned with a fan symbol. He was an Uchiha. The legendary Sannin were the most iconic ninja trio in the world, considered paragons of Kage-level power. Among the trio, both Orochimaru and Jiraiya had countless fans, particularly among commoners. To them, the Sannin were proof that ordinary people could achieve greatness without relying on inherited lineage. Orochimaru and Jiraiya weren't born into noble clans or destined by bloodline. Through a mix of talent, opportunity, and sheer effort, they reached the pinnacle of what ordinary people could hope to achieve. Their stories were inspiring because they represented the path most people could aspire to follow. The Uchiha clan, by contrast, symbolized the opposite. Known for their superior genetics, they were often seen as the embodiment of hereditary privilege. With geniuses aplenty and their infamous Sharingan, the Uchiha were undeniably formidable. No one in the ninja world underestimated their visual jutsu, which is why the saying "run if you face one-on-one combat" exists. The Uchiha's unpopularity stemmed largely from this gulf between them and ordinary people. No other clan embodied the advantages of bloodline quite like they did. Even though many Uchiha weren't exceptionally strong or didn't possess Sharingan, their clan's image remained the same. Masashi-sama, the teacher respectfully addressed the Uchiha. "This is Anko." Anko scratched her head, adopting an innocent expression. "Are you one of Orochimaru-sama's subordinates?" Outwardly carefree, Anko was perceptive enough to recognize from her teacher's demeanor that this Uchiha shouldn't be judged by his young age. She decided to play dumb for now, albeit clumsily. The teacher sighed. To be young and free of tact. Though she's sharper than she lets on. "No, I'm not," Masashi replied, unfazed. "I'm a teacher hired by the school, here to give you a lesson." "Have you signed the Richie Cave contract yet?" "Huh? How do you know?" Anko asked, genuinely curious, her act dropping for a moment. "The Richie Cave contract was supposed to be a secret." "Because I'm also a Richie Cave summoner," Masashi said, lifting his hand. A small black snake slithered out from his sleeve, coiling around his wrist and flicking its tongue at Anko. The teacher instinctively stepped back slightly, uncomfortable around snakes. Noticing his unease, Masashi retracted the snake. "Thank you. I plan to take her outside for this lesson." "What's the procedure for reporting that?" "It's fine. Outdoor private lessons are common, and the paperwork was already handled when you were scheduled." "Good. I'll return her before the end of the day." With that, Masashi approached Anko, placed a hand on her shoulder, and in the blink of an eye, the two vanished from the rooftop. Left behind, the teacher simply marveled, "Jonin are amazing," before returning to his work. This was the Ninja Academy, after all, a place where extraordinary individuals were a daily occurrence. From Anko's perspective, the scenery blurred, and she found herself in a forest. Looking around, she recognized the western woods outside of Hidden Leaf Village. She had explored these woods before with Orochimaru, so they were familiar. "Amazing!" Anko exclaimed excitedly. "Is this space-time ninjutsu?" One of the benefits of being Orochimaru's pupil was her broad perspective. For a student her age, this was an invaluable asset. Having such a wide frame of reference allowed her to understand herself better and chart her future path. "Orochimaru has taught you quite a bit," Masashi remarked. The Snake Sannin was a unique person. He was highly selective but extremely generous with those he favored. While most people guarded their knowledge of ninjutsu as their most precious resource, he feared his protégés knowing too little. Anko blinked, noticing something peculiar in how Masashi referred to Orochimaru, without honorifics or deference but also without any belittling tone. "He speaks of Orochimaru-sama as an equal. But that's impossible, right?" In her mind, only the other two Sannin could rival Orochimaru. Anko didn't overthink it. Instead, she became excited, eager to see what this new teacher would teach her. "This is my first time giving a private lesson, so let's start by getting familiar with each other," Masashi said to her in the forest. "Attack me with everything you've got. Don't hold back, we're outside the village." "Got it," Anko replied seriously, pulling out a kunai. Combat simulation was the most popular class among students at the Ninja Academy. At the application stage, the school no longer set combat simulation as a separate course, as students at this stage would engage in combat simulations almost daily, either in squads or solo. Anko was the campus bully. Incidentally, Itachi had also joined the Ninja Academy, but he graduated after just 1 year, in the same batch as Anko. Watching the aggressive Anko charge at him, Masashi couldn't help but compare the two of them. Ultimately, there was no real comparison to be made. Among the Sannin, Jiraiya was clearly the best at teaching and choosing disciples. Orochimaru, meanwhile, had an even worse track record than Tsunade. Apart from Sasuke, none of his disciples had been particularly impressive. Anko attacked Masashi with taijutsu. Her movements flowed like water, quick jabs followed by sweeping kicks, each strike aimed at vital points. For her age, her movements were decent, and her stamina was notably strong. She fought for a long time but couldn't even touch the hem of his clothing. Each time she came close, he would shift just slightly, making her attacks miss by mere centimeters. "Why can't I touch you? Your form is good, but you're too predictable. Think about why you're attacking, not just how," Masashi responded, sidestepping a kick. Students at this age often have simple thoughts when teachers ask them to try hitting me. If I landed a hit, the teacher would teach me something good. If I couldn't hit them, the teacher would be disappointed and wouldn't teach me anything good. It was a bit naive. Anko began forming hand seals. Her speed wasn't fast but was above the passing mark. After finishing the seals, she extended her hand, summoning multiple snakes from her arm. Unlike the Orochimaru-style substitution, the striking shadow snakes wasn't something Orochimaru had devoted much research into. Essentially, it was just summoning snakes from the Richi cave. The stronger the ninja, the more snakes they could summon, and the larger the snakes. He gave this move the air of a serious jutsu because he had integrated summoning with his body enhancement techniques. The small snakes summoned by Anko barely approached Masashi before being swatted away by a tail. The tail belonged to a massive snake nearly 10 meters long, coiled around and surrounding Masashi. Anko glanced at the dazed little snakes lying on the ground, then at the giant snake in front of her, and pouted. She didn't know many ninjutsu techniques yet. Orochimaru had mainly been focusing on filling her head with knowledge. Her primary efforts had been directed toward physical training, as per his instructions. To be fair, Orochimaru-style ninjutsu relied heavily on physical conditioning. "Alright, I have a pretty good idea of your level now," Masashi said, dispelling the summoned creature. Walking back to Anko, he reached out to pat her shoulder and said, "Let's head back. I'll treat you to some food." Just as his hand was about to touch her shoulder, he suddenly stopped and pulled it back. Anko looked at him in confusion. "I just remembered something," Masashi said. "Do you know your way back?" "Huh? Oh, yes, I do. I was thinking of letting you head back on your own, but it seems someone disagrees with that idea," Masashi said, turning to look at the figure standing in the shadow of the trees behind him. "So, this is how protective you are of your students?" "Oh, it's Masashi." A pale-skinned man stepped out of the shadows. His iconic outfit and unmistakable face made it clear, Orochimaru. "I thought someone had taken Anko away." When he spoke, his tone was always unhurried, never overly forceful, but full of confidence. However, Masashi thought his demeanor was even more unpleasant than the last time they met. "Lately, you've been making quite a name for yourself." "No, wait." Orochimaru's snake-like eyes gleamed with something akin to interest. "It seems you've stopped hiding your strength as much as you used to?" "You make it sound like I have ulterior motives," Masashi replied. "Isn't it only natural to keep certain things under wraps? You're the intelligence expert among the Sannin, so you understand this better than anyone." "Indeed," Orochimaru admitted readily. The title of Sannin had a slightly embarrassing origin. It was bestowed on the three of them after they were beaten by Hanzo in a land of rain. Over time, as Hanzo remained silent about the battle, the embarrassing details of the Sannin's origin faded from memory. Orochimaru, who excelled in stealth and intelligence gathering, had made intelligence second nature. In the Sannin's usual setup, he was the frontline attacker, drawing enemy attention while using his highly resilient jutsu to gather and analyze enemy intelligence on the spot. Jiraiya would then deliver the finishing blow. Orochimaru was very interested in Masashi's intelligence. He hadn't paid much attention before, but once he did, it wasn't easy to find an opportunity to act. When he learned Masashi had taken Anko, he thought it was the perfect chance. Of course, he couldn't show that openly and instead brought up Anko as the reason. After all, concealing your true intentions was a basic ninja skill. Fights between ninjas were battles of the mind. "While you may be the man of the hour, taking my disciple without a word makes me uncomfortable," he said with a slight smile. "Failing to communicate with the guardian was indeed my oversight. After all, this is my first time teaching," Masashi said, pretending to sigh deeply. "Like I believe that nonsense." But this suited him just fine. His real goal was to lure Orochimaru out and gauge his current state. The killing intent and bloodlust were unmistakable, rolling off him in waves that made the air feel thick. For most ninjas, such emotions meant they were genuinely about to kill someone. For Orochimaru, though, they didn't mean much. Killing and fighting were one and the same to him. Truly a villain motivated by curiosity. Chapter 46, The Breaking Point. Powerful shinobi only needed a single glance to understand what the other was thinking. When Sasuke told Naruto this, it carried multiple layers of meaning. But there was some truth to that statement. Orochimaru licked his lips. Seeing him like this, Anko instinctively backed away. That look. He's found something interesting again. Nothing good ever comes from this. She was all too familiar with this particular expression on her master's face. Masashi activated his Sharingan, the three Tomoe red eyes locking onto Orochimaru. A Genjutsu was cast instantly. However, the illusion, which had rarely failed before, didn't work this time. Orochimaru wasn't affected. Or rather, he was but this level of Genjutsu wasn't enough to incapacitate him. His body was unlike that of an ordinary person, and his chakra pathways were different, allowing him to endure this level of chakra disruption. As expected, standard Genjutsu won't work on his modified chakra network. Masashi wasn't bothered. This was just a test. After all, his current proficiency in Genjutsu was limited by the three Tomoe Sharingan. I'm your target, huh? Orochimaru chuckled, his tongue flicking out briefly. The Uchiha clan is truly to my taste. In the next instant, his hand darted toward Masashi, two fingers aimed straight for his Sharingan. Orochimaru lunged at the Uchiha, but his feet remained in their original position. Squelch. Effortlessly, his two fingers pierced into Masashi's eye socket. But the sensation transmitted through his fingers wasn't that of flesh and blood. He withdrew immediately, but it was already too late. Masashi's body burst into a spray of water. Fascinating. Orochimaru mused as a freezing cold that could chill blood radiated from the water screen, instantly encasing his upper body in ice. The frost continued to spread. With a crunch, he stomped his feet, tearing his body in half to escape the icy grip. Two hands emerged from the severed remains, clawing their way out as he regenerated his body. Looking up, he saw a massive fireball descending toward him. Boom. A deafening explosion sent scorching waves tearing through the ground. Crimson flames bloomed like flowers, reducing nearby trees to ashes. As the most intense flames subsided, he burst from the charred soil, his serpent-like eyes locking on to Masashi's position. He moved like a snake, slithering around the burning areas. He quickly formed hand seals and unleashed a fierce gale from his mouth. The howling winds kicked up debris, creating a barrier between him and the Sharingan. To Masashi's eyes, the chakra in the storm was chaotic. The storm's range was vast, but he avoided it with a body flicker, drawing his blade. He fought straightforwardly, careful not to reveal too much to the opponent opposite him. Two glints of steel collided midair. Chips began to appear on his short blade. The blade, forged from chakra metal, was expensive but fell short against the Kusanagi. Still, Masashi wasn't worried, he had just received a generous payout and could afford a replacement. With superior speed, he closed in on Orochimaru multiple times, striking from blind spots and leaving cuts on his opponent. Both combatants' shadow clones were shattered several times, their forms dissolving into smoke and water. Eventually, quality won out, and Masashi's blade was severed by the Kusanagi. Without hesitation, he discarded the broken weapon. His Sharingan predicted the sword's trajectory, and he dodged with a short-range body flicker, countering with a powerful punch to Orochimaru's arm. The Kusanagi flew from Orochimaru's hand, impaling several thick trees before lodging in the ground. His arm twisted grotesquely but didn't break. With a casual flick, it returned to normal. Your taijutsu is quite interesting, he noted, eyes narrowing with curiosity. Masashi closed the distance again, employing taijutsu techniques from both the Senju and Uchiha clans. The Senju style focused on swift, powerful strikes to overwhelm the opponent before they could react. The Uchiha style emphasized precision, targeting an enemy's weakness with devastating blows, showcasing explosive power. In his hands, these styles blended seamlessly. Orochimaru, a skilled taijutsu user himself, quickly fell behind in close combat. But his resilient body, capable of enduring blows that would kill anyone else 1,000 times over, allowed him to keep fighting without faltering. Masashi attempted to mark him with Flying Thunder God Seal several times but found it futile. Orochimaru's unique substitution technique nullified each mark as he replaced his entire body. You and your modified body, Masashi said, retreating from the exchange. Oh? That comment makes it sound like you've done your homework on me, Orochimaru sneered, refusing to let up. As Masashi retreated, he unleashed a swarm of snakes. Striking shadow snakes. The summoned serpents slithered menacingly toward Masashi. Unlike the lesser snakes summoned by Anko, these were far more intelligent and ferocious. However, intelligence wasn't always an advantage. He retreated calmly, and the snakes, sensing his chakra, hesitated before slowing down. Orochimaru noticed the change in his serpent minions. For these gluttonous beasts from Richie Cave to act this way, there was only one explanation. You've mastered Sage Mode? He cancelled the summoning. This scenario only occurred between true successors of Richie Cave's teachings. His eyes grew even colder. Facing a challenger who turned out to be another Richie cave inheritor soured his mood. Snakes seem to like me, Masashi said as he seized the opportunity to increase the distance. Both ninjas completed their hand seals simultaneously. Massive chakra surged. A water dragon rose to meet a towering fire column. The clash created a dense mist, shrouding the entire forest in steam. In the distance, Anko stared in disbelief. Behind her, a man in the Hokage robe appeared silently, watching the battle unfold without a word. What a mess. Not a single peaceful day in this job. Minato observed the mist-covered battlefield. Being Hokage, he realized, was far less satisfying than leading a Jonin team. No matter what he did, someone was unhappy. No matter where he stood, he was caught in the middle. Barely days into the job, and two of the village's most respected shinobi were already fighting. Perhaps it was time to stop worrying about Hiruzen's feelings and take some decisive action. Ever since Minato became the Hokage, he noticed something amiss within the village. The current Anbu was under the control of Hiruzen and Danzo, but that didn't mean he was blind or deaf. Though he was no longer the leader of the Jonin Corps, he still had a firm grasp on this powerful tool. Years of building trust and proving his worth had ensured that. Frankly, each time a Hokage changed, the Anbu would essentially need to start from scratch, veterans stepping down, and new recruits stepping in. However, the Jonin Corps was different. Every Jonin in this unit had their own network within Hidden Lee Village's ninja forces. Its members changed very slowly, their bonds forged in blood and battle. As a result, whoever gained the support of the Jonin Corps became the most influential person in Hidden Lee Village. Conversely, even if someone was nominated and appointed Hokage by the daimyo, without the Jonin Corps backing, they would only be a placeholder Hokage, not officially recognized. After Minato took office, the Jonin Corps aligned themselves entirely with him, pledging their loyalty to the Hokage. Many of them had grown wary of the old regime's ways. Things hadn't always been this way. The shift began when Hidden Lee Village's White Fang committed suicide. That event drove a wedge between the Jonin Corps and the Third Hokage's faction. Hidden Lee Village's White Fang, the former leader of the Jonin Corps, had his shortcomings but was a man of unquestionable character. Many in the Jonin Corps owed him favors, and hearts are not made of stone. After the incident, many sought justice for him, fearing something similar might happen to Kakashi. They kept a close eye on him. Whether it was a conspiracy or not didn't matter, what mattered was a shared sentiment among them. Sakamo's actions might have caused losses to the village, but to refuse to guide public opinion or acknowledge his past contributions was uncalled for. Did his prior merits mean nothing? This lack of compassion left them wondering, if one of them slipped up one day, would they face an even worse fate? As a result, the Jonin Corps became more united than ever in Hidden Lee Village's history. When both Minato and Orochimaru were nominated as candidates for the fourth Hokage, the Jonin Corps overwhelmingly supported Minato. He was Kakashi's teacher. Had it been Jiraiya competing, they might have felt conflicted. Against Orochimaru? Not at all. Armed with his support, Minato quickly gathered enough intelligence. Human experiments. Conducting experiments wasn't inherently wrong. The second Hokage had done groundbreaking research, but he had experimented on enemies, not allies. Yet these experiments involved deceased ninja from their own village, both from ninja clans and common shinobi. It was madness, practically an invitation to civil war. From that moment, Minato grew vigilant. His first suspect was Danzō. Danzō didn't exactly have a trustworthy reputation. It was easy to imagine him behind any sinister plot. When Minato subtly probed, Danzō nearly backed him into a corner, deepening his suspicions. He trusted the third Hokage and Jiraiya, from the bottom of his heart. But Danzō? Not at all. Orochimaru, who worked closely with him, was also under suspicion. Since then, he and the Jonin Corps had been biding their time, waiting for the right opportunity. And now, it seemed that moment had come. He split into two shadow clones, one used the Flying Thunder God to notify the Jonin Corps, while the other teleported back to the Hokage office to inform the third Hokage and others. His real body remained to monitor Masashi and Orochimaru. After a moment's thought, he created a third shadow clone to notify the police force. Directly approaching the Uchiha clan would be inappropriate, but involving the police force was reasonable. After all, an ninja skirmish fell under their jurisdiction. If the Uchiha arrived, they would undoubtedly protect their own, and Danzo would surely show up too. Once the ringleaders appeared, the Jonin Corps, already prepared, would launch a full-scale assault. Hokage-sama, the Jonin Corps is in position. Good. Tell them to wait for my signal. Minato waited silently. Soon, he sensed large amounts of chakra converging on the scene. A smile appeared on his face. Today, Minato would rid the village of a cancerous tumor. With such an accomplishment, Kushina wouldn't refuse him a second child, right? He had always envied those with siblings. He wouldn't let Naruto grow up with the same regret. Behind him, the sound of movement. Although his chakra sensing had already identified the newcomers, he turned to greet them. Sandaime-sama. Minato. What's going on here? Hiruzen, clad in full battle attire, landed first, urgently questioning. But I'll soon find out, Minato thought before answering simply, I don't know. Had his disciple lost his mind? Masashi was merely teaching Anko a private lesson. Was this about Nawaki again? Behind him were Tsunade and Jiraiya. Koharu and Hamura remained at the Hokage building, ensuring someone stayed to oversee things. The recent series of anomalies in the village left Hiruzen feeling increasingly weary. His home was desolate now, with only Konohamaru bringing him comfort. Watching his mischievous grandson was his only solace. What's Orochimaru doing fighting a kid? Jiraiya frowned, his usual flippancy gone. He might act carefree, but he wasn't oblivious, otherwise, he'd have been killed long ago. Over the years, the bond among the Sannin had frayed. He had done his best to restore their camaraderie, but with little success. He had grown up relying on Tsunade and Orochimaru. No matter what, he didn't want either of them hurt. An Uchiha kid is no ordinary kid, Jiraiya, Tsunade interjected. She hadn't wanted to come at all. She knew all too well how headstrong Uchiha ninja, especially those with Sharingan, could be. Masashi might be considered different, but in her eyes, not by much. See? He was already fighting Orochimaru. When she was younger, her uncle had once said, it takes all kinds to make a world. Not every Uchiha was crazy, nor was every senju a paragon of honesty. But in Tsunade's view, the Uchiha were all maniacs. The senju, well, had only her rogue uncle. He had died because of his antics. So what if he had lived a brilliant life? Dead was dead, nothing more, nothing less. Thinking of this soured her mood. How long are they going to fight? She asked irritably. This isn't a tournament. With so many of us here, they should knock it off already. Chapter 47, A Village Divided, Bonus, Tsunade's sudden outburst surprised no one. The fact that she hadn't stepped in to break up the fight herself was enough for everyone to feel the severity of the situation. After all, stepping in to mediate a fight like this wasn't exactly easy. Masashi, one of the heroes of the Nine Tails Night and a prominent figure of the Uchiha clan, was well regarded in Hidden Leaf Village. And Orochimaru needed no introduction. Meddling in their clash risked provoking the Uchiha clan, a dangerous prospect. Everyone remembered how the police force had proven themselves during the Nine Tails incident. Their combat skills and cohesion were unmatched, even by the Anbu, solidifying the Uchiha's position as the most powerful clan in the village. Soon, more people gathered. It was not something that could be kept under wraps, especially when the third Hokage, dressed in full battle attire, had left the Hokage residence to intervene. Not only those from the Hokage's faction but other ninja clans were starting to arrive as well. Regardless of the situation, Sandaime-sama, we should separate them first, suggested one of the Anbu members following Hiruzen. The elderly Hokage's expression was a picture of inner conflict, a familiar look that made the Anbu accompanying him visibly anxious. The Uchiha clan hadn't yet shown up, which gave the Anbu an uneasy feeling. And sure enough, the uneasy feeling came true. A group of Uchiha clan members appeared, all dressed in police force uniforms. Each of them bore Sharingan, and while not all had the three Tomoe form, it was clear they were elite members of the clan. Before the Nine Tails incident, complaints about the Uchiha were dismissed as mere grumblings. But after that night, the clan had confronted the Hokage faction head-on, demonstrating their power in a way that couldn't be ignored. It felt as if the Uchiha were returning to their roots as an indomitable warrior clan. Such an Uchiha clan wasn't easy to handle. Hokage-sama, Sandaime-sama, greeted Yaku, the leader of the Uchiha group. His tone was cordial when addressing Minato but turned hostile when he faced Hiruzen. Was it your intention for Orochimaru to target our clan member? Please watch your tone when addressing the Hokage. Someone from the Hokage faction said. Tsunade remained expressionless, while Jiraiya's face darkened. Surprisingly, Hiruzen seemed to calm down instead of looking distressed. Minato stayed silent. He had a strong sense that someone else had arrived. Am I hearing a joke? Danzo's voice interrupted as he appeared, flanked by several root ninjas. Is this what you call targeting? The facts aren't clear yet. The Uchiha clan should be careful not to revert to their old ways. He gazed into the mist where the fight raged on, feeling displeased. Didn't I tell you to keep a low profile? This could destroy months of careful planning. Orochimaru was essential to his plans. Without him, not only would his experiments be jeopardized, but many operations would become significantly harder to execute. Root, though appearing formidable, had very few core members and relied heavily on disposable operatives. Conveniently, disposable operatives could be eliminated without hesitation once they had served their purpose. Hidden Leaf Village always had an abundance of orphan resources. However, was this many people really necessary? Danzo scanned the growing crowd uneasily, sensing that something big was about to happen. In the crowd, someone nodded discreetly at Minato. This signal gave him some relief. If it weren't for the current circumstances, he would have pumped his fist in victory. Sandaime-sama, I'll need your help to talk things over with Orochimaru afterward. No, Minato, you're the Hokage now, Jiraiya interrupted firmly. Clearly, he was eager to leave. I'll deal with it. Before Minato could respond, he leaped into the mist, disappearing from sight. Watching his mentor's retreating figure, Minato could only smile wryly. After all, there was no hiding anything from his teacher. Soon, a deafening crash echoed from within the mist, followed by tremors that could be felt underfoot. Jiraiya's thunderous voice roared out, "Stop this at once." The mist began to clear. The forest had been leveled, and 3 massive summoning beasts were in the clearing. Trees lay splintered around them. 2 Sannin stood atop their signature summoning creatures. Masashi, meanwhile, was perched on the head of a giant black snake. "You idiot!" Manda bellowed angrily. Orochimaru ignored it, his face sullen. "Hey, Manda, long time no see," Masashi said with a smile. "Have you eaten yet?" "I'd like to eat you," Manda retorted swiftly. "Silence, Manda," Kuro snapped under Masashi's feet. Manda immediately fell silent. "Jiraiya," Masashi said, looking apologetic. "I'm terribly sorry for causing trouble." Jiraiya's expression darkened as he looked between Masashi, Kuro, Orochimaru, and Manda. "What the hell are you all doing? Have you lost your minds?" "I'm sparring with Orochimaru," Masashi replied nonchalantly. "After seeing how he trained Anko, I thought it best to seek his guidance myself." "Hey!" Orochimaru sneered but didn't argue. Knowing the situation couldn't escalate further, he dispelled his summoning. He landed and, without saying a word, turned to leave. "Orochimaru." Jiraiya appeared in front of him. "What's the point of this tantrum? The situation has gotten out of hand. You need to come back with me." "Jiraiya, stay out of my business," Orochimaru said coldly. "It's better for you that way." "I don't care. This is too much. You're coming back with me. Hiruzen-sensei and Minato are here, along with representatives from other clans." Following Jiraiya's gesture, Orochimaru glanced at the distant hill where a crowd had gathered. His gaze stayed briefly on Tsunade. For a moment, he thought of a child he hadn't seen in years, still vivid despite the passage of time. It left a bad taste in his mouth. "Fine," he said at last and leaped toward the hill without waiting for Jiraiya. Back in the village, veterans surrounded the root stronghold. Every attacker was at least special Jonin rank, with many seasoned Jonin among them. One of them, a bearded man with a rugged look, casually tossed aside the last root ninja he had killed. Blood dripped from his kunai as he stared into the dark entrance of the stronghold. These weren't the usual root guards, these were the dispensable ones. He waved his hand. "Charge in." With a command from the bearded Jonin, a group of Hidden Leaf Village shinobi stormed into the stronghold. "Leave no corner unchecked. They are slippery," he ordered. They swept away all obstacles in their path, adopting the tactics they used for operations abroad. "They're not even trying to defend." "Something's wrong," a squad leader reported. "Or everything's exactly as planned," the bearded Jonin said grimly. These were elite members of Hidden Leaf Village's regular forces. Once they engaged, there was no hesitation or restraint. Similar actions unfolded elsewhere in the village. The Jonin squads, long burdened with grievances against the higher-ups, seized this opportunity to vent their frustrations thoroughly. But as one stronghold after another was forcibly breached, the secrets exposed shocked even these hardened shinobi, individuals who had witnessed death on the battlefield, committed unspeakable acts, and seen plenty of sordid affairs within the village. "These tunnels. They're built like graves," a shinobi whispered, his hand trailing along the cold stone walls. "No. Graves show more respect for the dead," another responded. For the first time, they felt like oversized, naive rabbits. It wasn't just that the scenes were brutal, it was that the revelations far exceeded their worst expectations. These strongholds were located in the Western District, an area occupying about half of Hidden Leaf Village. Known as the Agricultural Zone, it was dense with forests and sparsely populated, with residents concentrated in a central living area. At night, the Western District became lifeless, an ideal location for the Anbu, or rather, Root, to establish their main village bases. Every stronghold was designed as an underground facility, with long and narrow passageways leading into chambers. Walking through them felt like entering the tombs of ancient nobles. Upon reaching the core areas, however, the shinobi discovered the answer to the frequent cases of missing persons since the wartime era. Document everything. Every single atrocity, the squad leader commanded. Villagers who disappeared on their way back to Hidden Leaf Village, fellow shinobi suspected of defecting, and comrades declared dead but never properly interred, all were found in these strongholds, or at least what remained of them. Some of these. They're from our own clans, a medic ninja reported, examining the bodies with shaking hands. Mark the clan symbols. We'll need proof, the squad leader said, his jaw clenched. The workrooms for processing corpses reeked with the stench of decay, and the methods of disposal were beyond appalling. Even slaughterhouses for livestock would have shown more care. Those conducting the experiments didn't view their subjects as human beings. To them, these individuals were merely materials. Many of the materials were long-deceased bodies. A check confirmed that none of Hidden Leaf Village's 8 prominent clans were involved, much to everyone's initial relief. But their relief was premature. What they found next revealed a darkness capable of destroying all light in the world. The laboratory had extracted tissues from the body of the first Hokage. The experimental subjects, marked as failures and left unprocessed, testify to the gruesome nature of these trials. Get to the Hokage. Don't stop for anyone, the commander ordered a messenger. Even the Anbu? Especially the Anbu. To confirm the findings, they immediately inspected the first Hokage's tomb. Sure enough, it showed signs of recent disturbance. This was no longer a manageable issue. The desecration of the first Hokage's grave shook the very foundation of Hidden Leaf Village. Anyone suggesting leniency would become suspect themselves. Every individual involved had to face justice. Defiant enemies had already been killed, leaving only administrative personnel alive. As for the experimental subjects, unfortunately, there were no survivors by the time Hidden Leaf Village's forces arrived. Without delay, the shinobi secured all captives on site. One Jonin set off immediately for the village to deliver the news, sprinting without pause. Crossing the walls, he didn't even take the time to explain himself to the sentries. Every second mattered. The gathering had divided into 3 factions. One consisted of the Hokage and his allies. The second was the Uchiha clan. The third comprised bystanders, neither leaving nor joining in, just watching. Each group carefully positioned themselves, maintaining strategic distances while sizing up potential threats. The third-party ninja clans were cautious. They had families to support and couldn't afford to take sides in such a dangerous situation. They weren't about to be swayed by past favors. No one had ever offered them charity without strings attached. Orochimaru, is this as you say? Hiruzen turned to his student, his expression naturally kind as he shifted his gaze to Masashi. Is this true? Of course, Sandaime-sama. He nodded like a humble, honest youth. Orochimaru explained it perfectly. I couldn't come up with something so detailed. He added, with apparent distress, I'm truly too immature. The crowd fell silent. They were caught off guard by Masashi's tone. Since Hidden Leaf Village's founding, people had spoken to the Hokage in various ways, some were confrontational, others submissive, some meandering, and a few utterly incoherent. But no one had ever spoken with such blatant sarcasm. It was usually the Hokage doing the passive-aggressive talking. Even for a past Hokage, wasn't this a bit disrespectful? The crowd reassessed their impression of Masashi. He seemed different. Masashi, however, remained unfazed. Crafting personas was a means to pursue his goals. And for a ninja, one's personae had to align with their apparent strength. Calm down, Hiruzen said with a kindly smile. If you feel wronged, you can voice it. Sandaime-sama, you're too kind, Masashi replied solemnly. For the sake of the village, I have no grievances. Hiruzen sighed, looking disappointed. Orochimaru, you've been reckless, he said to his disciple. The Snake Sannin, meanwhile, was bored. Why were these people so obsessed with such trivial matters? Did it have any meaning? What a fuss. Completely inappropriate. Danzo interjected. His remark earned him strange looks from many. After all, he was notorious for turning small issues into crises. Sandaime-sama, Yuko spoke up, if Masashi is innocent, can he leave now? The Uchiha clan had no trust in anyone from the Hokage's office. They still resented the assignment of Shisui to the Anbu. The more their relations with outsiders improved, the more they realized how stifling their prior situation had been, engineered entirely by the Hokage's administration. Yaku, show some respect to the Hokage, an Anbu operative warned again, standing beside Hiruzen. Yaku shot back, visibly irritated. Adults are talking, understand? The atmosphere turned hostile. The Uchiha stepped forward, their Sharingan eyes flashing red as they flanked Masashi and Yaku. Their intent was clear, we dare you to try. Faced with so many Sharingan, the Anbu instinctively averted their eyes while preparing for combat. Yet, none felt confident. The masked man from the Nine Tails incident had taught them one thing: without sufficient power, one shouldn't lock eyes with Sharingan. Hiruzen and Danzo's expressions grew serious. They weren't intimidated by the three Tomoe Sharingan, but they also didn't want to worsen relations with the Uchiha. The Sannin, meanwhile, had their own reactions. Jiraiya glanced at Orochimaru. Orochimaru looked at Tsunade. Tsunade just wanted to go back to the gambling hall. Only Minato seemed prepared to intervene. He stepped forward, ready to speak. But he stopped abruptly, his attention drawn to a familiar figure racing toward them. Hokage-sama. Something major has happened. The deep voice shattered the silence and shook everyone present. The first Hokage-sama's grave has been desecrated. Chapter 48, Grave Sins. The first Hokage's grave. It's been desecrated. The Jonin said again. The only ones capable of this would be someone from Hidden Leaf Village. The report from the Jonin sent everyone's mind spinning. And it wasn't hard to guess why. However, everyone reacted differently to this news. Impossible. Minato whispered as he and Hiruzen stood utterly shocked. Minato, in particular, found it absurd. He had anticipated that this mission might reveal some unsavory truths, but it involved the first Hokage himself? Danzo's eyes narrowed as he glanced between the reporting Jonin and Minato. If Orochimaru loses control now, everything falls apart. The Sannin were also taken aback. Well, only Jiraiya was truly shocked, his face twisted in disbelief. Orochimaru remained emotionless, already preparing to use his Orochimaru-style body substitution jutsu, his fingers twitching ever so slightly. Tsunade was frozen in disbelief. So the experiments never stopped. Even after everything. After Tobirama's leftover cells were used up, the Senju clan had abandoned it. A chill ran from her feet all the way to her head. The disbandment of the Senju clan was partially tied to the wood-style experiment, which had directly led to their decision to dissolve their clan identity and integrate into the broader ninja community. Hiruzen and the others knew this but still restarted the experiment. And now, they'd even violated the first Hokage's coffin. They had been students personally trained by Hashirama and Tobirama. What a joke. In the face of the power of wood style, the bond between master and disciple meant nothing. If this was how Hashirama was treated, what hope did she have? At that moment, Tsunade wasn't even angry anymore. Her fury, her sorrow, she had exhausted all of it. She was tired. She made a decision: she would leave this place. Far, far away. It was at that moment that a loud shout erupted from the scene. Orochimaru! What are you doing? The Uchiha Jonin's voice rang out. Due to their previous standoff with the Anbu, all the Uchiha present had their Sharingan activated and immediately noticed Orochimaru's suspicious movements. Though Orochimaru-style body substitution differed from the standard substitution technique, it shared one key trait: it was a jutsu. And as a jutsu, it emitted chakra, making it impossible to escape the detection of high-tier Sharingan under normal conditions. Among the gathered Uchiha, there were multiple wielders of three Tomoe Sharingan. Everyone's gaze snapped toward Orochimaru. The figure standing in Orochimaru's place shriveled under a gust of wind, revealing its true nature. "There!" shouted the Uchiha, lightning crackling between their fingers as they leaped toward different spots on the ground. "He's trying to escape through the ground." Their actions instantly triggered the already high-strung Anbu. On instinct, a few Anbu holding shuriken threw them toward the Uchiha group. In that instant, two thoughts ran through everyone's mind: Orochimaru had gone insane and was doomed. Where on earth did Hiruzen find these clowns and recruit them into the Anbu? However, the shuriken never reached the Uchiha. Masashi raised a hand, unleashing a winjutsu that diverted the weapons, then pointed at the Anbu. "They're in on it. Don't let them escape." Whether or not the accusation was true, this was the perfect time to pin it on them. Even if it meant killing someone right in front of Hiruzen, he wouldn't dare interfere. After all, he'd lose decades of his leadership credibility if he did. Sure enough, neither Jiraiya nor Tsunade moved a muscle. Even those accused Anbu, though tense, didn't dare make a move either. Soon, the Uchiha swarmed them, tying them up securely. For the Anbu, this was the first time they had ever been so openly subdued by the Uchiha, but none of them dared resist. Meanwhile, the other ninja clans sprang into action. "The Byakugan sees all deception today," the Hyuga leader declared as they activated their bloodline limit. The Aburim released their insects in coordinated swarms, while the Inuzuka Ninken's growls filled the air with menace. Just like during the Nine Tails attack, these three clans once again sided with the Uchiha. Not that they had much choice. "This situation requires careful consideration," a Nara representative muttered as their clan, along with the Yamanaka and Akimaki, encircled the remaining Anbu instead, signaling their stance. As for the Sarutobi clan, they rallied around Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. Danzo, meanwhile, stood alone, flanked by only a few root ninjas. Orochimaru, you fool. You've damned us both. He silently cursed Orochimaru for dragging him into this mess. Hokage-sama, the laboratory was operated by Root. When we attempted to search it, Root ninjas attacked us. Added the reporting Jonin. Danzo-sama, care to explain? The Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimaki ninjas exchanged glances and, without a word, shifted their attention to surround Danzo and his Root ninjas. They couldn't help but think he was doing them a favor. What is there to explain? Danzo replied coldly, glaring at those around him. I was trained by Dobirama-sama. In all my years, I've never done anything to betray Hidden Leaf Village. And you should know his. Danzo-sama, care to explain? Repeated the Jonin. Ignoring him, Danzo turned to Minato. Is this an attempt to frame me? At this point, he could only hope Orochimaru escaped. But the odds were slim. With 2 Flying Thunder God users, countless Sharingan and Byakugan wielders, and even sensory ninjas on site, where could Orochimaru possibly run? Through sheer willpower. If he managed to escape, Hidden Leaf Village might as well give up on being a major ninja village. Please calm down, Minato said, his focus remaining on the ninja closing in on Orochimaru. The Snake Sannin couldn't escape, and Minato made sure of that. The illustrious reputation of the Sannin, the heroes who saved Hidden Leaf Village during the Third Great Ninja War, would no longer include Orochimaru. All because he crossed an unthinkable line. Boom. With a thunderous noise that shook the earth itself, an entire section of ground was forced apart. Manda emerged, carrying Orochimaru on its back. Despite the precise lightning strikes from several Uchiha Jonin, which thwarted his attempt to escape underground, Orochimaru had no choice but to reveal himself. Surrounding him on all sides were Hidden Leaf Village ninjas from various clans, over 100 in total, including nearly 20 Jonin. Faced with the towering Manda, none of them flinched. Witnessing the scene, Masashi teleported onto the battlefield using Flying Thunder God and summoned his own massive creature. With another deafening roar, the black snake from before reappeared. Not to be outdone, Minato joined in, summoning a massive toad that matched Manda in size. Orochimaru, surrender peacefully, he offered, granting him one last shred of dignity. Don't forget, you're one of the Sannin. There's nothing more to say, Orochimaru replied coldly, his snake-like eyes narrowing. If you want to stop me, blood will be spilled. It'll only be your blood, Masashi said. Come clean, and you might have a chance to rot in prison. He made it clear, aside from the Hidden Leaf Village prison, Orochimaru wouldn't be going anywhere today. With Minato and Masashi entering the fray alongside their giant summons, the crowd stepped back. Step back, all of you. A veteran Jonin commanded. Those beasts could level the entire area. The power of such summoning beasts was undeniable, they were weapons of mass destruction on the battlefield. The giant snakes of Richie Cave were known for their incredible physical strength, shrugging off ordinary ninjutsu, and their lightning-fast movements made them unparalleled in battlefield assaults. The toads of Mount Myabaku couldn't quite match this, but once they started jumping, they were just as terrifying. Gravity was their ally, and a single body slam could crush dozens to death. Faced with such foes, Hidden Leaf Village's enemies often preferred to be trampled by a snake rather than suffer the indignity of being squashed by a toad. It was a matter of pride, after all. When Masashi had previously summoned a giant snake, the crowd had already been shocked. But now, with 2 giant snakes and a hefty toad all on the field, they knew they needed to make space. In a flash, before the crowd could even react, Masashi commanded Kuro to attack Manda. The mere movement of this massive summoning beast kicked up a storm of flying dust and rocks. Trees snapped like twigs under the colossal serpent's weight. On the battlefield, the 2 snakes twisted into an elaborate knot. Manda squinted, and it wasn't clear whether the snake felt pain or something else. A sly smile spread across Orochimaru's face as he prepared another striking shadow snakes. This time, he exerted tighter control, with no room for missteps. The snake horde surged forward. Always the showman, Masashi thought as he watched the approaching wave of serpents. Orochimaru's battle tactics always revolved around probing, trapping, substitution, and sneak attacks. With the regenerative abilities and chakra reserves granted by Richie Cave, he fought with calm precision. The striking shadow snakes was one of his key capture moves, concealing within it the threat of surprise attacks and venomous strikes. But as a fellow inheritor of Richie Cave's power, Masashi had a natural resistance to Orochimaru's snake-style jutsu. After all, he was the one who had truly mastered Richie Cave's Sage Mode. As the snakes lunged, he remained unfazed. He swiftly formed a seal. If diplomacy fails, send them home. Summoning jutsu, release. Both giant snakes vanished at once, and the bound Manda was sent home along with Kuro. Well played, Masashi, Minato called from his position. Floating in midair, Masashi's face bore the sage mode markings. Clad in his sage armor, which covered him from head to toe, including a faceplate, he wielded chakra-shaped blades. With a casual slash, the striking shadow snakes turned into striking shadow snakes snacks. Some snakes managed to reach him, but their venomous fangs couldn't pierce the sage armor's defenses. In contrast, with a mere thought, spikes emerged from the armor, swiftly skewering the attacking snakes. Blood and scales rained down as the serpents were dispatched. This defense was as formidable as the Shikatsumiyaku of the Kaguya clan. The two combatants landed simultaneously. Orochimaru scanned the surroundings, realizing all eyes were on him, especially Minato, standing atop a toad. He was well aware of the challenges posed by Mount Myabaku's Sage Mode. This recent exchange further confirmed that with Masashi present, his usual snake-style jutsu would be ineffective. Revealing more of his techniques would only put him at a strategic disadvantage. Perhaps it's time for a tactical retreat. His eyes narrowed slightly as he assessed his options. It was his incomplete understanding of Masashi that had led him to make a rash appearance for Anko, only to be outmaneuvered by the Uchiha and give Minato a chance to exploit the situation. He had underestimated both of them. It seems I have no choice but to surrender, Orochimaru said, glancing at the elevated platform and assessing the situation with clarity. Minato, your ambitions are impressive. Such decisiveness matches your reputation as the Yellow Flash. He loathed inefficiency, preferring swift, decisive action. Even Masashi had earned his approval for his quick reflexes and decisive moves. Being a bit sly was no problem, after all, trash talk was a weapon too. If possible, I would rather not fight a former comrade, Minato said from atop the toad, looking down at Orochimaru with regret. And regarding your desecration of the first Hokage's remains, please cooperate fully in the investigation. No problem. Should I be cuffed? Orochimaru nonchalantly extended his hands. As for the investigation, it was irrelevant to him. The Hidden Leaf Village interrogation squad was full of mediocrities who would likely be too intimidated to even meet his gaze. The so-called investigation would probably just involve Jiraiya clumsily questioning him about his motives. As for Tsunade, no need to overthink. He would be gone soon anyway. Higher urine? Orochimaru knew his teacher too well. And then there was Danzo. It wouldn't hurt to enjoy a little show before leaving. That won't be necessary, Minato said as he leapt off the toad and dispelled the summoning. As one of the Sannin, you deserve proper respect. Respect, huh? A bit old-fashioned, but whatever. Orochimaru lowered his hands. Apologies for this. Even now, Minato maintained Orochimaru's dignity. With a single palm strike, he placed intricate sealing marks on the Sannin's body, suppressing his chakra. Afterwards, he handed Orochimaru over to the waiting Hidden Leaf Village shinobi. The Jonin carefully restrained Orochimaru, treating him as if he were a ticking time bomb. No, your grip should be tighter here, Orochimaru commented, gesturing with his chin. And that seal pattern would be more effective if you adjusted the flow points. Orochimaru, however, seemed amused. He continued critiquing their technique, explaining how they could secure him more effectively. To be fair, when it came to this sort of thing, he was indeed Hidden Leaf Village's top expert. The more professional he seemed, the more unnerved the Jonin became. Meanwhile, Minato turned to Masashi. Shall we head to the third Hokage? Of course, Hokage-sama. Masashi agreed readily. How could he not go? He had to. He was curious to see what cards Danzo had left to play. Back in his first life, he might have harbored bonds of camaraderie, but in this second life, such sentiments were meaningless. People had changed, and so had the bonds. The past was just that, past. To make Hidden Leaf Village dominant, Danzo and his faction wouldn't hesitate to desecrate the grave of Hashirama himself. Masashi was convinced that Danzo's actions came from a place of reverence for Hashirama. Strange as it sounded, it was true. Just like how a child might break their favorite toy trying to see how it works. Similarly, he would have no hesitation in eliminating Danzo if necessary. This applied to Hiruzen, Hamura, and Koharu as well. Even Minato and Kushina, if they became enemies, there would be no choice but to remove them, by any means necessary. Everyone would die eventually. If he was strong enough, he'd kill the threats outright. If not, he'd find other means. The Warring States period had taught him this much. Unlike the idealists who claim to love all of humanity, Masashi was more honest with himself. He didn't love the world. He loved beauty. And food. Chapter 49, A Final Cup of Sake, Bonus. Danzo was in a very awkward situation. If he could use an earth jutsu, he would have already used it to dig himself a hole to hide in. But thanks to the deterrent force he had established over the years, no one dared to openly disrespect him in the absence of solid evidence. However, the tension in the air was making him uncomfortable. He had always been the one making others feel this way, after all. When he saw Orochimaru actually surrender without resistance, he knew the man was up to no good. Still, he wasn't particularly worried that the Snake Sannin would betray him. Orochimaru abandoning his role as a hidden leaf village ninja would only make him more reliant on him. Moreover, Danzo didn't feel that he had done anything wrong. Even though he had desecrated the first Hokage's remains, it was all for the village, wasn't it? The fact that this plan had even reached fruition indicated that he wasn't the only one thinking this way. Therefore, he ignored the surrounding ninjas, brushed off their stares, and observed quietly, exuding confidence. His upright demeanor was enough to shake the resolve of those who doubted him. After all, how could someone who had once served as the Hokage's advisor stoop so low as to desecrate the founder of the village? When Orochimaru was escorted back to the main square, he was greeted by this exact scene. He couldn't help but find it amusing. "Your face says it all, sensei. Did you really expect anything different?" Even at this point, these people were still deluding themselves. That said, Danzo was indeed a valuable asset, not someone to be wasted at this juncture. Orochimaru. Hiruzen didn't even know where to begin. After so many years as Hokage, this was the first time he felt truly at a loss. Even he couldn't forgive himself for what had happened. In the end, all the words he wanted to say turned into a sigh. Jiraiya and Tsunade stood silently by his side. Sandaime-sama. Minato wanted to offer words of comfort but couldn't find the right ones. He decided it was better to stick to business. Turning to Orochimaru, he asked, "There's no way you did this alone? Who supported you?" "Minato, don't underestimate me," Orochimaru replied. Hearing this, the gathered ninja clans grew visibly angrier. While anger was the dominant emotion, there was also a trace of fear. After all, who among them didn't have ancestral graves? This matter couldn't be handled carelessly. If it wasn't addressed properly, they might as well all switch careers to grave keepers. Knowing that no immediate answers would be forthcoming, Minato waved his hand, signaling the Jonin to take Orochimaru away. "Sandaime-sama, I suggest we temporarily suspend all missions outside the village. What do you think?" "That's prudent. Though the economic impact." Hertsuin paused, weighing the options. "Better than risking further incidents," Minato added quietly. Given the gravity of the situation, no one would be able to focus on their work unless it was thoroughly resolved. As for his old friend, while Hiruzen could somewhat guess his intentions, he hadn't expected things to go this far. The sheer audacity was mind-boggling. Feeling weighed down, he didn't have the energy to fully consider the long-term consequences of this incident. Time simply didn't permit it. "Disperse and return to your posts," Hertsuin instructed. The word of the former Hokage still carried weight. While suspicions about Danzo lingered, no one doubted Hiruzen. Besides, it had already been a long day. At least Orochimaru had been captured. Trusting his integrity, the ninja clans withdrew their suspicion of Danzo. After bowing respectfully to Minato and Hertsuin, they departed. Hertsuin and Minato exchanged bitter smiles. The gesture was significant, but they had no choice but to accept it. While Hertsuin took it in stride, Minato began to question whether he had acted too hastily. He hadn't anticipated that people would be bold enough to go this far. The Uchiha clan also sheathed their weapons. Under the leadership of Yaku, they bowed to the two Hokage before departing. Masashi was among them. "The village won't forget this easily," Yaku murmured as they walked. "No, but they'll pretend to, if needed," Masashi replied quietly. Just like they pretended not to notice the Uchiha's isolation. The day's twists and turns had been exhausting. Minato's decisiveness had forced the situation to escalate far beyond its original intent. Fortunately, things were still under control. Back at the Uchiha compound, the clan members resumed their daily routines. Some went to work, others tended to their personal affairs. At home, Masashi sank into the sofa, reflecting on the day's events. The one who suffered the most was undoubtedly Anko. Once a promising student of one of the Sannin, her future now looked bleak. When he left, he saw her trailing pitifully behind Minato. All the ninjas associated with Orochimaru would soon face similar predicaments. But there was no choice. This wasn't a situation that allowed for pleasantries. Everyone was fighting tooth and nail. Even someone as powerful as Madara had abandoned his ideals in the face of hopeless despair, resorting to the most extreme measures. Life was tough for everyone. No one started out wanting to be the villain. Father and mother didn't return yet, I might as well cook something for them. With that thought, Masashi got up, changed out of his gear, and went to the kitchen. Though he spent most of his time training or earning money, he was surprisingly skilled in household matters. His Sharingan activated with a subtle red glow as he surveyed the kitchen. Life was the foundation of everything. Without it, nothing else mattered. He formed a cross seal, and 3 shadow clones materialized in puffs of smoke, each taking their position in the kitchen. The original Masashi placed his marked kunai at strategic points, near the stove, by the cutting board, and beside the sink. With the Flying Thunder God, he could move instantly between stations, ensuring nothing would burn or overcook. One clone began preparing the sukiyaki, his Sharingan tracking the exact moment the meat needed to be turned for perfect caramelization. Another worked on the omelet rolls, using a precise water jutsu to maintain the perfect temperature beneath the pan. The third handled the teriyaki eel, while Masashi himself prepared the potato salad. A subtle flicker of chakra, and he appeared instantly by the stove, catching an egg mid-flip. His Sharingan tracked the heat patterns in the pan, showing him exactly when to rotate each ingredient. A thin layer of ice crystals formed around his fingers as he regulated the temperature of the goods with precise chakra control. The third Hokage would probably laugh if he saw me using S-rank techniques for cooking, he thought wryly as he flashed between stations, his clones working in perfect synchronization. But efficiency was efficiency, whether in battle or in the kitchen. Live well. Laugh when you want to. Curse when you need to. Be cheeky if it suits you. If you like someone, pursue them. When life feels overwhelming, drink the night away with close friends. And above all, cherish your parents. Having cleaned up, he surveyed his handiwork. The pantry had been well stocked with fresh ingredients, thanks to his parents. Now a perfect meal lay prepared, sukiyaki for 3 with meat seared to perfection, spring onion omelet rolls with golden brown edges rolled with precision, teriyaki eel rice glazed to a mirror shine, and a potato salad chilled to the ideal temperature with his ice manipulation. His clones disappeared in puffs of smoke as he deactivated his Sharingan. Just as he finished cleaning up, his parents returned. "Masashi, you're back?" His father called out, setting down his latest notebook of equipment maintenance theories. The shop was quiet today, he continued as they settled in. People are worried. They're saying strange things about the clans. His mother added hesitantly. "Let's eat while it's still warm," Masashi said gently. "You must be hungry after work. The worries can wait until after dinner." "Oh, speaking of warm." His father leaned over the dishes with sudden interest, pulling out his notebook. "The way you've seared this meat, there's something different about the technique. Have you been experimenting with my garlic oil method?" "Dear," his mother interrupted softly, adding more vegetables to their bowls. "Let us eat in peace." Masashi had always been self-reliant, rarely causing his parents any worry. In fact, they wouldn't have known how to intervene even if they wanted to. After all, they weren't ninjas themselves. Despite coming from a ninja family, they were well aware of how difficult the profession was. Family lineage might be a resource for ninjas, but it wasn't decisive. In the era of nations and villages, there wasn't much difference between ninjas from common families and those from clans, at least at the Geinin and Chunin levels. The advantages of being from a clan only became significant at the Jonin level. Masashi had made them proud by becoming a Jonin at such a young age, earning the recognition of the clan. This brought his parents joy, though it also gave rise to worries they kept to themselves. In this timeline, he felt fortunate to have these moments. In the previous timeline, he hadn't even had the chance to see his parents. And in his original life, he hadn't been able to properly care for them before his untimely departure. Life may have differed across timelines, but his desire to cherish his parents remained unchanged. They spent quality time together until his parents went to bed. Masashi then returned to his room to rest. The calm before the storm was best spent at home. Starting tomorrow, the storm engulfing Hidden Leaf Village would last a long time, and as a Jonin of the Uchiha clan, he would inevitably be drawn into it. This winter in Hidden Leaf Village was bound to be especially harsh. They used our children. Our own children. A woman's cry pierced the cold morning air, echoing through the streets. Behind her, a growing crowd of villagers moved toward the Hokage's office, their faces twisted with grief and rage. Even before the season arrived, the chill had already set into the hearts of its ninja. The revelation that Orochimaru had been conducting experiments using cells from the first Hokage's remains caused an uproar. After his failed escape, he was imprisoned in an Anbu facility. His followers were in a state of panic. But while they merely lived in fear, Root was outright paralyzed. There was no way to cover up their involvement. Laboratory after laboratory, every single one, was located in Root space. A lack of oversight. Impossible. That excuse wouldn't fool anyone. More angry families of victims besieged the Hokage's office, and not a single Anbu dared confront the enraged mob. Even among the Anbu, there was a shared sense of outrage, as many of them came from ordinary families within Hidden Leaf Village. They empathized deeply with the victims. My son volunteered for a mission. A mission. And you turned him into. Stand back, please. The Hokage is, an Anbu ninja started. The Hokage? Where was he when this was happening? A civilian father pushed forward. The Sarutobi clan, usually known for their leadership in times of crisis, was stunned into silence. Orochimaru, the beloved disciple of the third Hokage. Danzō, former Hokage advisor and lifelong ally of Hiruzen, from the Shimura clan. Faced with this scandal, all the Sarutobi clan members could muster was a collective cry of what the hell? For an entire month, chaos reigned in Hidden Leaf Village. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans were tasked with sealing off the village. Other clans worked alongside Jonin squads in rotating shifts to arrest suspects around the clock. Anyone confirmed to have been involved in the scandal was immediately arrested. Danzo narrowly escaped imprisonment due to his meticulous preparation of false documents, which delayed solid proof of his involvement. Nonetheless, he was placed under house arrest, forbidden to leave his residence. Root members, both official and unofficial, were suspended and subjected to investigation, with the Yamanaka clan overseeing the process. For a month, Yamanaka ninjas didn't dare step outside without a ration pill on hand, given their workload. This purge resulted in hundreds of former Hidden Leaf Village ninjas being stripped of their status. Most were executed outright, a small number were spared but left in fates worse than death. Some administrative ninjas were implicated for facilitating illegal funding. They once distributed funds, now Hidden Leaf Village distributed their lives. This wasn't merely an Orochimaru faction or Danzo faction. The perpetrators were extreme militarists and doves alike. Even the peace advocates? A Chunin whispered during an execution. How could they? Power corrupts in different ways, his senior responded. Sometimes the self-righteous are the most dangerous. But shock gave way to swift execution. One by one, the pieces fell, leaving only Danzo and Root for the final reckoning. Their unique position meant they had to be dealt with last, but their fate was inevitable. Once exposed, there was no room for negotiation, only an outright confrontation. By then, the cold wave from the north had hit the land of fire, marking the arrival of winter. Yet the killing intent in Hidden Leaf Village was far colder. After a month of arrests and trials, the initial uncertainty among the ninja clans had turned to rage. Danzo, though a ninja by birth, was now seen as the greatest threat by all. The villagers and low-ranking ninjas remained furious. Until a prominent head rolled, their anger threatened to consume the entire village. Thus, the public trial of Danzo and Root commenced. For Danzo, this was a war he had never experienced, a battle for survival with no tools of manipulation at his disposal. Under house arrest for a month, he was cut off entirely from the outside world, with ninja clans ensuring no room for maneuver. When he was finally allowed to step outside, it was only to stand trial. He was the defendant. All his strategies amounted to nothing. Stripped of intelligence and resources, he was no different from an ordinary old man. His power never equaled that of Hiruzen. The month of relentless investigation had eroded any lingering aura of invincibility. Because his sins were undeniable. When he stepped into the sunlight, a chill hit him deep in his bones. He recognized the sensation, it was the bitter taste of defeat. Danzo had overestimated his influence and underestimated the power of unity among grassroots ninjas and villagers. He had also underestimated the ninja clans. A tiger, no matter how long chained, remained a tiger. Danzo might have been the root of Hidden Leaf Village, but with the tree stripped bare and the lake frozen over, the root had rotted. As he arrived at the Hokage's office, all eyes turned to him. There were no pleasantries, no pity, and no hesitation. "We have gathered evidence spanning decades," Minato said. "The scope of these crimes extends beyond what any of us imagined." Danzo's crimes had been fully documented. Evidence confirmed that he was the mastermind behind everything. Orochimaru was merely an accomplice. Had the scandal remained within a small circle, he could have shifted blame onto Orochimaru. But he faced Minato. He shared one trait with Danzo, an unshakable resolve to achieve his goals once decided. Minato, however, lacked Danzo's ruthlessness, favoring decisiveness instead. In their first and only confrontation, Minato prevailed. From Masashi's perspective, this was the best outcome. A former Hokage advisor should die by the Hokage's judgment. Clean. Final. As it should be. At the trial, Danzo sat in silence. He did not respond to the victims' families, even when confronted by ordinary villagers. A mother stepped forward, holding a small shoe. "This was all we found of him," she cried. "Just this. Not even a body to bury." Danzo's expression remained unchanged. When his turn came to speak, he posed a single question to Minato. "Could you have done better than me? The darkness you created would have destroyed Hidden Leaf Village." Minato's reply was resolute. Danzo sneered and looked to Hiruzen. The two old comrades exchanged a long, Silent glance. Decades of shared history, battles, and diverging paths passed between them. Nothing was said. Minato rose from his seat. I have reached my decision. His voice, though quiet, carried to every corner. The crowd fell silent, even the grieving parents stilling their sobs. Root will cease to exist, he paused. Its structure will be dismantled, its members absorbed into Anbu where they will answer directly to the Hokage's office. Each member's fate will be decided based on their individual actions. There will be no blanket pardons. His gaze finally settled on Danzō. As for you, your crimes against Hidden Leaf Village and its people demand death. Some lean forward, anticipating a swift execution. However, in acknowledgement of your years of service, you will be granted one final dignity. He straightened to his full height. You may end your life by your own hand, in your home, as a ninja of Hidden Leaf Village. The silence that followed was absolute. Danzō's face remained impassive. This is my verdict. Minato's tone hardened. It is final. A cleaner death than he deserves, Yuka thought. But perhaps that's what makes us different from him. Danzō's death was the only way to restore peace to Hidden Leaf Village. His sole consolation was the chance to end things himself. That night, Hiruzen, accompanied by Anbu, brought a jug of sake to Danzō's heavily monitored home. Sandaime-sama, we'll be right outside, Anbu whispered. Inside, the room was sparse, lit only by a single lamp. Danzō sat in traditional clothing. The bandages on his right eye and arm had been removed, there was no need for secrets anymore. One last drink? Hiruzen's voice was steady as he poured sake for both of them. Danzō took the cup, studying the clear liquid. After all these years, you still bring the cheap stuff. They drank in silence, two old shinobi who had walked different paths for the same village. The sake burned, but neither showed it. Hiruzen. Danzō's voice was quieter now. The world isn't as kind as you believe it to be. And not as dark as you feared, old friend. How many nights did we spend like this, planning Hidden Leaf Village's future? Hiruzen watched his oldest friend's face in the lamplight. Danzō's hand moved to his tanto, placed carefully beside him. His grip tightened on the handle as he looked at his oldest friend, his only friend. Perhaps. But remember, there will always be those who must walk in shadows so others can stay in the light. Watch the borders to the north. When spring comes. He didn't finish. In one swift motion, he drove the blade deep into his abdomen, from left to right. A sharp grunt escaped his lips, not from pain, but from the force of the thrust. Blood immediately soaked through his white clothing. For Hidden Leaf Village, he gasped, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His eyes fixed on Hiruzen as he pulled the blade sideways. Not a scream, not a whimper, only a final, shuddering breath as he maintained perfect seize position until the very end. His body slumped forward, the tanto still gripped in his hand. Even in death, his face remained composed, at peace with his chosen end. Hiruzen sat there until dawn, keeping vigil over the body of a man who had loved Hidden Leaf Village too much, in all the wrong ways. By dawn, he emerged to announce the news. Danzō has taken his own life. Chapter 50, Into the mist. The news of Danzō's death fell like cold rain, extinguishing the flames of anger and resentment that had consumed the village. Reason returned. When someone like Danzō died, he inevitably left behind something for others to reflect on and remember. Despite being the kind of person who made others grind their teeth in hatred, he had his merits. When all his past deeds were no longer shrouded in secrecy, people had to admit one thing: leaving aside his lack of moral boundaries and his unconventional way of thinking, he was exceptionally skilled in foreign intelligence and special operations. His personal finances were also impressively clean. The Shimura clan, under his leadership, did not gain any personal benefits. All the funds he controlled were poured into his organization's activities, whether assassinating outsiders or conducting experiments within the village. Of course, he had personal ambitions, and very strong ones at that. He always wanted to become Hokage and genuinely believed he was the most suitable candidate for the position. On this point, everyone would sincerely think, you really are not suited to be Hokage. If you had become Hokage, the village would have exploded. But it doesn't matter now. Danzō ended everything with his own life. No one knew why he didn't resist until the very end, but that no longer mattered. What mattered now was Root, which had been detached from the rest of the village's structure. So, that's pretty much how things stand, Fugaku said. This time, he wasn't meeting Masashi in the study. The clan head's house felt off today, with key members packed in and tension in the air. Perhaps he had realized that the clan's recent rumors, about the clan head loving calligraphy but being terrible at it, were secretly spread by Masashi. This time, bringing down Danzō was a major success, and you contributed greatly. The clan wants to hear your thoughts. As he spoke, Fugaku sipped tea and observed Masashi's reaction. The past month's operations had involved every ninja clan working tirelessly to mobilize and create momentum. After all, with someone like Danzō, if you moved against him, you had to finish the job. Leaving him alive would only create endless trouble. Now that it was done, it was time to divide his inheritance. The intelligence network Danzō had built, which spanned the entire shinobi world, was a treasure trove every ninja clan coveted. This, of course, included the Hokage's office. But Masashi found himself uninterested. With Danzō gone, Hidden Leaf Village's entire political ecosystem would change. In all fairness, he and his root had been like a mountain pressing down on all the ninja clans, forcing them to behave. No one else in the old guard of the third Hokage's administration could pull that off. While Minato had shown decisive leadership during this operation, he was no schemer like Danzō. To the ninja clans, his presence didn't carry the same intimidating weight. This likely meant Hidden Leaf Village would enter a flourishing era where everyone sought to rise. The good news was that the Hokage's office wouldn't need to worry about the Uchiha anymore. The bad news? They'd have to worry about every ninja clan, including the Sarutobi clan. Handled well, this could significantly boost Hidden Leaf Village's military strength and cohesion. Mishandled? It could breed the next Danzō. At least, for now, this was good for the Uchiha. Everyone was starting from the same line. So why, on this sunny day, did Fugaku summon him for a meeting at home? The bars in the commercial district were having a terrible month. And what about this year's winter festival? Wasn't he planning a theatrical exhibit about Prometheus, starting with his theft of fire? He even wanted to stage a play about the Titan's defiance of Zeus, complete with sculptural art and serialized story adaptations. Wouldn't that be better than Jiraiya's Kaka Paradise nonsense? Men should be reading about Prometheus's noble sacrifice, his gift of fire to humanity, and his eternal punishment. Who cared about Kaka Paradise? I have no ideas, Masashi finally said, pulling himself back from his daydreams. Regretting the revenue he'd lose this year, his tone was lackluster. Why not take this chance to pivot entirely? Oh? Fugaku raised an eyebrow as he sipped his tea. Let's hear it. Express support for the Hokage. Propose transferring the police force's management directly under him, while allowing Uchiha clan members to join other departments or take missions from the Hokage building. Even allow Jonin to join the elite Jonin squads. The suggestion nearly made Fugaku spit out his tea. Around the room, several clan members shifted uncomfortably. That's impossible, he said, shaking his head repeatedly. The clan council would never approve of transferring the police force, it's a long-standing tradition. Then here's another approach, Masashi suggested. Instead of privatizing it, propose expanding its scale. Bring in the Hyuga, Aburame, and Inuzuka clans, and formalize the police force's responsibility for all public security in the village, except for secret agencies. This would allow the police force to broaden its jurisdiction. That's essentially the same thing, Fugaku responded, still shaking his head. So why ask me? Masashi threw up his hands. This isn't my area of expertise. He glanced around. Shisui was also present, sitting in a contemplative posture. Other active 3 Tomoe Sharingan users from the clan were also in attendance, but most of them seemed to be zoning out. It's the weekend, who wants to attend meetings? At least make them interesting. Shisui, what do you think? Fugaku looked expectantly at the clan's other rising star. I believe the police force should align closely with the Hokage's leadership, Shisui said diplomatically. At this time, the village's interests should take priority. Returning the police force to the village's control is a good idea. This was practically meaningless, worse than useless. At least Masashi had proposed a trade or expansion of authority. And neither of these young men seemed interested in vying for control of Root, likely unaware of its immense value. Forget it, Fugaku sighed. Perhaps this issue is too complex for you both. He looked at them. Shisui, you're in the Anbu. Focus on improving the Hokage's perception of our clan. As for you, Masashi. He paused thoughtfully. Remain in the police force and continue as usual. Don't slack on your training. Masashi and Shisui both nodded in agreement. There's one more matter, Orochimaru. The room instantly grew serious. Even the previously disinterested members straightened their postures. The third Hokage's influence complicates things, Shisui noted carefully. Several heads nodded in agreement. We must tread carefully, Fugaku added. The third Hokage is not Danzō. They had no choice but to be cautious. Orochimaru's fate was still unresolved. With Danzō dead, everyone had snapped out of their frenzied state and was now treading carefully when it came to Orochimaru. Hiruzen was still not someone to cross lightly. In this incident, his prestige remained intact. As a former Hokage and once the strongest individual in Hidden Leaf Village, no one wanted to provoke him over Orochimaru. A retired Hiruzen might not be much help, but he could certainly ruin someone's plans with ease. The old man's finesse far exceeded Danzo's. He could derail you and leave you speechless. Shishui, what's Orochimaru's status? He's still held in Anbu's internal prison, Shishui reported. Interrogation hasn't gone smoothly. Out of respect for the third Hokage, the Yamanaka clan hasn't been allowed to probe his mind. But we've obtained an important piece of intelligence. What intelligence? Fuki had a secret agreement with Root. They were supposed to meet monthly for handovers, but last month. Everyone immediately understood. This major incident had hit Root the hardest, essentially halting Hidden Leaf Village's foreign intelligence operations. All they could do now was ensure their agents' identities remained secret. Beyond that, they were powerless. What does the Hokage intend to do? Both the fourth and third Hokage agree, the collaboration cannot be interrupted. A highly capable Jonin must be sent to Hidden Mist Village to complete this month's handover. At this, Shishui looked at Masashi. Masashi, the Hokage specifically named you. Without the Flying Thunder God, there's no way to ensure the operative's safety. Me? Sure, I can do it, but... The Hokage classified this as an S-rank mission. Leave it to me. Because it was an S-rank mission, Masashi woke up super early the next day. Before dawn. He couldn't help it, after a year of not counting stacks of money, he got a little too excited. Since he woke up too early and the village gates weren't open yet, he had to cook breakfast for himself. That worked out fine, no need to snack on ration pills along the way. Ration pills were, after all, just a kind of dry food, and their taste? None whatsoever. After breakfast, he washed the dishes and found the timing just about right. He happily stepped out of his house. Once he passed through the village gates, Masashi immediately used the Flying Thunder God. This was to prevent anyone from tailing him. When Fuki first visited Hidden Leaf Village, he made a grand entrance. As part of a diplomatic delegation, he was treated to accommodations, food, and drinks along the way by the Land of Fire and Hidden Leaf Village, ensuring his journey was as comfortable as possible. That had been the Hidden Leaf Village way, treat anyone with money like a king, and they'd come back for more. Masashi wasn't so lucky. As his mission involved secret contact, he was all alone. Forget about inns or banquets, that was out of the question. His objective was Fuki himself. He remembered that this veteran Hidden Mist Village ninja was eventually killed by Kisame. The charge? Leaking information to the enemy. And there was no doubt who that enemy was, Hidden Leaf Village. What drove Fuki to do so was simple. He suspected something was off with the fourth Mizukage and decided to rely on Hidden Leaf Village's help to uncover the truth. Naturally, Hidden Leaf Village didn't want an unstable factor in their backyard, so the two sides quickly struck a deal. The payment? A hefty 1.5 billion ryo. Although only 1 billion made its way to them in the end, such a massive income made it entirely reasonable to provide some after-sales service. The issue was, while the Hokage building pocketed the payment, Masashi got stuck with the customer support. Had the Hokage building not designated this task as an S-rank mission, there's no way he would have accepted. Whoever negotiated the deal should handle the follow-up, that's the rule. It was clear that Minato was a man of principle, he even offered a generous mission reward. Taking this long-distance mission as an opportunity, Masashi also planned to extend the range of his Flying Thunder God marks. The Flying Thunder God allowed movement within the user's maximum sensory range. By setting up enough marks, one could travel freely within the designated area. For example, Minato's marks spanned the Land of Fire and its allied territories, forming a comprehensive network. This allowed him to appear in any corner of these lands in the shortest time possible, earning him the title Yellow Flash. Masashi's network was much smaller, covering only two areas, the territory of Hidden Leaf Village and the route he took to the Land of Hot Water. With this journey, his network would start extending southward. A day later, after crossing most of the Land of Fire, Masashi reached the southeastern border and entered familiar territory. The southeastern region was a peninsula extending from the mainland. The Land of Fire occupied about one-third of its center, while the south belongs to a nation called the Land of Tea, which took up nearly half of the peninsula. Although he wasn't familiar with the Land of Tea, the name intrigued him. He planned to investigate one day, what if it hid some behind-the-scenes boss that threatened the entire shinobi world? For the sake of world peace, he had to eliminate such a potential threat on behalf of the ancestor of Chakra. To the east was the smallest nation. This was the Land of Whirlpools, the original homeland of the Uzumaki clan. The country still existed, but Hidden Eddy Village had been wiped out years ago, destroyed by Kiri's ninja army and probably others too. Still, the Land of Whirlpools remained a buffer zone between the Land of Fire and Water. During the Third Great Ninja War, Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Mist Village ninjas clashed here. Beyond the Land of Whirlpools lay a series of islands forming the Land of Water's perimeter. Cross those islands, and you would reach the Land of Water's mainland, The location of Kiri. Despite its reputation as a den of horror known as the Bloody Mist, Masashi actually felt quite fond of it. He had many old friends there. He missed them. After finishing business with Fuki, he planned to ask if they could arrange a gathering, call up the old friends, share some drinks, and bury the hatchet. Mostly, he wanted to clear things up with Mai. After setting up several flying thunder god marks in the land of whirlpools, Masashi reached its eastern coast and entered the water, using the water shockwave as his transportation to approach the islands. Originally a combat jutsu for maneuvering freely in water and dragging opponents underwater to suffocate, this water technique, favored by Tobirama, also made an excellent travel tool, far quicker than a boat. Finally, he landed on the land of water's mainland. The environment was worlds apart from the land of fire. Even on the outer edges of the mainland, the mist was thick. Though its rainfall didn't rival the land of rains, the high humidity and lower temperatures defined its climate. After roughly determining Kiri's direction, Masashi continued forward, all while adding more flying thunder god marks. Who knows? Future business opportunities in the land of water might arise. It'd be convenient to have those marks ready. As he ventured deeper, the mist grew so dense that ordinary people could no longer rely on sight to navigate. He was closing in on Kiri. The village's name stemmed from this natural phenomenon. Though the mist posed no obstacle to him, he activated his Sharingan for added caution. He moved with care, minimizing the noise of his movements. This was familiar territory. Before long, he detected chakra signatures emerging from the mist. His presence had triggered the village's sensory barriers, a key part of Kiri's defenses. Soon, Hidden Mist Village Ninja began heading in his direction. Chapter 51, Standards of Excellence, Bonus. Masashi sensed the approaching Hidden Mist Village ninjas. None of them had chakra levels that matched Fuki. These people weren't his mission goal, so he decided to observe them first. He concealed himself. In no time, a large group of Hidden Mist Village ninjas arrived at the location, radiating killing intent. Where is he? No one's here. Again, no one? The sensor reported movement here, one of the scouts called out, scanning the area with narrowed eyes. Spread out. Check everything, the leader commanded. They're telegraphing their intentions, Masashi thought as the group of Hidden Mist Village ninjas practically turned the ground over in their search but found nothing. Forget it, probably just an animal setting off the trap, muttered the team leader. He seemed to be in a hurry. Be ready, our target will be here soon. The Hidden Mist Village ninja's eyes gleamed sharply. This time, we must kill that woman and avenge our fallen comrades. He declared vehemently, waving his hand to signal the group to move out. What if she brings backup? One of his subordinates asked. The captain's lips curved into a cruel smile. She trusts us. Hidden Sand Village's guarantee ensures it. But just a few minutes later, the same Hidden Mist Village ninjas came back again. After another round of checking with no results, they finally relaxed a bit and left once more. Hidden in the water, his technique perfectly masking his presence, Masashi couldn't even be bothered to mock them anymore. Their repeated searches were becoming almost comical. Hidden Mist Village ninjas and their flair for drama. Oh well, might as well wait, they'd probably come back another 1 or 2 times. Sure enough, as he lay concealed in the water, he watched the group of Hidden Mist Village ninjas coming and going, wasting a good amount of time. Their patterns were predictable, their movements betraying their inexperience with actual stealth operations. If he hadn't had more pressing matters to attend to, he would have taught them how to do it correctly. Finally, the Hidden Mist Village ninjas were done with their antics and rushed off in a specific direction. This time, it looked genuine. No more acting. Their chakra signatures had shifted from performative to focused intent. Judging from their earlier words, it seemed they were in a hurry to deal with someone. Masashi emerged from the water, dispelling his technique. The direction the Hidden Mist Village ninjas had gone was exactly where he had entered this area. There was a valley there. Using the Flying Thunder God, he disappeared from his spot. After a few relocations, he appeared at a high vantage point overlooking the valley. The terrain provided perfect sight lines while offering multiple escape routes if needed. It wasn't that he wanted to meddle, but Fuki had previously been in contact with members of Harut. Those meeting points always had personnel stationed, but the location he checked earlier was empty, with no signals left behind. This made him suspect that Fuki might have already been eliminated. Crouching on the cliff, he waited. Soon, the same group of Hidden Mist Village ninjas arrived. The team leader signaled, and they hid themselves on both sides of the valley walls, their deployment speaking of careful preparation. Even Masashi's side wasn't spared, with some Hidden Mist Village ninjas moving to hide nearby. Unfortunately for them, before they could issue any warning, he swiftly took them out. One was left alive. Masashi grabbed him by the neck, activated his Sharingan, and hypnotized him. Tell me what you know about Fuki. Dead. Eliminated last month. The ninja's voice was distant, trapped in a Ganjutsu. And your current mission? Bakura. Hidden Sand Village's betrayal. Agreement. Under his control, the Hidden Mist Village ninja spilled everything. The first was bad news. Fuki had indeed been eliminated last month. Well, there went the money. This trip was a bust. But perhaps not entirely, as the second piece of news was much more intriguing. The Hidden Mist Village ninjas were preparing an ambush for an old enemy, Bakura of the Scorch style. This was part of an agreement between Hidden Sand Village and Kiri. As for the details of the agreement, the Hidden Mist Village ninja didn't know, only that Hidden Sand Village had sent Bakura over to be killed. Frowning, he snapped the ninja's neck, placed the body aside, and began to think. His memory of Bakura was vague. He only recalled that she had been betrayed by Hidden Sand Village's leadership for the sake of the village's interests. It sounded absurd, but in the shinobi world, it was quite normal. In the era of nations with their own hidden villages, ninja clans with bloodline limits seemed cursed, targeted constantly, and their numbers dwindled faster than in the Warring States period. The Uchiha clan, for example, was wiped out by Hidden Leaf Village's leadership in the original timeline. And this wasn't unique to Hidden Sand Village or Hidden Leaf Village. Kiri's clans with bloodline limits would also be exterminated in waves, though Obito played a part in that. Even so, the Hidden Mist Village ninjas seemed enthusiastic about the task. As for Bakura's Scorch style, it wasn't a clan-based bloodline limit. It seemed she was the only one in Hidden Sand Village with this ability, making her a rare and valuable asset. What kind of benefit could possibly be so great that Hidden Sand Village would give up such a resource to Kiri? It was incomprehensible. He decided to investigate. If it really was Bakura, he'd simply rescue her. If Hidden Sand Village didn't want her, the police force could use her. His clan members would respect his decision. Bakura wasn't weak, after all. And she wouldn't want to return to a village that had sold her out. Masashi repositioned himself on the cliff and activated his Sharingan, ready to observe. Not long after, someone approached from the other end of the valley. It was a woman dressed in eye-catching attire. Her most prominent feature was her ample chest. Below, her long legs were sleek and well-shaped, her waist slim, and her hips curvy. Her hair color was rather unconventional, giving her an exotic beauty. Her nose was sharp, and her eyes were cold. Though, for sheer size, Tsunade still held the crown. As Masashi's thoughts wandered, the Hidden Mist Village ninja captain greeted the approaching figure with a friendly smile. "May I ask, are you Bakura?" "Yes." The woman nodded. "I am Bakura." Seeing the Hidden Mist Village ninja welcoming her, she thought little of them. She'd eliminated countless weaklings like these, none of whom posed a threat to her. "I am here to guide you. The mist here is thick and full of traps," the captain said dutifully. "Please stay close to me. You're too kind." Representing Hidden Sand Village in forming friendly ties with Kiri, Bakura maintained a polite smile. She walked toward the captain, who had already turned around. However, she didn't notice the hatred in his eyes as he turned away. So, just as she moved alongside the captain, she was attacked. The Hidden Mist Village ninjas, raised under the 3rd Mizukage's Bloody Mist policy, excelled at sudden knife attacks, the best in the shinobi world. Realizing the danger, she reacted quickly, but the captain had timed his strike perfectly, wounding her with a kunai. Though the wound wasn't deep, it had successfully injured her. Feel the pain our comrades endured when they were slaughtered. The captain swiftly retreated, unwilling to face Bakura's Scorch style head-on. His attack was the signal. Shuriken flew in volleys from one side of the valley. The captain initially smiled, then frowned. Why only one side? Where were the others? Even so, it was enough to trouble her. The kunai was poisoned. Despite Hidden Sand Village's expertise with toxins, Bakura herself wasn't a poison specialist. Worse, the poison on the captain's kunai was custom-made and not easily countered. The toxin slowed her nerves. Despite her efforts to evade, over a dozen shuriken hit her back. None were ordinary, they all carried poison. She fell to the ground with a thud, paralyzed. Unless someone intervened, her decapitation was certain. The captain smiled. Though part of his team hadn't attacked, Bakura had fallen, and his vengeance was complete. He was so ecstatic he nearly howled at the sky. But his joy was short-lived. A massive fireball lit up his face, roaring past with devastating force and exploding against the cliff, instantly killing several Hidden Mist Village ninjas. The heat was intense enough to vaporize the moisture in the air, creating a temporary clear zone in the mist. Before the captain could react, a figure swooped in, hoisted Bakura onto their shoulder, and bolted. The movement was so swift it seemed like they'd teleported. On Earth, all ball games have standardized sizes for their balls. This ensures fair competition. Otherwise, the varying sizes would severely affect performance. Having been hit in the face by balls more than once, Masashi found himself pondering this principle of standardization. He had picked her up the wrong way. Not that he minded. In his first round of life, carrying all kinds of women, he had never encountered a situation like this before. Kunoichi of the Warring States period had maintained strict standards. So why, after the establishment of the one nation, one village system, did so many female ninjas seem to abandon such uniformity? Was it the middle-class lifestyle? The expanded dating pool causing genetic diversity? Take Tsunoda's transformation from modest to impressive without marriage. Was this another example of how peacetime prosperity changed ninja society? Realizing his thoughts had wandered into inappropriate territory during a rescue, he decided not to pursue this line of thinking further. Better to focus on the task at hand. Chakra signatures ahead. 6. No, 7 hidden mist village ninjas. Through his Sharingan, Masashi spotted the approaching squad on the cliff. Their formation suggested they were hunting rather than patrolling. His hands moved swiftly through the seals: snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. The chakra molded perfectly in his lungs. After blasting away the hidden mist village ninjas appearing on a cliff with a great fireball, he used the flying thunder god to swiftly pick up Pakura, teleporting away in an instant. The massive sphere of flames illuminated the cliff face, forcing the hidden mist village ninjas to scatter. When it came to unrelated individuals, he avoided unnecessary killing. Moreover, Kiri's pond was valuable to Masashi, a sustainable resource worth preserving, including its fish. Don't let them escape. A voice echoed from behind as they vanished. The cries of the hidden mist village ninjas quickly faded from his ears. On the journey, all obstacles came solely from Pakura. After being smacked in the face repeatedly, Masashi finally escaped from the valley where hidden mist village was located, running far away. His movements were precise despite the awkward burden. You picked a fine time to need rescuing, he muttered to his unconscious cargo. The flying thunder god couldn't stop the two balls from falling and swinging freely. They even fought each other. Nature's forces truly were infinite. So, mid-flight, he had no choice but to adjust her position. Much better. Eventually, Masashi arrived at a relatively dry cave. He had prepared the spot earlier by setting up a flying thunder god seal and roasting the space with fire jutsu. His Sharingan swept the perimeter, confirming no unwanted visitors. It was perfect for a temporary rest. As for wild animals, don't be ridiculous. The shinobi world has no animal protection laws. In fact, eliminating wild beasts was often a low-level mission for Chunin. In the cave, he laid the unconscious Pakura on a hay pile. After examining her, he confirmed she had been really poisoned. He gave her a universal antidote developed by the Nara clan to sustain her condition. Then he got up, took out his sealing scroll, and retrieved camping equipment like a tent. Once everything was set up, Pakura already looked healthier. Kiri's poisons were weak. When it came to toxins, Hidden Sand Village was unmatched. The only person who ever surpassed Sun in poison mastery was Hanzo of the Salamander from Hidden Rain Village. Pakura was still unconscious, so he squatted next to her. His Sharingan traced the flow of chakra through her system, monitoring the antidote's progress. Although the antidote had helped, it likely wasn't fully effective, and the poison wasn't entirely neutralized. No big deal, she could deal with it herself when she woke up. After some thought, he decided to clean himself up. One misstep had ended up covering him in mud. Even half his shoulder was caked in it. Despite his current appearance, he was a very clean person. He had chosen this cave for a reason. It was not only secluded but also spacious enough. After cleaning and drying it, the natural depressions inside could even serve as a bath. Gathering some firewood, he lit a fire and went inside to bathe. Fire and water, truly the best ninjutsu for both combat and everyday life. Once finished, he rinsed the mud from his clothes with water and dried them with fire before putting them back on and returning to the tent. Pakura's breathing was steady. Her chakra patterns have changed. She's awake. Hey, wake up, Masashi called. Pakura kept sleeping. Masashi felt insulted. Did she doubt his professional skills? Did she think he couldn't tell whether someone was awake just by looking at their chakra? Fine. Rolling up his sleeves, cloth in hand, he began wiping Pakura down. He had tolerated her being covered in mud for too long. Sneak attack? Impossible. After the Third Great Ninja War, no hidden mist village ninja could ambush him. Pakura's scorch style could never match the speed of his ice. That said, even as he wiped her down, he avoided inappropriate areas. Touching her unnecessarily while she was immobile? He wasn't that kind of person. Such behavior was an insult to his standing. If anything, he considered himself polite for not making a crude comment like, do it yourself. Back in the day, he had been quite the charmer among kunoichi. Though he never understood why things never worked out in the end. They even called him a scumbag. How had matters of love turned into accusations of scumminess? Women's hearts were like the depths of the ocean. After finishing, Masashi couldn't ignore the mud left on two particular areas. Torn between his OCD and the risk of being labeled creepy, he chose to address the OCD. If he cleaned everything but left that bit behind, it would drive him crazy. Fortunately, he had a solution. With the precise control of his Sharingan and exceptional chakra manipulation, he used wind to generate a stable airflow. This lifted the cloth, which he maneuvered toward the two peaks. In terms of fire, water, and wind, he preferred not to rely on fixed techniques for wind. Instead, he embraced its natural properties. His wind style resembled the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan. This skill was honed during his first life, thanks to a certain Hyuga princess. Although that slap hurt, it left his face swollen for a month. Why did she use gentle fist for a slap? Wasn't she worried about hurting him? His mind was drifting again. With this technique, though he failed to replicate the string-manipulated shuriken technique using wind, cleaning up was easy. Quickly and precisely, the cloth moved, enveloped, and spun. Beautifully executed. He tossed the cloth aside, leaving it be. Settling down by the fire, he snacked on some rations. Soldier pills were made from ordinary food ingredients mixed with special additives, designed for quick digestion and energy replenishment. High-quality pills were better balanced and harmless to the body. Ultimately, they were food, not medicine. But they tasted awful. Masashi had once tried to create his own recipe. The result? Even worse. Since then, he stuck to the standard issue from his clan. Behind him came a noise. Finally dropping the act. Turning, he saw Pakura sitting up, staring at him. Her eyes were sharp, assessing, already calculating possible escape routes and combat scenarios. "Why did you save me?" she asked. Though aware he had rescued her and likely meant no harm, she still needed to discern his intentions. After all, there were no identifying marks on him. "Because I can," Masashi replied reflexively, slipping into his usual persona. Seeing her reaction, he quickly apologized. "Sorry, force of habit. Wrong context." He stood, activating his Sharingan. "Member of the police force, Masashi. I've long admired your reputation, Pakura of the Scorch style." Hearing his name and seeing his Sharingan, Pakura was startled. Her posture shifted subtly from defensive to respectful. "No, the admiration is mine." As someone essentially part of Hidden Sand Village's upper echelon, she understood the kind of figure standing before her. "Thank you for saving me." Chapter 52, Old Friends, New Games. "No need to thank me yet," Masashi waved his hand dismissively, ignoring the wary reaction his words triggered. His Sharingan caught the slight tension in her shoulders as he voiced the question that had been bothering him for a while. "I'm just curious, how exactly did you get yourself caught like that?" He genuinely couldn't understand it. Wasn't she supposed to be one of Hidden Sand Village's elites? How could she be taken down so easily? Granted, elite fighters don't always fall in dramatic fashion, but this was just too simple. Pakura was momentarily stunned. Her first instinct had been to assume Masashi had ulterior motives for saving her. Why would a Hidden Leaf Village ninja help her without wanting something in return? But this question? That was what he wanted to ask. "I was representing my village to negotiate a friendship treaty with Kiri," she explained. She offered this critical piece of information because he had saved her, and she too harbored doubts about the situation. This was a matter of great importance, after all. During the Third Great Ninja War, Hidden Sand Village had allied with Hidden Leaf Village to concentrate its forces on countering Hidden Stones Village's invasion. However, alliances between villages were always tenuous at best. The third Raikage had died in an ambush orchestrated by Hidden Stones Village, yet if the circumstances demanded it, Hidden Clouds Village wouldn't hesitate to ally with Hidden Stones Village anyway. Power shifted like desert sands in their world. Even the life of a Kage was expendable in the grand scheme of things. Despite the fourth Raikage's seething hatred for the third Sushi Kage, it hadn't escalated into outright war. Pakura had always distanced herself from such village politics, preferring to remain uninvolved. But in this instance, she'd been far too detached. "Yeah, I figured as much." Masashi nodded. "I hypnotized a Hidden Mist Village ninja earlier, and he said you were a bargaining chip for the alliance." Pakura didn't respond. Her hands clenched briefly before relaxing. She wasn't naive. She'd understood the moment she was ambushed. Her desire to stay above it all had ultimately left her isolated. For a fleeting moment, she considered returning to her village to confront Raza, but she quickly dismissed such a childish notion. She understood him well enough. His sole focus was on revitalizing Hidden Sand Village, and to achieve that, he was determined to implement a strategy prioritizing elite forces. This must have been the Elder's decision. After the third Kazekage's death, the village had entered an era where the Kazekage shared decision-making power with the Elders. Whether Raza had agreed to this particular decision no longer mattered. "By the way, aren't you going to treat your wounds?" Masashi reminded her. I wiped some of the blood earlier, but some spots are still bleeding. He had removed the 10 or so shuriken lodged in her body while repositioning her earlier. He'd treated her wounds as best as he could on the move, but his methods were temporary. Sure enough, the bleeding had resumed. Your poison is tricky. My antidote doesn't quite match up, so you'll have to handle it yourself. After some thought, he added, my suggestion? Let's team up for now. I've got a mission in this area, and 2 people working together can watch each other's backs. Pakura, no fool, understood his underlying meaning. He wants something from me, but right now, I need him too. Thank you. You're welcome. Go rest in the tent and treat your wounds properly. With that, he lay down on a pile of hay and began to rest. Pakura was likely wrestling with complex emotions, but the more conflicted she felt, the better. Kunoichi, generally proud and self-reliant, required a delicate approach. To handle them, one needed to be firm but not overly domineering, to show respect and concern. Most importantly, one had to subtly create an atmosphere of dependency. Don't ask why. It was just the right rhythm. When the time was right, strike decisively. When the moment felt natural, bold actions came off as earnest rather than pushy. Building rapport between men and women, whether romantic or platonic, required avoiding obsequiousness. People instinctively despised sycophants. Mutual respect was essential for meaningful connections. Reflecting on his past experiences, he felt a bit nostalgic. Smiling to himself, he turned over and drifted to sleep. Behind him, Pakura watched for a long moment before quietly entering the tent. Before long, the sounds of her moving around echoed from within. On the haystack, Masashi smirked and finally rested in earnest. He was confident that Pakura would eventually join the police force. No clan would turn down a chance to gain another bloodline user. The night passed in silence, broken only by the crackling campfire. The following morning, Masashi was fully prepared before dawn. He wasn't someone who gave up easily. So what if Fuki was dead? Hidden Mist Village had plenty of other avenues he could exploit. At the very least, Mai was a promising candidate. Kiri's chaotic future was undoubtedly tied to its internal dissent against the 4th Mizukage's policies, prompting Obito to eliminate his political enemies in the most brutal way. But Masashi wasn't about to let anyone disrupt his carefully managed plans. It was time to visit some old friends. Behind him, the tent opened, and Pakura stepped out. How's your recovery? Masashi turned to face her. She seemed fine on the surface. Chakra granted humans extraordinary capabilities. For ninjas, who excelled at harnessing this energy, even severe injuries could be swiftly mitigated. Unless it involved missing limbs or similarly grave damage, a strong jonin like Pakura could recover from superficial wounds in a single night. Don't worry. I'm fine. I won't slow you down. Good. Then let's head out. Where to? Pakura asked, suspecting he was up to no good. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Back to Kiri, to meet some old friends. You realize that after what happened yesterday, the Hidden Mist Village ninjas are likely hunting us. And you're on a secret mission, aren't you? Your contacts are compromised. Not compromised at all. He's dead. So, he can't betray me, Masashi corrected her. And as for my old friends, we're on very good terms. They'll be thrilled to see me. With that, he extended his hand. Give me your hand. Though confused, Pakura complied out of basic trust. She placed her hand on his. In a flash, they vanished from the cave. For Pakura, it felt like a momentary whirlwind. When she regained her bearings, she and Masashi stood on a hill. Not far ahead on the plains, a group of Hidden Mist Village ninjas was charging forward at full speed. Hidden Mist Village was in chaos. Many shinobi were moving about because the mission to kill Pakura had unexpectedly failed. Moreover, she had been rescued. Captain, over here. A shinobi called out, kneeling beside one of the fallen. The team sent on the mission found the bodies of their comrades. Preliminary analysis revealed that they had been instantaneously killed by a massive force while gathered together. Only one corpse showed signs of a broken neck, likely from interrogation. Someone knew exactly how to kill them, the captain muttered, examining the precise nature of the wounds. No wasted movement, no unnecessary damage. The enemy was undoubtedly a top-tier shinobi, someone of Jonin level or higher. Having such an individual infiltrate their homeland was something Hidden Mist Village couldn't tolerate. They had to capture the perpetrator. We should deploy all available forces. And leave our borders undefended? That's exactly what they want. This was just a Jonin. Hidden Mist Village had its own elite, after all. However, the indecision in the Mizukage Tower was causing unrest among the notoriously irritable Hidden Mist Village shinobi. The majority of those gathering were non-clan ninjas from the village, while the clans had other concerns. Kiri's Bloody Mist policy was deeply unpopular among clan ninjas. The emphasis on an elite-focused strategy reduced the scale of their ninja forces, significantly increasing the danger for clan ninjas on the battlefield. These clans observed the shifting dynamics of ninja clans across the continent. While clan shinobi excelled in solo combat due to their diverse abilities, their small numbers and the high cost of nurturing elite ninjas were significant drawbacks. This was especially true for clans with bloodline limits. Awakening a bloodline limit was a challenging hurdle, and losing such users was a painful blow. During the second Mizukage's reign, the Hazuki clan was Kirai's leading powerhouse. However, the first Great Ninja War devastated the clan, nearly wiping out a generation. They were still recovering. Now, the Hazuki clan was merely on par with clans like the Yuki, who were once second tier. The clans had not forgotten the lessons of the past, fueling their dissatisfaction. In the Third Great Ninja War, bloodline clans felt even more embittered because of a certain Uchiha who could steal bloodline limit abilities. While he was only confirmed to have copied abilities involving fire, water, and wind, who knew if that was just the tip of the iceberg? The latest infiltrator bore combat signs similar to this white ghost. According to reports, he had even intercepted Hidden Leaf Village's rampaging Ninetales at his doorstep. If true, this meant the white ghost was now a bona fide Kage-level threat, even more dangerous than before. Search missions? Let someone else handle it, was the prevailing thought among the clan members. Meanwhile, resentment toward the Mizukage was growing. He had promised to abolish the policies of the third Mizukage before taking office, but now it seemed those policies were intensifying. The younger generation, however, was discussing other matters in secret. In a hidden chamber beneath one of Kirai's abandoned buildings, moisture dripping from stalactites provided natural cover for conversations. Two young individuals were meeting. "Can you confirm it?" asked a young man with white hair tied in a vertical braid, a bandage around his neck, and sharp, shark-like teeth. "No," replied a girl with long, wavy auburn hair, her eyes scanning the shadows. "But I hope it's him. The pattern matches. Fugi was likely discovered and killed. What's your side saying?" "Ah. Zabuza's getting nervous now. His faith is shaken." Despite his sharp teeth, Mangetsu's appearance was otherwise handsome. "My, you're not in love with the white ghost, are you? Anyone shows up, and you assume it's him? Sure, he's strong, but he wouldn't come to the land of water alone, would he? Stop joking, Mangetsu." Mai frowned, her fingers curling into a fist. Just because he didn't steal the Hazuki clan's Hazuki clan hydrification jutsu last time doesn't mean he won't next time. Don't be careless. Even if he did, it wouldn't matter. Mangetsu smirked. Our clan studied his techniques. He's more interested in abilities like yours. So, why did you call me here today? The Mizukage Tower remained silent. I suspect Fugi was right, something might have happened to the fourth Mizukage. And if he's right? Are you planning to confront the fourth Mizukage? With all due respect, I think you'd be killed on the spot. No. He is no longer trustworthy. We should continue Fugi's strategy and send someone to contact Hidden Leaf Village. Hidden Leaf Village shinobi won't act in our interests. It'll turn us into the village of fools, not the village of the bloody mist. Mangetsu shrugged. He didn't trust outsiders, hardly anyone in Kirai, except a few, Mai included. Anyway, what's your clan decided? Mai asked. The old men believe it's the white ghost and won't act. And you? Hee hee. Mangetsu chuckled darkly. I'll go, of course. Since when have I followed their orders? I'm taking Zabuza and Amiri with me. Then I'll join. If he's provoked too much, the white ghost will start a massacre. Mai asked, when do you leave? Later. The old men are watching closely. The two parted ways after making arrangements, melting into different shadows of the underground chamber. While Kirai's factions were embroiled in chaos, the notorious Masashi, much maligned by the Hidden Mist Village shinobi, was playing a game of cat and mouse with his pursuers. His version of hide-and-seek was explosive. Maintain formation. A squad leader shouted as shadows flickered through the mist. Don't let him separate us. As a fire jutsu sent a group of Hidden Mist Village shinobi fleeing in disarray, the inferno illuminating the mist in brilliant orange, Masashi reappeared elsewhere with Bakura in tow. I don't understand what you're doing, Bakura remarked, frowning as he released her hand. This is just wasting chakra. What's the point? It's fine, Masashi replied confidently. I'll recover quickly. I'm just letting an old friend know I'm here. Old friends, who were also old enemies. He wasn't about to let Obito get too comfortable in Kirai. Even if Masashi couldn't completely derail his plans, he'd make sure to disrupt them. Your old friend is your enemy, isn't he? Bakura said flatly. I hope you know what you're doing. Relax. This is under control. Masashi grinned. By the end, the Hidden Mist Village shinobi will escort us out with a grand farewell. Chapter 53, Flames Around the Bonfire. Bonus, the Land of Water, with its mountains and waters, was shrouded in mist year-round. From a distance, the layers of mountains appear lush and green, with mist swirling atop their peaks, mountain after mountain, mist upon mist. The densely layered mountains revealed no trace of villages or rice fields. They resembled drunk old men, wobbling unsteadily. But as one approached and stood at the foot of the mountains, their true form was revealed, chaotic, grand, and peculiar. Looking up, the mountains seemed to merge with the sky, and the sky with the mountains. Surrounded on all sides, one could easily lose their sense of direction. In this environment, the Hidden Mist Village ninjas developed a combat style vastly different from that of mainland shinobi. Even in war, it was rare to see them launch a full-on frontal assault. Their mainstream tactics were probing, maneuvering, exchanging information, finding weaknesses, and ambushes. Patience was a virtue of the Hidden Mist Village ninjas. Masashi was familiar with their style and understood the general shortcomings of them. Their lack of skill in direct assaults also meant they lacked resilience for secondary attacks. Thus, he could often easily defeat them, though he deliberately held back from lethal force. After multiple encounters, he noticed he hadn't seen a single shinobi from the ninja clans. The pattern was too consistent to be coincidental. It seemed that internal divisions were beginning to surface within Kiri. Normally, if a foreign elite ninja infiltrated their territory, the clan shinobi would be the first to act. For high-ranking shinobi, their bodies themselves are treasures. When the Hidden Stones Village ninjas killed the third Raikage, Hidden Clouds Village didn't wage full-scale war on Hidden Stones Village because the latter returned the Raikage's body untouched. Aside from this, ninja clan members with superior individual combat abilities were better suited to intercepting high-level threats. The absence of Hidden Mist Village ninja clans despite knowing a foreign elite ninja was present could only mean their conflicts with the Mizukage's administration were becoming apparent. Once tensions erupted, it would usher in the most brutal era of the Bloody Mist. This reasoning was clear, but in his memory, several of his old friends were not the type to quietly accept family arrangements. Hidden Mist Village has been deploying more and more troops, Bakura remarked to him from a mountain slope, watching the ninjas vanish into the fog. The two had just finished a ration pill break when the Hidden Mist Village ninjas found them again. Though they repelled the attacks with ease, the frequency of encounters was increasing. They're learning. But not fast enough, Masashi noted, scanning the mist with his Sharingan. We can't keep this up forever, Bakura pointed out, checking their dwindling supplies. By now, she knew that Masashi possessed a space-time ninjutsu that allowed him to escape and circle elements instantly. But against an entire village, they couldn't keep playing cat and mouse forever. The Hidden Mist Village ninjas were gradually restricting their range of activity. Yeah, it's definitely increasing, Masashi replied. Where are you, Obito? Obito had yet to show himself, nor had the old friends. If there was any progress, it was that he had fully laid the Flying Thunder God pathway to Kiri. But if this stalemate continued, he'd have to consider leaving. After all, their ration pills were running out. Let's wait one more time, he calculated the frequency of the Hidden Mist Village ninja appearances. If they still don't show up, we'll officially retreat. For now, let's move outward. Alright, Bakura agreed with a nod. The two had avoided lethal force during this time, and the Hidden Mist Village ninjas, understanding this signal, mostly engaged them with a just-doing-the-job attitude. Not every Hidden Mist Village ninja held grudges against the White Ghost or Bakura. As Masashi and Bakura began moving outward, someone observing in secret grew anxious. Leaving so soon? From a tree, Zetsu poked its head out. In the distance, Masashi and Bakura were little more than dots on the horizon. From a bird's eye view, countless black dots, Hidden Mist Village ninja, were closing in on their position, attempting to intercept the two. But against the Flying Thunder God, such attempts were futile. The greatest strength of the technique was granting its user complete control over their battlefield movements, freedom to come and go as they pleased. In combat, it enabled both offense and defense. In Zetsu's vision, the Hidden Mist Village ninja barely had a chance to glimpse Masashi before he used the Flying Thunder God to vanish with Bakura. The plan is a complete failure. He mused. Obito had visited Hidden Leaf Village and returned badly injured, his hatred for Masashi reaching unprecedented levels. This time, Zetsu had known Masashi was the intruder and had hoped to trap him. However, Obito wanted the Hidden Mist Village ninjas to capture or kill him, using this as a pretext to attack Hidden Leaf Village and incite further chaos. Destroying the Uchiha had always been the goal. While Hidden Leaf Village's political environment had changed, the conflict between ninja villages and clans hadn't disappeared. But the current situation left him thinking this operation had been a disaster. The White Ghost's reputation would likely haunt the Hidden Mist Village ninjas as a nightmare. Killing would only bring hatred, but overwhelming the Hidden Mist Village ninjas so completely would shatter their morale. Many shared Zetsu sentiment. As Masashi moved outward, Mangekyō, Mai, Zabuza, and Amiri also sprang into action. After the death of Fuki, the previous generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen was wiped out. Following Kisame's defection with the same Oda, the village had hurriedly assigned Mangekyō, Zabuza, and Amiri as successors to their respective swords. These 3 were the only remaining members of the current generation of 7 swordsmen. The group headed to intercept Masashi. They acted independently of the other Hidden Mist Village ninjas. Mai, perhaps, was an exception, but Mangekyō had outright snuck out. Their destination was a coastal area where Masashi had reportedly first landed. Both the Flying Thunder God and the Edo Tensei had been battlefield legends since Obirama's era. Veteran ninja clans knew them well. Intercepting a Flying Thunder God user with numbers alone was futile. If this ninja also had plenty of chakra, it was better to give up. At the coastline, the group began their vigil. Waves crashed against the rocks, filling the air with the sound of water. Each ninja checked their gear. By nightfall, they lit a bonfire. With Masashi's pride, he would undoubtedly approach if he saw the fire. Zabuza and Amiri, unfamiliar with him, were skeptical but didn't oppose the plan. To Mangekyō and Mai, however, Masashi was even more arrogant than his clan. As night fell, the fire drove away some of the cold. Each of the 4 stared at the ever-changing flames, lost in thought. Suddenly, Mangekyō grinned. "He is here." The others followed his gaze to the east. A faint silhouette emerged from the shadows. Zabuza reversed his grip on the executioner's blade, his expression devoid of anger, desire, or any discernible emotion. His gaze was hollow. A young man skilled in silent killing techniques and water jutsu, Zabuza had already become one of Kiri's most elite ninja. Most of his enemies lost their lives before even sensing his presence. When he acted, he concealed all traces of his existence with precision, including his emotions. Yet, sweat glistened on his forehead, not out of effort, but fear, a physical reaction triggered by shock. Zabuza could see the figure standing in the shadows but could not sense their presence. His grip tightened on the executioner's blade, muscles tensing involuntarily. Even in Kiri, those who mastered silent killing to this extent were exceedingly rare. The person before him was a level above. In contrast, Amiri appeared far more spirited. The girl gripped her lightning blades tightly, her face brimming with excitement. Mai, however, was tense. Of everyone present, she had the most encounters with Masashi and could sense the difference. On the other hand, Mangekyō carried the twins' word casually over his shoulder, exuding an air of nonchalance. Glancing at the shadowed figure, he spoke with mild annoyance. "Hey, you're acting pretty high and mighty these days, aren't you?" "Not at all." The man stepped out from the darkness. The firelight illuminated his face. Though he wore neither a Hidden Leaf Village forehead protector nor the standard attire of Hidden Leaf Village shinobi, the Sharingan in his eyes left no doubt about his identity. The White Ghost. Known for his water mastery bordering on the absurd and his merciless efficiency in taking the lives of Hidden Mist Village ninjas, the White Ghost's name struck fear across the battlefield. During the Third Great Ninja War, whenever the Hidden Mist Village ninjas saw towering waves ahead, they knew the White Ghost was leading the charge. Those with advanced bloodline limits would immediately retreat. The silent killing jutsu, the Hidden Mist jutsu, boil style, ice style, any one of these techniques could serve as the cornerstone of a formidable organization. No matter how prosperous Hidden Mist Village was, they couldn't afford such devastation. The last time the White Ghost infiltrated, thousands of Hidden Mist Village ninjas chased him in vain. Later analysis revealed they weren't even his first victims. Hidden Leaf Village itself had suffered prior. The Flying Thunder God was a secret technique of the Hokage lineage, not taught to Uchiha. It had to have been stolen. For a brief moment, some in Hidden Mist Village considered reaching out to the Uchiha clan, proposing that the White Ghost join their village. The feud between the Uchiha clan and the Hokage's leadership wasn't exactly a secret. Developing an Uchiha branch in Hidden Mist Village seemed like a strategic move. After all, they were all ancient clans with a tradition of diversifying their investments. Rumor even had it that the White Ghost was a notorious flirt, and the Kunoichi of the Land of Water were famously alluring. Mai was both beautiful and powerful, a perfect match. Such rumors gained traction, and her suitors vanished overnight, fearing the White Ghost might arrive on their doorstep demanding more jutsu. Mai was livid. So, upon seeing him finally appear, she skipped the pleasantries and cut straight to the point. "Are you here to meet Fuki?" Mai, still so impatient. Masashi chuckled. From a certain perspective, Mai was one of his benefactors. Though she might disagree with that assessment. Although he accidentally tore her clothes once, that had truly been an accident, she'd been running too fast. He always treated his benefactors with familial warmth. Unfortunately, far too many people misunderstood him. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but touch his face. How many slaps had he endured in his first playthrough? This time around, only one. Mise. Why are you alone? She noticed his gesture and felt a wave of satisfaction. Where's the person you rescued, Bakura? Bakura? Who's that? Masashi feigned ignorance. He hadn't brought Bakura along precisely to avoid complications. Don't play dumb. That's between Hidden Sand Village and us, Mai retorted. She's not from Hidden Leaf Village. Are you protecting her because you want her Scorch style? Oh, you mean Hidden Sand Village's Scorch style user? Masashi nodded casually. I saved her because it was convenient. Good deeds bring good karma. He raised his brows at her, a sly grin on his face. Remember, Mai, I saved you too. The other three turned their gazes to Mai in unison. Freezing me with ice before unfreezing me doesn't count as saving me. Mai fumed, holding back her anger. Let's get to the point. Are you here to meet Fuki or not? What happened then? Mangetsu suddenly chimed in. You two didn't really have something going on, did you? Nobody in Hidden Mist Village knew what transpired between Mai and the White Ghost back then. They only knew he emerged with mastery of boil style, blended seamlessly with water to wreak havoc. Normally, this would warrant interrogation to confirm whether he'd used seduction techniques. But Mai's backer was Elder Genji, so no one dared challenge her. Instead, the Hidden Mist Village forces concluded, White Ghost could copy bloodline limits. Nothing happened, Mai snapped, glaring daggers at Masashi. I just barely escaped being captured. Then, you're here for this mission, aren't you? Correct, Masashi admitted. But Fuki's death was unexpected. Kiri's succession methods were rough. So, you'll honor the agreement, right? Fuki's death was an accident, Mangetsu replied, his casual demeanor hardening slightly. But I personally see no need to continue. We can handle our own problems. Raise the price, and it's off the table. Mangetsu was cut short by Masashi's next words. If I told you your fourth Mizukage is under Genjutsu control, Masashi said with a smile, watching their reactions carefully, would you still be so confident? Chapter 54, From Hero to Zero 2. Even though such suspicions had crossed his mind, when faced with an Uchiha openly stating it, Mangetsu was momentarily stunned. A Jinchuriki under Genjutsu? Could it be true? Of course it could. Jinchuriki, due to their unstable mental states, were particularly susceptible to Genjutsu. The volatile chakra of their tailed beasts makes them especially vulnerable to external manipulation. Perfect Jinchuriki fared better, but even they weren't immune. If faced with a Genjutsu expert capable of subduing tailed beasts instantly, even a perfect Jinchuriki could fall before realizing it. This revelation perfectly explained Jaguar's abrupt personality shift. The pieces were falling into place with terrifying clarity. For a Jinchuriki to fully master their tailed beast's power, they must gain the full approval of the beast as a partner. Cruel-hearted individuals could never earn such recognition or become a perfect Jinchuriki. The bond required trust, understanding, qualities the current Jaguar seemed to have forgotten entirely. You're starting to see it, aren't you? Jaguar's disdain for the policies of the Bloody Mist was no secret. He had been able to assume the title of Mizukage during a period when Hidden Mist Village was in decline, garnering support from fresh talent like Mangetsu, because he embodied their aspirations, sweeping reforms to overturn the oppressive policies of the third Mizukage. Among his most loyal supporters was Zabuza. Zabuza's infamous act of slaughter during the academy graduation exam wasn't born of inhumanity. It was calculated, a step toward revolution. The one who chronicled and led this transformative movement, turning a moment of shame in Kiri's history into a symbol of change, was none other than Jaguar himself. Otherwise, could Zabuza have graduated or joined Anbu after such an act? All these hopes crumbled after Jaguar's abrupt personality change. He abandoned his reformist stance, reinstating the Bloody Mist policies and plunging Hidden Mist Village back into terror. Mangetsu didn't doubt Masashi's claim. It was the only plausible explanation for the drastic changes. And as for a Genjutsu master capable of such a feat, damn Uchiha. What's the big idea? He snapped, his anger directed at the Uchiha standing before him. You call me paranoid, but I think you're the neurotic one here, Masashi replied, exasperated, having already deactivated his Sharingan. I'm on your side. Back in the war, his Sharingan hadn't been powerful enough to dominate Mangetsu. Despite clashing multiple times, Masashi's Genjutsu hadn't worked effectively due to Mangetsu's teamwork strategies. The Hazuki clan seemed to have unique ways to counter the Sharingan's Genjutsu, indicating an in-depth understanding of it. Who knows? Mangetsu responded impassively. You Uchiha always switch sides in the blink of an eye. If someone could pull this off, don't tell me it's not a Sharingan user. That person is now also an enemy of the Uchiha, Masashi said. Not long ago, He tried to stir up trouble with us. Thankfully, I prepared in advance, or things would have gotten messy. Who is it? Obito, Masashi said, pulling out a scroll. Here, take this. I'm not coming near you. Throw it over, Mangetsu insisted. Masashi rolled up the scroll and tossing it over. Mangetsu caught the scroll, inspected it, and then unfurled it to examine the contents. Why is there no face? This is so half-hearted, he complained. Has your brain turned to water? Don't just look at the mask's pattern, think carefully. That guy has been wearing a mask since he went rogue. Mangetsu pondered deeply. After a long moment, he suddenly remembered he hadn't seen this traitor since Yagura's personality shift. How could he possibly know if such a person was around Yagura? What was the point of racking his brain? I haven't seen him. Have any of you? Mangetsu passed the scroll to others. Amiri gave him a glance but didn't take it, her expression unreadable. What, like she frequently visited Yagura or something? Instead, Zabuza snatched the scroll. After one glance, he felt a chill run down his spine. Wasn't this the guy he'd seen when he went to seek an audience with Yagura? That guy who made him want to punch something? If not for the dozen Mizukage guards present. Zabuza, you've seen him? Mangetsu asked, noting the rage building in his comrade's posture. He's always at the fourth side, leading his personal guard, Zabuza growled through gritted teeth. Mangetsu understood him well. Despite his bloodthirsty appearance, Zabuza was deeply introspective and emotionally intense. For Mangetsu, born into a great ninja clan, supporting reforms was more pragmatic than ideological. But Zabuza was a true idealist, following Yagura because of his belief system. Mangetsu could tell, if no one stopped him, Zabuza might attempt an assassination tonight. So, you're the demon? Masashi looked at him intently. Zabuza returned the gaze. Although expressionless, he felt Zabuza's stare radiating a "what are you looking at?" vibe. This was the man who, in the original timeline, took on young Naruto and Sasuke. Tough indeed. Hey, what's your name? Masashi asked, turning to the last unfamiliar face in the group. Seeing the twin swords in her hands, he had a guess. You're strong, the woman said with a cheeky smile, showing sharp teeth similar to Mangetsu's. My name is Amiri. Oh? Masashi blinked in surprise before turning to Mangetsu. I know you have a younger brother, but I didn't realize you also had a sister. She doesn't carry the Hazuki name, already married? She's not from my family, Mangetsu replied with a frown. Are you here to complete a mission or flirt? I'm not interested, Masashi waved dismissively. The moment she mentioned her name, he realized who she was, the successor of the Kiba, and stronger than the previous wielder. Looking at the four people standing here, they likely represented the best of Kiri's current generation. Now that we've verified the information, you know I wasn't lying, right? So, how about renewing our pact? Masashi asked, carefully gauging their reactions. What do you mean by renew? Mai, who had been silent so far, spoke up. It's simple, an alliance for mutual defense and cooperation, Masashi said. Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Mist Village already have a friendly relationship. Why not take it a step further? Let's form an alliance between our clans. It'll make collaboration much easier. What nonsense are you spouting? Mangetsu found the proposal baffling. Are the Uchiha planning to rebel? Mangetsu, you still don't understand the position of clans with bloodline limits in this era, Masashi replied. He was drawing on his knowledge from the original timeline, where bloodline clans had rapidly vanished. By the time of the Fourth Great Ninja War, bloodline clans in the Land of Fire and the Land of Water had mostly faded from history. Hidden Leaf Village had only the Hyuga remaining, while Kiri's clans were presumed wiped out. Even with all the efforts he had made, the Uchiha clan still stood isolated in Hidden Leaf Village. The root of the issue was the clan itself, its internal problems were too severe. This was evident from their response to Danzo's death. Although everyone understood that improving relations with other ninja clans was the right move, no one in the Uchiha leadership was willing to make that decision. The Uchiha clan remained tightly bound to the police force, which isolated them further. As long as the police force remained Uchiha-controlled, the clan could never have true allies within the village. Other ninja clans resented and envied this fact, and every Hokage was wary of it. Not to mention, the Uchiha leaders were now even trying to win over members of Root. These leaders had been followers of Madara and were deeply influenced by his ideals. Before Madara left the village, he was a staunch ninja clan nationalist. That was the problem, the times had changed, but the people hadn't. Masashi couldn't help but think of leaving a backup plan. Don't be fooled by the Hyuga, they also had Dujutsu, but their clan has always prioritized survival over pride since the Warring States period. The idea of them joining forces with the Uchiha was a pipe dream. Other Hidden Leaf Village clans were even less likely to align. On the other hand, Kiri's clans seemed like better potential allies. Alright, Mai suddenly agreed. Mangetsu and the others were stunned. They exchanged glances before their expressions shifted to ones that seemed to say, "So that's how it is." "I have no objections either," Mangetsu said, his earlier hostility seemingly dissolved. Masashi couldn't quite interpret their expressions or what they were imagining, but it didn't matter. He felt reassured by their agreement. As long as there's consensus, he continued, the Uchiha clan will send representatives to finalize the details. Officially, it'll appear as a diplomatic exchange between Hidden Leaf Village and Kiri, so there's no rush. We can take our time. Yes, we can take our time to negotiate, Mangetsu nodded. Masashi couldn't help but feel Mangetsu's hostility toward him had suddenly lessened. The Hazuki clan, truly an enigma. Alright, let me remind you of one thing, don't think dealing with Obito will be easy. Once the alliance is formalized, we'll take him down together, Masashi said. He didn't want these people ending up like Fuki, killed and losing a valuable blade. Hey, you're overstepping. Mangetsu protested. He felt he had been more than accommodating, mainly for Mai's sake. I don't care about you, Masashi said. I'm just worried that next time I come here, you might be dead. Do I negotiate with ghosts instead? Have you ever heard of the Mangekyō Sharingan? You can't handle Obito's abilities alone. Kiri's techniques had no effective counter for Obito's unique abilities. Without the Flying Thunder God mark Masashi had left earlier, he would have been helpless too. But now, he had a trump card, tandem explosive tags. If Obito didn't bring extra eyes for Izanagi, he'd better prepare to be blown to pieces. Still, Kiri's clans weren't pushovers. They'd come up with strategies. Joint action, however, would give the Uchiha more leverage in negotiations. As a fellow, Obito's actions inadvertently served the clan by forcing Hidden Mist Village into this situation. But Kiri's pond couldn't be allowed to be spoiled by his games. After finalizing the general cooperation process with the elites of Kiri, Masashi used the Flying Thunder God to bring Pakura over. Without his assistance, she wouldn't have been able to leave the Land of Water on her own. The mist-covered borders were too well guarded, even for someone of her caliber. The superiority of the Flying Thunder God was evident. Mangetsu and Mai, who had experienced this trick many times before, merely commented, this guy has gotten even more proficient. However, Zabuza and Amiri, seeing the Flying Thunder God for the first time, were horrified. So this is the technique that made the Yellow Flash legendary, Zabuza thought. Fighting such an opponent would indeed be a headache. It was no wonder the fourth Hokage had caused nations so much trouble. What they didn't know was that Masashi's Flying Thunder God jutsu was different from Minato's. In fact, it was even different from Tobirama's. When Tobirama invented the technique, it was far from perfect. It required high standards in many aspects and consumed a significant amount of chakra. The seal matrix was rigid, lacking the flexibility needed for combat applications. Even Tobirama himself didn't use the technique frequently. During his second life, Masashi memorized the original version of the technique and drew inspiration from the Uchiha clan's interpretations and various theories. Combining this with his unique understanding of chakra networking, he developed a version of the Flying Thunder God tailored for himself. Minato's improvements focused primarily on reducing chakra requirements, enhancing its sustainability, and simplifying its operation. He also adapted it to his combat style, creating specialized kunai and other tools. In contrast, Masashi's emphasis was on maximizing the effects of chakra networking. His tailed beast-level chakra reserves enabled him to use the technique frequently. This all underscored the importance of choosing the right major. In his first life, he had studied computer networking and data science. Setting aside lives and bloodlines, if there was something truly unique to him, it was his entirely different understanding and usage of chakra networking compared to anyone else in the shinobi world. For instance, even with something as common as shadow clones, he could use them in extraordinary ways. His shadow clones were so lifelike that even the best Hyuga members couldn't tell the original from the duplicates. He could also seamlessly combine different ninjutsu in nearly perfect harmony. After bringing Pakura back, he decided to make a friendly gesture before leaving. Though he hadn't saved any snacks as a peace offering since he'd eaten them all, a handshake would do the job. A smile and a handshake could dissolve grievances. After all, they were all on the same side now. Mangetsu, we're allies now. When you come to Hidden Leaf Village, I'll cover all your expenses, he said, extending his hand. Mangetsu stared at him for a long moment before finally making what seemed like a great sacrifice, shaking his hand. Don't go shaking hands with anyone else, Mangetsu said as he withdrew his hand. You know what you're capable of, right? How could I do something like that? Masashi could feel how hard it was to earn trust. I'm really glad you trust me. By the way, do you like food and tea? I'm not trusting you, I'm trusting myself, Mangekyō replied. Although he didn't understand why he was being asked about tea, he thought it wasn't important information, so after some consideration, he said, I do. At that moment, he felt a sudden surge of camaraderie from Masashi. This guy was as weird as ever. If not for his strength, someone would have beaten him to death by now. I look forward to seeing you guys again, Masashi said his goodbyes to the talents of Kiri. Grabbing the expressionless Pakura, he leapt into the water. Before diving, he turned back and shouted to Mai, I swear I didn't mean to touch your clothes last time. Please believe me. With that, he dragged Pakura and jumped off the cliff. The moment they hit the water shockwave propelled them forward. Waves surged, carrying the two of them away in an instant. The technique transformed the sea itself into their highway. He vaguely heard cursing behind him, but the wind was too loud to make out the words. And it seemed someone tried a water jutsu to block him, but it was slower than the water under his feet and couldn't catch up. In this friendly negotiation atmosphere, he believed Mai would sense his sincerity and not misunderstand him further. Mangekyō, being a mature man, would guide her toward peace. The journey ahead was smooth. Riding the waves, they carved through the dark sea like a giant fish splitting the water, leaving a trail of white foam behind. The chakra control required was precise. Too much would create a tsunami, too little would drop them into the depths. The roaring wind filled the air as they sped along. Pakura, on the other hand, was feeling conflicted. This trip to Hidden Mist Village had completely upended her life. From hero to exile in the span of a mission. Thinking about the scroll she received, she realized that her farewell to Hidden Sand Village had almost been eternal. As a Hidden Sand Village kunoichi, her identity was effectively lost. Returning to Hidden Sand Village was out of the question. The village was rigid, its people fierce and strength-oriented. Its harsh survival style often showed its cruel side. Where Hidden Leaf Village built bridges, Hidden Sand Village built walls. Pakura returning to Hidden Sand Village would make her a criminal. The village wanted her to die a hero's death. But from her perspective, dying in this manner was unacceptable. Yet should she really go to Hidden Leaf Village? Hidden Sand Village's methods were direct, but was Hidden Leaf Village's subtlety any better? She glanced at Masashi, who seemed focused on driving. This man was undeniably strong and not a bad person, though he was both cheeky and flirtatious. Since he wasn't her man, it didn't matter. But the animosity between the Uchiha clan and the Hokage faction was an open secret. Every village had its internal struggles. Back in Hidden Sand Village, she had deliberately stayed out of such conflicts by creating an apolitical persona. It hadn't worked. When Hidden Sand Village dealt with individuals they deemed unpredictable or uncontrollable, their methods were far more straightforward and unreserved compared to Hidden Leaf Village. At least in Hidden Leaf Village, you usually got a chance to see the knife coming. If the Uchiha Hokage dynamic existed in Hidden Sand Village, they would have openly fought by now. The Will of Fire wasn't unique to Hidden Leaf Village, other villages had similar ideals. Though differing in details, they all emphasized collective interests over individual ones and prioritizing village needs above clan desires. Going to Hidden Leaf Village wasn't entirely impossible. After all, Hidden Sand Village was currently allied with Hidden Leaf Village. While there would undoubtedly be consequences later, they couldn't openly act against her now. However, joining Hidden Leaf Village would inevitably align her with the Uchiha faction. Wait, was there even an Uchiha faction in Hidden Leaf Village? What if there wasn't? Good heavens! Would she be the first one? Chapter 55, A Different Kind of Desert I See. I understand the situation now. In the Hokage's office, Minato looked at the dusty and travel-worn Masashi and Pakura standing beside him. He felt like he needed time to process everything. The death of Fuki didn't surprise him. Based on various signs, he had suspected that the Hidden Mist Village ninja was likely already dead. Assigning Masashi to investigate had been both a precaution and a test to observe the Uchiha's methods. A person's adherence to the Will of Fire could often be discerned from their approach to tasks. This mission, entirely unrelated to external factors outside Hidden Leaf Village, served as a perfect litmus test for Masashi's loyalty to the village. The results would show whether he prioritized Hidden Leaf Village's interests or pursued his own agenda. Now, the outcome of the mission had completely exceeded all of his expectations. It wasn't that Masashi had performed poorly. Rather, he had done too well. Perhaps too well for comfort. One shocking revelation after another bombarded Minato. This I did not anticipate. Rubbing his forehead, he felt a headache coming on. The person claiming to be Madara turns out to be Obito, and he manipulated the fourth Mizukage. How could it be Obito? Was it really as the second Hokage had warned, that the Uchiha clan was destined to fall into darkness from repeated losses? No, there must be more to this. The second's warnings were based on observation, not destiny. In his heart, Obito had truly inherited the will of fire. He had even once hoped the boy might one day become Hokage. Suddenly, Minato raised his head and looked seriously at Masashi. You said you only confirmed it this time. When did you first suspect? I was certain it wasn't Madara since the Mangekyō Sharingan patterns didn't match, Masashi replied sincerely, maintaining eye contact. But this time, I tracked his movements in Hidden Mist Village and confirmed that it was indeed Obito. How did you confirm it? I tricked him by saying his grandmother had made me some strawberry daifuku. Minato was sure now. It really was Obito. As Obito's teacher, he knew how much the boy cherished his grandmother. But his grandmother had been dead for years. Talking about strawberry daifuku? It would have been strange if he hadn't exploded. He hadn't realized before just how cheeky Masashi could be. And Kakashi's eye. Minato hesitated, focusing on this detail. Could it also be a Mangekyō Sharingan? That's something you might need to confirm with Kakashi yourself, Masashi replied. Isn't the Uchiha clan considering reclaiming it? Would you approve of that? Masashi countered. Seeing Minato's silence, he smiled faintly. Hokage-sama, every Uchiha who awakens the Sharingan has experienced the pain of losing a companion. Obito's decision is one that the clan respects. And one that serves our purposes better than reclaiming it would. And you, Masashi? Hokage-sama, I've lost no less than anyone else. Minato gazed intently at him for a long moment. In the young man's eyes, he saw it, regret and resentment, emotions familiar to many shinobi. He chose to trust him. He had to. Masashi's power was too important to Hidden Leaf Village right now. The village had already lost White Fang. Orochimaru was imprisoned, Tsunade had left, and no one dared stop her. Only Jiraiya remained steadfast. Despite Hidden Leaf Village's reputation as a village teeming with talent, true elites capable of holding their own on a battlefield were not significantly more numerous than in other villages. In the previous generation, Hiruzen had been the lone standout, overwhelming his opponents in every domain during a time when the likes of Hashirama and Madara were no longer present. During his prime, Hiruzen had been the sole person of such caliber. In Minato's generation, the village had reached its peak in top-tier combat power with White Fang, the Sannin, and Minato himself. This had been Hiruzen's greatest political achievement. Minato and Jiraiya shared a similar combat philosophy: gather intel, fight, collect more intel during the battle, devise strategies, and fight again. If things went south, stack on Sage Mode and go another round. The new generation had now begun. While many assumed Shizui would be the new face of the Uchiha, Masashi's sudden rise had stunned everyone. With mastery over 3 nature transformations, proficiency in Taijutsu, Ganjutsu, and Sage Mode, and even time-space ninjutsu, he had no apparent weaknesses. His vast chakra reserves rivaled those of a tailed beast, enabling prolonged combat. The night of the Nine Tails incident, he had gone toe-to-toe with the Nine Tails outside the village by himself. On a personal level, Minato considered Masashi a friend. But as the 4th Hokage, he had to set aside personal feelings. Managing the balance between the village and the clans was a challenge every Hokage faced. Thank you for your understanding, Masashi. Minato exhaled in relief. That Sharingan had long since transcended its physical form, it symbolized Obito's will of fire. Allowing Kakashi to retain it meant Masashi acknowledged Hidden Leaf Village. This isn't worth discussing, Hokage-sama. I think the more pressing issue is how we engage with Kiri, Masashi reminded him. Of course. He stood and paced the office, his headache worsening. Since Danzo's death, Hiruzen seemed to have lost his former drive, focusing instead on family matters and his grandson, who was the same age as Naruto. It felt inappropriate to drag Hiruzen back into active duties, especially with the 2 remaining advisors lacking his competence. Minato turned to Masashi, seeing an opportunity to gain insights. What do you think? Should Hidden Leaf Village support Kiri? Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Mist Village are friendly but not allies, Masashi said. Why not adopt a dual approach? Send a formal delegation to negotiate an alliance while also reaching out to individual clans in Kiri. Ultimately, our goal is to secure stability in the rear. Only the clans? Hokage-sama, Hidden Mist Village is a clan-led village at its core. They prefer clan-based interactions. Sending representatives from our clans would be more effective. He wasn't lying. Hidden Mist Village did operate this way. Otherwise, they wouldn't have demanded Bakura's life during negotiations, a demand that had little strategic value, as she wasn't some one-person army. In contrast, Hidden Leaf Village would have prioritized trade or mission allocations. Minato remained silent, deep in thought. I admit I don't know much about Kiri's inner workings. He decided to deliberate further before taking action. Turning to Bakura, who had been standing silently, he offered an apologetic smile. "Forgive me, Bakura-san. I've been inconsiderate." Minato acknowledged her unique status. "Are you certain about joining Hidden Leaf Village? And joining the police force?" As a wielder of Scorch style, she was entitled to such a request. Minato refrained from suggesting she join the Anbu directly in front of Masashi, though he was tempted. "Yes," Bakura replied calmly. Initially hesitant, she had changed her mind after observing Masashi spin wild tales, seamlessly crafting an airtight mission report from limited truths. Such mastery was impressive. He had a bright future ahead. Villages selling out their own clans were one thing, but seeing a clan sell out itself? That was new. Leaving the Hokage's office and standing on the bustling street, Bakura felt lost as she observed the lively scene around her. Did this mean she was officially part of Hidden Leaf Village now? Not even the most basic quarantine or scrutiny. What's wrong? Masashi, walking ahead, turned back to look at her. His eyes studied her stance, reading the tension in her shoulders. "Why are you zoning out like that? It's just Hidden Leaf Village. Is it always this lenient with outsiders joining the village?" "Oh, that's what you're thinking about." Masashi nodded. "Of course not. It's just that you're joining the police force. In theory, the Anbu is responsible for background checks and oversight, and they have jurisdiction over every department. But there are always exceptions. The Uchiha clan has no authority outside of the police force. Similarly, even the Anbu, which is directly under the Hokage, has no say over the police force. With that, how could a proper investigation even begin? No one can access the police force without their permission. In other words, from today onward, Bakura was under the responsibility of the Uchiha clan. If anything went wrong, it would be their problem to deal with. Coming from Hidden Sand Village, Bakura quickly understood what Masashi meant. So this is how Hidden Leaf Village maintains its balance of power. Instantly, she regretted it a little. The relationship between the Uchiha clan and the Hokage office was this tense? But it hadn't seemed that way in the Hokage's office earlier. Everything looked so smooth on the surface. She was confused. Clearly, she wasn't yet accustomed to Hidden Leaf Village's complex political environment. "Don't overthink it. Let's head back to meet the clan leader first," Masashi said, continuing forward. Bakura followed. Her Hidden Sand Village forehead protector had already been discarded by Masashi on their way back, but her distinct appearance and attire still drew curious glances from passers-by. After all, her demeanor clearly marked her as a ninja. While it wasn't strange to see foreigners in Hidden Leaf Village, spotting a foreign ninja was unusual. When they arrived at the Uchiha clan's district, she was immediately struck by its sheer size and meticulous layout. The Uchiha compound, which almost integrated with the police force headquarters, was on a scale unseen in Hidden Sand Village. It resembled a small ninja village within Hidden Leaf Village. She could believe it if someone told her this was a separate village. What amazed her wasn't just their wealth but the fact that, in this era, a clan could maintain such autonomy within a major village. For such a situation not to devolve into open conflict, what kind of unique system did Hidden Leaf Village operate on? "Don't let your imagination run wild," Masashi said, easily reading her expression. "The Uchiha compound isn't even the largest in Hidden Leaf Village. There's something bigger than this." Bakura was skeptical. "Of course. The Hyuga compound is larger than ours." "Really? So Hidden Leaf Village's ninja clans all live separately?" Bakura could only marvel silently. As expected of Hidden Leaf Village. Truly wealthy. In the 5 great Shinobi nations, Hidden Sand Village had the harshest environment and the weakest finances. No ninja clan there enjoyed such privileges. The buildings resembled sand mounds blending with the desert, their color indistinguishable from the surroundings. Social activities were confined indoors, with streets serving solely for transport and logistics. Surface-level shopping streets? Those didn't exist. Due to its advanced mining industry, the Land of Wind had developed extensive underground spaces. Hidden Sand Village's economy relied on constructing intricate underground cities, which also served as effective deterrents for infiltrators. Getting caught because one got lost was just too embarrassing. But humans were creatures of the surface. No one enjoyed being confined underground all day, it's too stifling. Suddenly, Bakura felt that joining Hidden Leaf Village wasn't such a bad idea. After all, in Hidden Sand Village, people braved sandstorms just to spend more time above ground. Hidden Leaf Village's environment was vastly superior to that of Hidden Sand Village. No wonder the first Kazekage almost got beaten up at the 5 Kage summit when he proposed other nations help fund Hidden Sand Village's purchase of tailed beasts, and even suggested Hidden Leaf Village cede some fertile land to them. She now fully understood the first Kazekage's mindset. It wasn't that he was being unreasonable. Any Kazekage would feel envious upon seeing Hidden Leaf Village's environment. Unbeknownst to her, Masashi had once again fabricated some details. In reality, only the Uchiha and Hyuga clans in Hidden Leaf Village had dedicated compounds. The Uchiha's was large due to incorporating police force and detention facilities, while the Hyuga's size stemmed from their numerous members and the separate zoning for the main and branch families. In this regard, the Hokage office showed some generosity, allocating a sizable area for their use. As they entered the Uchiha district, the clan members greeted Masashi warmly. "Welcome back, Masashi," several called out. He was clearly a prominent figure within the family now. "Is this our new recruit?" one asked, his Sharingan activating casually. "She'll be joining the police force," Masashi replied evenly. As for Pakura, the Uchiha members activated their Dujutsu for a quick assessment. This was a traditional Uchiha greeting. If they didn't have a proper gift, they'd simply flaunt their Sharingan as a gesture. Being scrutinized by so many Sharingan made Pakura visibly uncomfortable. Her shoulders tensed, and she unconsciously moved closer to Masashi. Finally, she followed him into Fugaku's residence. Fugaku now preferred to manage clan affairs and hold small meetings at home. He received Pakura in his study, though the desk was unusually tidy today, no ink and brushes in sight. Masashi was pleased. It seemed his persistent efforts to convince Fugaku that calligraphy wasn't his forte had finally paid off. Fugaku was polite and welcoming toward Pakura, displaying a fatherly demeanor. "Welcome to the Uchiha clan," he said warmly. "We're pleased to have someone of your caliber join us. We've arranged suitable accommodation for you. A recently vacated house in the district. It's right next to mine, actually," Masashi added casually. "The old Uchiha house, you'll like it there. Once you've settled in and familiarized yourself with the area," Fugaku continued, "you'll start as a secretary in the police force. Just until you understand how we operate here in Hidden Leaf Village." "Thank you for your generosity," Pakura replied, bowing slightly. However, the location meant that if she ever had second thoughts about returning to Hidden Sand Village, the police force would surround her in seconds. As for working as a secretary, it was clearly an excuse to keep her under close observation. After their conversation, Fugaku's kind demeanor shifted to a serious one as he addressed Masashi sternly. "Are you proposing an alliance between our clan and Kiri's ninja clans?" "That's right," Masashi replied, leaning back with a glance at Pakura. "You know how it goes, Fugaku-sama. The clans there are more willing to talk when they see we've welcomed someone like Pakura. Shows we're hospitable to talented outsiders." "You mean they're more willing to talk because she's..." "Yes." Masashi's lips curved into a slight smirk. "The Hidden Mist Village clans appreciate that combination. Makes them feel less threatened, more open to discussion." Pakura shot him a sharp look. "Politics is politics," Masashi shrugged. "Their bloodline clans are getting restless. If we play this right, and what do these clans want?" Fugaku's eyes narrowed. "The same thing we do. More autonomy, less interference. The current Mizukage isn't exactly friendly to those with special abilities." Pakura, having survived the Hokage's office earlier, now had to endure another intense mental workout. "At least I'm getting better at reading between the lines," she thought, watching the two men discuss politics. Chapter 56, Dungeons and Dragons, Bonus. As the conversation between Masashi and Fugaku deepened, Pakura's impression of Masashi began to change. The Masashi she saw now was not the same as the one she had started to get used to, a somewhat unserious individual. Instead, he now came across as a youth whose mind was filled with entirely earnest thoughts. This serious version of Masashi made her feel a bit out of place. Though she hadn't known him for very long, their encounters had been eventful. Most importantly, he had been rather flippant throughout. If not for witnessing his adept methods of fabricating fake reports to earn extra bonuses at the Hokage's office, she might have thought him unreliable. After all, she had only acknowledged Masashi as a genius when it came to being a combat ninja. Political maneuvering was an entirely different matter. Yet now, he seemed to have genuine ideas, though these ideas were so far-fetched that she found them utterly absurd. "Kiri's political structure is shifting," Masashi continued, his hands folded in front of him. "The Mizukage has created opportunities. You suggest we abandon our homeland? I suggest we secure our future. Even the strongest tree needs multiple roots. And some trees rot from the inside out," Masashi thought but didn't say. To think of starting a new branch in Kiri, only he could conceive such a notion. Among the 5 great ninja villages, Hidden Mist Village was the most insular and xenophobic. Of course, this was largely due to the policies of the Bloody Mist. Pakura never expected Masashi to entertain such an idea, even if he had suggested it as a last resort. This young man exhibited a rather pessimistic view of the Uchiha clan's future in Hidden Leaf Village. Clearly, his proposal was not well received by Fugaku. "Masashi, forming alliances is one thing, But the idea of splitting off is excessively pessimistic, he remarked. The clan's circumstances have never been better. You're the main reason for that. You should have more confidence in us. It's not that I don't have confidence in the clan. It's just that I don't trust you all. Masashi almost blurted this out. But he held it back. The Uchiha clan's obsession with the economic benefits of the police force was not a matter of greed. It was a path that entirely isolated them from Hidden Leaf Village's mainstream political environment. Regardless of whether Tobirama created the police force as a deliberate trap for the Uchiha, the clan's current actions were effectively digging their own grave. Given the Uchiha clan's strengths, the police force was ill-suited for them. Their true place should be in the regular military, in the Jonin units. Even from a purely economic perspective, the benefits of joining the mission system would far exceed what the police force could provide. Of course, Masashi also understood that this wasn't something that could easily be criticized. Habits were among the most powerful forces in the world, and aversion to risk was natural. Most people's first instinct was to avoid risk. But the problem was that the Uchiha clan still had this fixation on becoming Hokage. Unless this obsession was resolved, the Uchiha would eventually find themselves in direct conflict with the Hokage's office again. In his view, Hidden Mist Village represented the best fallback option. Although Kiri's native ninja clans were exclusive, they were not opposed to the inclusion of strong outside clans. The village's civilian ninja population was also growing in strength, and both the 3rd and 4th Mizukage had come from non-clan backgrounds, which had put the existing ninja clans under considerable pressure. Hopefully, the Uchiha's confidence wasn't just misplaced optimism. Deciding not to dwell on the topic further, he focused on what he could do himself. After concluding his discussion with Fugaku, during which he received an ample dose of motivational chicken soup for the soul, he led Pikura out of Fugaku's residence as her guide. He brought her to Obito's former residence and made thorough arrangements before leaving her to her own devices, entering his personal downtime. In other words, he was off duty. Back home, he tidied up a bit, enjoyed a well-earned rest, and, as night fell, stepped out to visit a comrade's house. Reuniting with some old friends, the group decided to relax over tea. It had been a long time since they last gathered. It wasn't that tea was particularly appealing, it was simply the best way for them to unwind. Drinking and barbecues got boring after a while. Masashi initially thought of inviting Shisui but was firmly rejected by his friends. "Come on, Masashi," Tetsuka earnestly pleaded. "When we hang out, we want to let loose. Shisui is way too uptight, it kills the vibe. It's like having an Anbu captain at a tea party," another friend added, drawing laughs from the group. Masashi thought about it and realized they had a point. The girls they invited were all incredible talents in their own right, and Shisui, as talented as he was, had this air of vigilance around him that made everyone uncomfortable. This was especially awkward for the girls. After all, their job was to entertain, not to cross any lines. The atmosphere was what mattered most. Recalling the forlorn gaze of one girl from a previous gathering, Masashi agreed. Thus, the group unanimously decided to head to a familiar bar. It was the same street, the same owner, but this time there was no Danzo to ruin their fun. The man was dead, after all. No chance of interference. In honor of his former financial patron, he resolved to light incense for Danzo on the anniversary of his death next year. Maybe I'll even write him a poem about efficient budgeting, he thought. When the owner saw Masashi, his eyes lit up. This regular was someone of immense influence. A visit from him could make or break a business. Soon enough, they were seated in the best private room, joined by the most talented dancers. Drinking, cracking jokes, and occasionally singing, Masashi had the girls laughing and smiling, clearly enjoying themselves. Watching the girls, who seemed ready to throw themselves at Masashi, Tetsuo and the others felt equal parts envy and admiration. Unlike them, who only knew how to fight, he excelled not only in combat but also in other areas. His sculpting was renowned throughout the Land of Fire. Just recently, nobles from the daimyo's court had paid a hefty sum to acquire his work. Comparisons were indeed odious. Masashi, however, couldn't care less about his friends' fleeting feelings of inferiority. He knew they'd soon be laughing it off as usual. He was here to enjoy himself, and enjoy himself he did. Live for the moment, worry about tomorrow later, what else could one do? The prison of the Anbu was, truthfully, not a great place. It couldn't compare to the prison managed by the Uchiha clan in terms of facilities. Even the food at Hidden Leaf Village Prison was better than the standard meals in many ninja villages. The cold concrete walls held none of the sophisticated security seals that lined the Uchiha facility, and the lighting flickered intermittently through the corridors. This wasn't surprising, there just wasn't enough funding. The Uchiha, being perfectionists, took prison management seriously. They couldn't stand doing things half-heartedly, and this meticulousness was reflected in their work. Orochimaru, however, wasn't bothered by such details. Left without parents when he was just a kid, he'd gone through every hardship you could think of. Among the three Sannin, Tsunade loved gambling and drinking, while Jiraiya adored the company of women. Orochimaru, on the other hand, had no interest in life's pleasures. Food, clothing, and shelter meant nothing to him. His sole passion was researching ninjutsu, not to harm others, but to uncover the truths of the world. One day, he would unravel all the mysteries of existence. That was his only goal, deeply rooted in his heart since childhood. As a boy, his initial motivation for pursuing ninjutsu was a simple belief: if he unraveled the truths of the universe, he might reunite with his parents. Ironically, it were Hidden Leaf Village ninjas who had killed his parents. Technically, Hidden Leaf Village was his enemy. But Hiruzen, recognizing both his talent and the darkness in his heart, took him as a disciple. With fatherly care and guidance, along with the companionship of Tsunade and Jiraiya, Orochimaru's hatred gradually faded. At the time, he truly saw them as his comrades. However, the harsh realities of war exposed him to the fragility of life. To uncover the world's truths and shield himself from pain, he severed all ties and began seeking immortality, a prerequisite for his research into ninjutsu. His ultimate goal required one essential thing: time. This was the only true currency in this world. Everything else was meaningless. Without companions, all his energy was channeled into ninjutsu research. Orochimaru despised conflict; it wasted his time. His dream was to find a place free from external distractions where he could research in peace. But Hidden Leaf Village was becoming increasingly unsuitable for his work. The constant power struggles between the Hokage's administration and the ninja clans consumed his energy and irritated him. It was a waste of life. When Danzō nominated him for Hokage, he found the idea laughably dull. But he couldn't outright refuse; after all, his unrestricted research often relied on Danzō's support. He tried to see the bright side, remembering the second Hokage, who conducted experiments freely without interference. Orochimaru admired Tobirama not because he was Hokage, but because they would have shared much in common as researchers. Ultimately, the position went to Minato, supported by the Jonin Corps. While a bit disgruntled, Orochimaru was relieved. At least someone else could deal with the mess of being Hokage. Yet the chaos persisted. Danzō, despite his generosity with funding, was an insufferable nag. He frequently dragged Orochimaru out of his experiments for tedious meetings. If Danzō hadn't been his benefactor, Orochimaru might have stabbed him with the Kusanagi long ago. At that point, he resolved, anyone who partnered with him but wasted his time, benefactor or not, would be eliminated. In the Anbu prison, where time seemed to stand still, he didn't feel confined. On the contrary, he appreciated the silence; it gave him space to think. Although Minato's seals were still firmly in place, he wasn't concerned. His snake-based ninjutsu, developed using Richi Cave's sage jutsus, altered his physiology in ways that made him nearly impossible to subdue. Even without access to ninjutsu, he could easily overpower most people. While the Anbu restricted all incoming information, they couldn't stop him from gathering intelligence. During his imprisonment, he remained fully aware of outside events. Danzō was dead. Though the old man had always schemed incessantly, Orochimaru was surprised by his sudden demise. Minato had acted decisively. Orochimaru approved. Not only had he gathered intelligence, but he had also plotted his escape route down to the last detail. Recently, however, Orochimaru had scaled back his information-gathering efforts. He refrained from sending out his miniature snakes because Masashi had returned to the village. Still, he didn't see Masashi as an enemy. His escape would likely benefit the Uchiha clan. Hidden Cloud's village, which suffered minimal losses in the last war, would undoubtedly seize the opportunity created by the collapse of the three Sannin. War would divert Hidden Leaf Village's attention, leaving him free to act. Additionally, war would allow the Uchiha to grow stronger, challenging Hidden Leaf Village's existing power structure. A military confrontation between Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Cloud's village could also attract Hidden Stone's village's attention. The previous war had heavily damaged Hidden Leaf Village, Hidden Sand Village, and Kiri. Even as the victor, Hidden Leaf Village couldn't recover its strength quickly. And losing Danzō meant it had even less capacity to project power externally. Orochimaru had already decided, he would head to the land of rice fields. Its geography made it ideal, avoiding the conflict zones of the great nations. Its only strong neighbor, the land of fire, could be avoided if he stayed hidden. He could establish a village there, gain recognition as Hidden Leaf Village's ally, and work in peace. Everything was in place. It was time to act. In the cell, faint footsteps echoed. Orochimaru had already memorized the Anbu patrol intervals. By his calculation, he could escape unnoticed until reaching the northern district. Once there, the western forest would provide cover, allowing him to scale the wall and escape into the open world. Only a handful of people in Hidden Leaf Village could stop him now. Outside his cell, an Anbu ninja glanced at him, sitting still with disheveled hair. The masked figure hesitated, their gaze avoiding Orochimaru's piercing, snake-like eyes. "Orochimaru," the Anbu said emotionlessly, "is there anything you need? I could use a test subject. I have a new idea." Orochimaru's gaze sharpened, his greed unnerving the Anbu, who stiffened. "You must be joking," the Anbu muttered, quickly turning to leave. The cell returned to silence. The Anbu ninja's footsteps quickened. He turned a corner and came out from another place after a while. Passing the security checkpoint, he left the prison area and returned to the office. Another Anbu stood as he entered. "Any changes with Orochimaru?" "None," the first Anbu replied, though he looked shaken. The second Anbu observed him but said nothing. Everyone knew that facing Orochimaru was unnerving. Their squad leader entered, glancing at the pair. "Ren, you've been to Orochimaru's cell?" "Yes." "Understood. Take the day off. You've earned it." The shaken Ren nodded weakly, murmured a yes, and left. Chapter 57, The Observer's Dinner. Show the sunset, and as the last ray of sunlight disappeared, the streetlights of Hidden Leaf Village gradually lit up. In the North District, the liveliest area of Hidden Leaf Village, crowds thronged about as residents enjoyed their hard-won peaceful lives under the warm orange glow of the lamps. The lights brightened further, erasing the shadows of the buildings and leaving only human silhouettes. Though darkness and light were often thought irreconcilable, they coexisted harmoniously in Hidden Leaf Village. Throughout the streets, civilian patrols walked their routes, nodding to the occasional Anbu shadow that flickered past overhead. Most people wandered through the shops or strolled leisurely, and the North District was filled with laughter and joy. Children chased each other with sparklers while their parents watched from restaurant windows. By contrast, the West District was far quieter. The lights there were sparse, and the area was calm. The residents either rested at home or went to the North District to enjoy the night's festivities. Only the occasional rustle of leaves and soft footsteps of patrolling shinobi broke the silence. "Movement detected at Point C. Confirmed. Subject shows signs of transformation," came the reply. From the river near the forest emerged the head of the Anbu operative codenamed Ren. His movements were stiff as he crawled onto the riverbank in an uncanny manner. Accompanied by cracking sounds, his skin began to loosen, wrinkle, and eventually peel off entirely. A long-haired, pale-faced man with serpent-like pupils stood in the shed skin. Orochimaru had escaped. "Maintain distance. Priority is tracking," the Anbu commander ordered through the radio. "His chakra signature is fluctuating," a scout reported. As expected. "He's no longer hiding." Glancing at the brilliant lights to the north, Orochimaru showed no expression. He turned his gaze away and, with a swoosh, darted into the forest, leaving only the pile of human skin behind. Not long after, several Anbu ninjas appeared, landing on the riverbank. "Ren has been located," one of them reported. "Orochimaru has revealed his true form. All personnel stationed along the perimeter, stay alert. They won't be able to stop him," another remarked. "We know. The objective is merely to track Orochimaru's movements. Jiraiya-sama will handle him. Should we notify the police force?" "No need. Jiraiya-sama has requested to deal with this personally." After this brief exchange, the Anbu ninjas pursued Orochimaru's trail into the forest. Signs of his passage were evident. He was no longer attempting to conceal his movements, heading in a straight line. Catching up was out of the question. They wouldn't even get the chance to play the hero. Resigned, they sent their findings back to base. Just as they transmitted the message, a thunderous noise erupted from the west. The ground trembled beneath their feet. As expected of one of the Sannin, quick to act. The Anbu groaned internally but quickened their pace nonetheless. Whether or not it would help, they had to go. At the same time, in a bar, Masashi paused mid-toast. "Something's off in the chakra flow tonight." "Masashi, what's wrong?" Tetsuka asked, his face covered in doodles. "Come on, one more round." Someone called out. Having been the butt of tonight's jokes for raising koi fish, Tetsuka was racking his brain for excuses to dodge more drinks, not because he disliked drinking, but because dodging was part of the fun. But the colors, the colors. He waved his hands enthusiastically, "Say cup-wobbling. You should see them when the sun hits just right, only you would skip training to watch fish swim in circles," one of the Uchiha snorted, pushing another cup toward him. "They're not just swimming. Each one has a unique pattern, a personality." "Personality?" Another officer laughed. "Next you'll tell us they're using chakra." Here. A toast to Tetsuka's chakra-wielding koi. Someone raised their cup. "May they protect Hidden Leaf Village better than their master." "I'm serious." Tetsuka protested, trying to push away the fresh cup sliding his way. The black and gold one, he actually, drink. Every time you say koi you have to drink. They chanted, surrounding him with evil grins. That's not fair. How can I explain without saying? Tetsuka caught himself, but too late. He almost said it. Drink too. I'll be back, Masashi said suddenly, rising from the tatami and heading to the floor-to-ceiling window, concealed by a curtain. The western sky was dark, showing nothing unusual. But moments earlier, he had sensed a sudden surge of powerful and familiar chakra from that direction. It was Orochimaru. The timing and method of his defection differed from the manga, and there was no reference value for this reality. Judging by the chakra's intensity, he deduced Orochimaru had summoned a giant serpent. However, the western wall was far from the north district. Orochimaru's rampage wouldn't reach them here. Masashi decided to feign ignorance. Best to let the Sannin handle their own drama. The bonds between the Sannin were none of his business. Returning to the lively group, he rejoined the festivities. The others gleefully forced Tetsuka to drink more. Their merriment was cut short by hurried footsteps in the hallway. Masashi promptly slid into the arms of a hostess, feigning drunkenness, drawing playful scolds from her. The rest followed suit, slumping over theatrically as the door burst open, revealing a white-haired figure peeking inside. Masashi-san, the Hokage, the newcomer began, but was promptly interrupted by several Sharingan glares and a unified shout, "Get out!" The white-haired visitor, caught off guard by the mask Anjutsu attack, staggered back but managed to steady himself. Removing his mask, the man revealed a familiar face. "Hey!" one of the Uchiha exclaimed. "It's Kakashi." He didn't fall over. Masashi sighed and rose reluctantly from his seat. "Masashi-san," Kakashi said, ignoring the scene around him. "The Hokage requests your presence in the West District to assist Jiraiya-sama with his mission." "What mission?" Masashi asked, feigning reluctance. The Hokage said, "You'll understand. He's learned some new tricks." Masashi lamented how much Minato had changed since becoming Hokage. Power truly corrupted. "Fine, I get it," he grumbled, getting up. "I'll go, don't rush me." "Need to sober up first?" Kakashi asked, clearly unimpressed. Masashi shot him a look. Drinking and reading Paradise were equally suspect hobbies, and Kakashi hadn't even started on the latter yet. No matter, when Kaka published, Masashi would personally gift him a copy. "Who else is coming?" he asked. "No one else." "Got it." Masashi, muttering about how dull this was, bid his companions goodbye, settled his tab, and teleported home with Flying Thunder God. After changing into combat gear, he reappeared at the ruins of a collapsed wall, where a massive serpent was trying to escape into the forest. Several Anbu ninjas were futilely trying to stop it. "The barrier team is down," one shouted as another section of wall crumbled. "They're just getting in the way." Leaping onto the serpent's head, Masashi pressed down with his hand, forcefully dispelling the summoning and sending it back to Richie Cave. Landing, he looked over at the disheveled Anbu. "Where's Orochimaru?" he asked. These operatives were clearly outmatched. Sending them to pursue the snake Sannin was practically offering themselves as fodder. He headed north after breaching the wall, one Anbu reported. "Are you here with Jiraiya-sama?" "No, I was summoned by the Hokage," Masashi replied, turning his attention northward to sense Orochimaru's trail. Ah, there he was, and Jiraiya as well. This is going to be messier than expected. Without another word, Masashi vanished in a blur, leaving the Anbu behind. As he sprinted through the forest, he recalled everything he knew about the three Sannin. The relationship between the Sannin, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade, was arguably the most complex and peculiar bond in the world of shinobi. Life and death, philosophy and technique, idealism and reality, all seemed to mirror one another among these three. Orochimaru, who feared death, delved madly into ninjutsu in an attempt to escape it. Tsunade, who cherished life, valued it above all else. Jiraiya believed that humans were the vessels of their techniques and upheld Hiruzen's path. Orochimaru, by contrast, saw humans as tools for using techniques, pursuing Hiruzen's technique. This made him feel no guilt for his actions, as he merely sought to understand, develop, and utilize ninjutsu. Jutsus, in his eyes, were inherently tools. Jiraiya embraced the will of fire as his ideal, willing to dedicate himself to it. Tsunade, however, was faced with the bloody realities of life. The mere phrase will of fire wasn't enough to make her overlook the pain of losing her loved ones. She chose indifference, even toward Jiraiya's feelings for her. These three were far more entangled than Kakashi's Team 7 ever was. As for Kakashi's Team 7, let's not even bring them up. In this timeline, they probably wouldn't even form. If there was any sign of them coming together, Masashi would nip it in the bud. With the precedent set by the Sanin's derailment, all Sasuke needed to do was be a normal Uchiha. In this world, no one was going to rush him. Indra and Azura's tendency to drag their descendants into their conflict was utterly absurd. The tremors of the ground grew more intense as Masashi neared the battle zone. The rumbling sounds became clearer. Although they differed in philosophy and technique, both Orochimaru and Jiraiya were powerhouses. Their clash was nothing short of spectacular. The forests around Hidden Leaf Village had been taking a beating this year. Next year's reforestation budget would surely skyrocket. Maintaining vegetation was a necessary annual expense for any ninja village. After all, forests were the ninjas' preferred battleground, ideal for small team operations and advantageous for defenders as well. He finally spotted the falling trees in the distance. The destruction carved a clear path through the forest, marking the trail of their battle. Slowing his pace, he began walking calmly. He understood Minato's instructions this way: wait until Jiraiya was knocked out by Orochimaru. Once Orochimaru left, he would step in and protect Jiraiya. From today onwards, Jiraiya would be the only Sannin left actively serving Hidden Leaf Village. Mission accomplished. Perfect? If anyone accused him of slacking off, he'd argue it out with them. Why use violence to solve a problem that words could resolve? That would be low. Unless, of course, one could redefine the ninja profession with a flick of their ninjutsu, like Hashirama or Madara. At that level, a lack of overwhelming power meant you had no voice. Scanning his surroundings, he leaped to the top of a tree with a clear vantage point and observed the scene. On Orochimaru's side was his trusty summon, Manda. On Jiraiya's side was Gamobunta, the toad with an unmistakable mobster vibe. You oversized wart, still playing lapdog to humans? Better than being a glorified belt, you snake. Gamobunta countered, his blade whistling through the air where Manda had been moments before. The two summoned beasts were engaged in an all-out brawl, flinging trees into the air. Their massive forms crashed through the forest like living natural disasters, each strike powerful enough to reshape the landscape. Activating his Sharingan, Masashi focused on the two main figures. They were fighting hand-to-hand far away from their summons. But if it was a taijutsu contest, why summon the creatures in the first place? Did they think this was still the era of Hashirama, when planting trees came free of charge? No one made things easy. Slightly drowsy from the previous night's drinking, he yawned and settled on a branch to continue watching. Might as well make myself comfortable. He pulled out a small scroll from his vest pocket, unsealing it. A few rice balls and a container of tea appeared in a small puff of smoke. Always keep mission supplies handy. Especially for long observation tasks. Taijutsu quickly proved insufficient for Orochimaru's ambitions. He began incorporating ninjutsu into his attacks, starting with snake-themed techniques. He took a bite of his rice ball, chewing thoughtfully as he analyzed their movements through his Sharingan. At least the show comes with refreshments. Wind blades sliced through Jiraiya's earth walls, while streams of fire met water barriers in explosive clouds of steam. As the genius of the Sannin and the inheritor of Hiruzen's technique, Orochimaru's arsenal of jutsu was undeniably impressive. Effortlessly wielding all five elemental chakra natures, wind, water, earth, lightning, and fire, it was clear he had already mastered all five transformations at this point. However, it was evident that he favored Winjutsu above the rest. Jiraiya countered with a mix of earth and fire-style techniques, holding his ground admirably. Both were seasoned Kage-level ninjas who knew each other well, making for a fascinating spectacle. However, Jiraiya didn't manage to activate his Sage mode. The setup time was too long, and Orochimaru wasn't foolish enough to give him that opportunity. To prevent Jiraiya from activating his Sage mode, he escalated to Forbidden Jutsu. In the Shinobi world, Forbidden Jutsu was a dynamic concept. Not every technique labeled as forbidden was necessarily extraordinary. In each ninja village, the definition varied. In Hidden Leaf Village, any technique that consumed vast amounts of chakra to the point of endangering the user's life or posed significant danger to others was considered forbidden. This classification was intended to maintain peace in the village and discourage reckless pursuit of power. But such restrictions were meaningless to Orochimaru. Most forbidden techniques didn't affect his modified body, turning them into ordinary techniques for him. So, he gleefully unleashed a slew of forbidden jutsu, effectively thwarting Jiraiya's attempts to activate Sage mode. Masashi estimated that most of Orochimaru's techniques could be countered with his skills, while a few troublesome ones could be nullified with the Flying Thunder God. However, these techniques were unlikely to be Orochimaru's trump cards. After all, neither Orochimaru nor Jiraiya intended to kill the other. One wanted to leave, while the other kept reaching out, just like the cycle that might repeat years later with Naruto and Sasuke. In the end, it was Jiraiya who fell. The two exchanged a friendship-breaking punch, chakra crackling around their fists as they met in midair. While Orochimaru shrugged it off thanks to his modifications, Jiraiya rolled his eyes and passed out. Cool and composed, Orochimaru returned to his usual nonchalant demeanor. He exuded the aura of a true master, leaving onlookers convinced that even in defeat, he hadn't truly lost. After briefly observing Jiraiya, he turned and left without finishing him off. In the distance, Manda and Gamabunta's summoning time expired. Unlike their bonded summoners, these two creatures couldn't stand each other, hurling insults and threats before reluctantly disappearing. "Next time, Toad, I'll make a wallet out of you," Manda hissed. "Try it, you overgrown garden hose," Gamabunta retorted before both vanished in clouds of smoke. Their relationship was genuinely terrible. Leaping down from the tree, Masashi approached Jiraiya. Hoisting the Sannin onto his shoulder, he teleported away using Flying Rage and, in mere moments, he returned to the village walls, now bustling with activity. At the forefront was Koharu, seemingly waiting for his return. In the original timeline, two Hidden Leaf village elders played pivotal roles in orchestrating the Uchiha massacre, Danzo and Koharu. Danzo, of course, took center stage. Koharu, less so. As a child, she had been mischievous, often napping during Ninja Academy lessons. Now, though, seeing Masashi carrying Jiraiya, she quickly stepped forward. "What happened to Jiraiya?" "He's unconscious," Masashi replied, setting Jiraiya on the ground. A group of Anbu rushed over and placed the Sannin on a stretcher. After directing the Anbu to take him away, Koharu turned back to Masashi. "I thought someone of your caliber could have seized the chance to kill Orochimaru," she said casually. "Killing Orochimaru? Only the third Hokage could manage that," Masashi said bluntly. "Does the third know about this incident?" "Of course," Koharu replied with a nod. "Thank you for your efforts, Masashi. You should go rest now." With a nod, Masashi said nothing more and teleported away. Koharu silently stared at the spot where he had stood, her aged eyes narrowing slightly in thought. Chapter 58, The calm before thunder. Perched high in the mountains, Hidden Cloud's village was as close to the clouds as one could imagine. Puffs of silvery white clouds drifted and flickered, floating with the wind. Looking down, thick mists rose like splashes of water in a lake, surging from all directions and swaying mid-mountain. The news of Orochimaru's defection, Tsunoda's departure, and Jiraiya's injury, leading to the breakup of the legendary Sannin, had already reached Hidden Cloud's village. The ninjas of this highland village had begun to set their sights southward. Rumors suggested that the fourth Raikage had convened multiple high-level meetings to discuss strategies for moving south. Whenever the Hidden Clouds village ninjas moved south, they had to guard against the Hidden Stones village ninjas. Those sneaky ninjas had ambushed them more than once, and the third Raikage had sacrificed his life because of them. The Hidden Clouds village ninjas craved the fertile lands of the Land of Fire. Though they had suffered losses over it, they didn't harbor much hatred. But when it came to Hidden Stones village, the entire village brimmed with animosity. All the great ninja nations coveted the Land of Fire, but Hidden Clouds village had always been singularly focused. It wanted the Land of Fire alone. Hidden Stones village, however, coveted both the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning. Among the 5 great nations, the Land of Fire, the Land of Lightning, and the Land of Water had the richest and most livable natural resources, with the Land of Fire being the most ideal, 4 distinct seasons, favorable weather, and minimal geological disasters. The other 2 countries came next but were still gems of the shinobi world. The Land of Lightning, situated in the northeast of the continent, boasted scenery akin to paradise. The sky was a perfect bright blue, like someone had cleaned it until it shone. The highlands were thick with greenery, while meadows spread across the lowlands. The residents could farm in the mountains or establish pastures in the grasslands. With access to the strait, their fishing industry was also thriving. The downside, however, was the deadly plateau winds, snowstorms, and thunderclaps that could shatter the tranquility and claim lives. "Thunder doesn't scare us. It's our lullaby." A local merchant laughed at a visitor's concerned face as thunder cracked overhead. "How do you sleep through such noise?" "Ha ha ha. In Hidden Clouds village, if you can't sleep through thunder, you don't sleep at all." Residents of the Land of Lightning were accustomed to hearing deafening thunder from the sky as they walked the streets. They were a people defined by resilience and a refusal to bow to fate. Obito emerged from a bar in Hidden Clouds village, his face expressionless. He hadn't came to this village under a concealed identity for pleasure. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, he found himself entering this bar the moment he laid eyes on it. Masashi, whom Obito deemed a potentially useful pawn, was still an annoying person in his eyes. But there was no denying one fact: he was incredibly strong. Obito sought to uncover the secrets behind his strength. Based on all his observations, Masashi's life and training habits seemed to revolve around one place: bars. Something about finding 3 tomoe in tea or other nonsense like that was a phrase Obito had heard countless times. And so, he went in, with his usual deadpan expression. When he finally left, he felt nothing. Enhancement drugs would explain the rapid progress, but something didn't add up. The guy's words had been as cryptic as ever. Despite drinking for a long time, he gained no insights. Could it be that Hidden Leaf Village's alcohol was brewed differently? Or had Masashi been doping all along? He leaned toward the latter theory. Doping among ninja wasn't uncommon. It was rare within the Uchiha clan, but not unheard of. Such ninja often made rapid progress early on but ultimately paid the price as their bodies deteriorated. Obito concluded that Masashi must have been using enhancements. Acting all mysterious, he's just a fraud. Feeling a bit better, he turned to leave. Wait, sir. Don't leave yet. A dancer ran out and grabbed him by the arm, her face glowing with playful charm. Obito almost flung her off but restrained himself. He couldn't blow his cover. Right now, his disguise was that of a foreign merchant, his face wrapped in bandages with a backstory of disfigurement. The Hidden Clouds village ninjas weren't concerned about whether merchants were disfigured or not, as long as their goods were top-notch. This allowed him to enter the village smoothly. But the dancer saw something different in him. In the land of lightning, most men were either burly or pale-skinned, there wasn't much in between. The darker men were usually rugged and crude, and the paler ones often overcompensated by acting overly masculine. As for the women, they were fiery in both temperament and physique. And, as the saying went, people yearned for what they lacked. Having grown accustomed to brash, rough men, this dancer was instantly captivated by the aura Obito exuded. Though he wore bandages, his hands were smooth and delicate, not something you'd see in a Highlander. His polite demeanor and restrained gaze also set him apart. Here was a man with class. Compared to the coarse villagers, this gentleman was leagues ahead. Such a high-quality man, how could she not seize this opportunity to make him hers? In the land of lightning, women were bold and direct about love, unlike the reserved women of the land of fire. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? What the heck? Why was this woman, wearing so little, fawning over him now? He barely kept his irritation in check. I'm sorry, miss. I have work to do, he replied. The dancer was momentarily stunned. She decided she had to make him understand, she wasn't just any dancer. She was a good girl, one who performed for art, not other services. All right. She finally said, releasing him reluctantly. For the first time, she felt her profession wasn't as wonderful as it seemed. Obito didn't notice the emotional roller coaster she went through. But her tact pleased him, so he softened his tone. I apologize if I was rude earlier. This is just the way I am, he said politely before striding away. In the training hall within the Uchiha clan's compound, Masashi was hard at work honing his skills. Blinding flashes of electricity revealed he was training in lightning chakra transformation. However, judging by the results on the target, it was not going well. He retracted the sparks from his hand and closely examined the target, looking disappointed. The scorch marks were scattered and unfocused, nothing like the precise strikes he needed. As expected, proficiency wasn't something that could be built up easily. Among the 7 chakra nature transformations, the unique aspects of yin and yang aside, the 5 elements transformations were something every ninja could potentially master. These were considered the standard chakra nature transformations. Mastery could be achieved in 2 ways, either one had an innate talent, starting with a baseline proficiency that required no beginner training, only steady improvement, or one started with 0 innate ability, relying solely on rigorous training to brute force progress, which was far more challenging. Most people naturally excelled in only one chakra nature, which was the norm. However, due to the strategic importance of elemental interactions in ninja battles, a ninja needed proficiency in at least 2 natures by the time they reached the rank of Jonin. If they were naturally skilled in only one, the other had to be trained up the hard way. Take Hyuga, for example, innately gifted in all 5 natures, a true anomaly. Masashi wasn't so fortunate. He was naturally adept in 3 natures, which still put him far ahead of most. Yet, by his own high standards, he considered his elemental compatibility incomplete. Having maxed out his proficiency in fire, water, and wind, he had long decided to focus on a 4th nature, lightning. For someone like him, who favored highly mobile combat, the offensive nature of lightning took precedence over the defensive potential of earth. With sage techniques in his arsenal, his current environment didn't demand much focus on defense. Still, starting from scratch with a new nature transformation was anything but easy. Since returning from Ruchi Cave, he had been working on lightning. By now, it had been over half a year. Following Orochimaru's defection, Tsunade formally left the village, and Jiraiya also departed after a brief stay in the village for recovery. Since then, Hidden Leaf Village had entered a period of calm, with no major incidents. The Hokage's office showed little urgency in re-establishing contact with Kiri, and progress on that front was slow. This afforded Masashi plenty of time to devote to mastering lightning style. At first, he could only produce a few faint sparks. Now, he could at least unleash an attack, though it paled in comparison to his fire, water, and wind techniques. Despite the slow progress, he was advancing at a remarkable pace, thanks to employing a strategy inspired by Naruto from the original timeline, using multiple shadow clones to accelerate training. However, unlike Naruto, Masashi dared not go overboard. He capped his shadow clones at 10, well aware of the risks associated with overusing the technique, which had been classified as forbidden for good reason. In the past, some had pushed themselves too far and died from chakra depletion or suffered severe mental trauma from the memory feedback. He had learned this lesson the hard way in his previous life. After training for a whole day, he had released 2 shadow clones simultaneously. The sudden rush of memories and experiences had overwhelmed his mind, leaving him unconscious for days. Though he had been lucky it was only 2 clones, the experience had taught him to be more cautious. Now, he only released 1 or 2 clones at a time, letting his mind properly process each wave of information before moving on to the next. Naruto, with his massive innate chakra reserves as a reincarnation of Asura and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, could afford such reckless training. By the late stages of his development, he had reached a monstrous level, capable of kicking away truth-seeking orbs with raw chakra power alone. Truth-seeking orbs, composed of chakra condensed to its ultimate form, transcended the 5 elements and yin-yang transformations, embodying the pinnacle known as yin-yang release. This was the realm Masashi aspired to reach. For an Uchiha, yin-yang release held special significance. It was the sole pathway to awakening the Rinnegan. Given the choice, who would only settle for the Mangekyō Sharingan? Unfortunately, he had no examples to guide him on this path. He was left to experiment and forge his own way forward. In this life, however, he had managed to analyze both Asura and Indra's chakra. Based on his observations of these ancient powers, he had devised a methodical plan. His chosen approach? Master every possible chakra nature transformation. Even if he never reached yin-yang release, being proficient in all chakra natures would still be a worthwhile accomplishment. After all, being a man of all elements was undeniably useful. Masashi was ambitious. He wanted to be strong, stronger than anyone, and still savor life's pleasures. For a ninja, he was insatiably greedy. Yet, he was also pragmatic, knowing that not every good thing in life would come his way. His ultimate goal was simple: when the final battle came, he refused to be a helpless pawn tied to a tree as someone's battery. He'd rather die at the hands of Madara in a great fight. If there was a second chance, there'd surely be a third. Those with multiple chances had the luxury of being willful. Sensing his chakra reserves nearing safe limits, Masashi stopped his lightning-style training. With caution, he began dispelling his shadow clones one at a time, carefully processing each set of memories and experiences. In the training room, the 10 clones vanished in sequence, each puff of smoke separated by a few moments of mental integration. He punched forward, unleashing a brilliant burst of lightning that obliterated the target before him. Still, this was the best he could manage for now. The Uchiha clan library contained plenty of lightning techniques, but he had no intention of learning them all. Despite his ambitions, he wasn't indiscriminate about training, especially since he had a better-suited mentor in mind for lightning style. It just depended on whether they'd show up. After tidying up, Masashi left the training room and went home to shower. With plenty of daylight left, he decided to take a leisurely stroll outside. Dressed casually, he left the clan compound. It had been a long time since he'd wandered around purely for enjoyment. The last time was when he'd been curious enough to explore every corner of Hidden Leaf Village, just to see how big it really was. As he strolled through the commercial district, stopping occasionally to browse shops, he found the relaxed atmosphere refreshing. Although he had suggested to Fugaku that they prepare an escape plan, leaving the village was a last resort. Who would willingly abandon Hidden Leaf Village? Rescuing Minato's family had its downsides. But the benefits far outweighed the drawbacks. Along the way, Masashi encountered some familiar faces from the police force. They said their hellos before each went on their way, some to work, others to relax. Suddenly, he heard a commotion behind him. With a grilled squid skewer in his mouth, Masashi turned to look. A ninja pushed through the crowd, running down the street in a hurry. Judging by his appearance, he had just returned from outside the village. His expression was one of urgency. What's going on? Chapter 59, War Council. History's greatest irony is that strength breeds its own destruction, the third Hokage had once written in his personal records. Perhaps there truly was merit to the saying, things often take a turn when they reach their extreme. Since its founding, Hidden Leaf Village had stood as the strongest power in the ninja world. With the alliance of Hashirama and Madara during its inception, the village overwhelmed all opposition. However, not long after, the two legendary figures turned against each other, and Madara nearly destroyed the village he helped create. After Hashirama's death, the first great ninja war erupted like a tidal wave across the ninja clans. This conflict wiped out most of the second-generation leaders of various villages and inflicted severe losses on the clans. As the eye of the storm, Hidden Leaf Village experienced firsthand the consequences of being at the center of attention. The glory of their past victories was matched only by the pain of this war. The Second Great Ninja War saw the rise of civilian-born ninja, but the scale and intensity of the battles dwarfed those of the Warring States period due to the massive increase in ninja populations across nations. During the Third Great Ninja War, Hidden Leaf Village fought on three fronts simultaneously at its darkest hour. Just when it seemed peace might finally settle in, disaster struck again. Only a year later, the Night Tails went on a rampage and almost destroyed the village. If not for the extraordinary power of an Uchiha, the village might have been leveled. However, the subsequent scandal involving Danzō revealed the murky depths of Hidden Leaf Village's internal politics. Then, the three Sannin parted ways. Peace remained elusive. The disappearance of the Sannin only reignited the ambitions of Hidden Leaf Village's northern neighbor. When news of Hidden Cloud's village's southern invasion broke, it spread throughout Hidden Leaf Village within a single day. The high mobility of Hidden Leaf Village's population and its location in the continent's most prosperous region made secrecy nearly impossible. By the time Minato received the report, the entire village already knew. He didn't even need to finish reading the report. The barbarians are coming. A merchant hollered loudly in the streets, a voice so piercing it reached the Hokage's office. Keep your voice down. Another snapped back. You'll start a panic. Too late for that, one civilian called out. Look at the markets. Prices are already climbing. The nickname barbarians for Hidden Cloud's village ninjas had somehow spread like wildfire over the past 6 months, as if it were an infectious disease. Many in Hidden Leaf Village now referred to Hidden Cloud's village ninjas by this term. The name was alarmingly catchy. Is war truly unavoidable? Minato mused as he stood by the window, gazing down at the streets below. Villagers filled the streets, discussing the impending conflict. The Land of Fire, with its fertile lands and unmatched national and military strength, always found itself in a unique predicament. It had no territorial ambitions against others. As a result, it was always on the receiving end of invasions. Each attack on a Land of Fire meant another attack on Hidden Leaf Village. Their timing isn't coincidental, an intelligence officer reported in the command center. They've been watching, waiting for the Sannin to separate. Our intelligence suggests they've been preparing for months. To deter wars, Hidden Leaf Village needed overwhelming strength to maintain its image of invincibility. One of Danzo's most critical roles during his lifetime was overseeing intelligence operations across the shinobi world. He used every method at his disposal to eliminate anything that threatened Hidden Leaf Village's deterrent power. Even with his efforts, Hidden Leaf Village couldn't avoid the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars. The desire to invade the Land of Fire was a universal ambition for other nations. The only question was when, not if. The Land of Lightning's hunger for the Land of Fire's territory was an open secret. If not for their constant rivalry with the Land of Earth, their military confrontations with the Land of Fire would likely have doubled. Since taking office, the current Raikage had aggressively expanded the military capacity of Hidden Cloud's village. After the Third Great Ninja War, where Hidden Cloud's village sustained relatively light losses, their military power now nearly rivaled Hidden Leaf Village's. Although they lost a Raikage during that war, that Raikage had single-handedly decimated an invading army of 10,000 Hidden Stone's village ninjas. The battlefield was littered with Hidden Stone's village corpses, and the survivors developed a lasting fear of lightning. Now, emboldened by news of the Sannin's disbandment, the Raikage could no longer suppress his ambitions and launched an invasion against the Land of Fire. The ninjas were no match for Hidden Cloud's village forces. In fact, as soon as Hidden Cloud's village's army crossed into the Land of Hot Water, they could crush the defenders within a day. The fact that Hidden Leaf Village only learned of this move after Hidden Cloud's village's army had already begun marching south exposed an issue. Without Danzō, the village's intelligence capabilities had severely deteriorated. Over the years, the intelligence division's foreign operations, once controlled exclusively by Harut, had faltered, leaving the regular Anbu unprepared and ineffective in this role. For years, the Anbu had grown complacent, accustomed to domestic peace and lighter responsibilities. This was one of the major consequences of Danzō's death, the sharp decline in Hidden Leaf Village's foreign intelligence capabilities. Minato now understood the meaning behind one of Danzō's last remarks to him. It wasn't about who would do the dirty work, it was about this gap in expertise. Despite the same intelligence network remaining in place, its effectiveness had plummeted. But he didn't dwell on this. Priority level 3, Minato said as his fingers brushed against the seal array on his desk. A network of chakra-responsive formations he'd developed after the Nine Tails made him realize how vulnerable the village's communication system was during a crisis. In moments, the sky lit up with precise bursts of chakra, 3 red, 1 blue. A silent command that every ninja in the village knew: immediate mobilization, no active combat. The seals converted small amounts of chakra into visible signals that could be seen from any point in the village, ensuring orders could be transmitted even if normal communications were compromised. Through his window, he watched as Anbu teams dispersed across rooftops. Below, uniformed Chunin moved through the crowds. The Hokage has anticipated this situation, a young Chunin announced in the market square. Our defensive preparations are already in place. What about our children? A woman called out. The academy's shelter system has been activated, another Chunin replied from a different corner. All students will begin emergency preparedness courses starting tomorrow morning. The training is open to everyone. We have facilities adapted for non-shinobi participants. Across the street, the PR division had mobilized its civilian contacts. Shopkeepers began posting pre-prepared notices, business as usual, trust in Hidden Leaf Village's strength. Markets that had started to empty suddenly found themselves restocked as merchant clans coincidentally scheduled major deliveries. A masked Anbu appeared at Minato's side. The clan messengers are ready, Hokage-sama. Inform the clan heads that their presence is required at the War Council, Minato said. The future of Hidden Leaf Village requires their wisdom. The Anbu vanished. The 8 major clans responded swiftly. Not a single clan delayed. They moved so quickly that they arrived faster than the Hokage's messengers could return. A group of elite Jonin and 1 Chunin raced to the Hokage's office. Their speed made it clear who was most prepared for war. Within 30 minutes of the summons, Hidden Leaf Village's strongest and most ruthless fighters had gathered in the large conference room on the 3rd floor of the Hokage's office for the War Council. Even Hiruzen, semi-retired, attended. The speed of response is impressive, he noted quietly. Among the Uchiha clan representatives was Masashi, standing with the quiet confidence of someone who had already proven himself in battle. The low murmur of voices died as Minato stepped to the head of the table. Thank you all for responding so quickly, he addressed the gathered clan representatives. As you know, Hidden Cloud's village's forces are mobilizing. Our border patrols report significant troop movements near the Land of Lightning's western frontier. Their intentions are clear, they mean to start a war. He spread the intelligence reports across the table. Their forces outnumber U's defenders 5 to 1. At their current pace, they'll reach the Land of Hotwater's borders within days. Moving to the large map on the wall, his finger traced the border lines. Based on our analysis of past conflicts with Hidden Cloud's village, the primary battlefield will likely be in the Land of Hotwater. Its vast territory and shared border with the Land of Fire makes it the most strategic front. The Land of Frost, he continued, shifting his attention to the smaller territory, will serve as their supply route. The daimyo there won't resist the Raikage's demands, their relationship with the Land of Lightning leaves them no choice in the matter. Hiruzen nodded silently, smoke curling from his pipe as he listened to his successor's assessment. Hidden Cloud's village's strategy will be familiar to those who fought in previous wars. They'll strip the Land of Hotwater of everything valuable, resources, supplies, even civilians. However, their aggressive advance will give us time to position our forces effectively. Now, Minato straightened, his gaze sweeping across the room. Let's discuss how we'll deploy our forces in response. This deployment of forces was essentially a competition among Hidden Leaf Village's major clans. Having endured 3 great ninja wars, Hidden Leaf Village's 8 major clans had grown adept at navigating the new wartime structure, striking a balance between earning military achievements and ensuring their clan's survival. Far from opposing war, they often relished it. After all, no accolades carried more weight than those earned in a national conflict. Regarding the primary offensive assignments, please share your thoughts, Minato announced, signaling the start of the bidding. The Sarutobi clan volunteers for the primary offensive. A Jonin from the Sarutobi clan declared confidently. Our clan specializes in fire style. When it comes to strong offensives, we have no fear of the Hidden Clouds village ninja. We've proven ourselves in 3 wars already. The Sarutobi clan, along with the Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimaki clans, traditionally acted as a united bloc. The Nara clan stands with the Sarutobi, their representative stated, stepping forward. As do the Yamanaka, came another voice. The Akimaki clan joins this alliance, their clan head declared, moving to stand beside the others. The Aburame clan's representative remained silent but adjusted his glasses and stepped forward. The message was clear, if others were piling in, the Aburame clan wouldn't hold back either. Hiruzen, puffing contentedly on his pipe, watched with satisfaction. Though Danzo's death had saddened him, The newfound vigor of his clan lifted his spirits. Once reluctant to take front-line roles, his clan now displayed an eagerness for combat. In his youth, Aizen had aggressively pursued key assignments, often clashing with Danzo over such matters. Now, seeing his clan's next generation carry on the tradition brought him comfort. Still, he had some concerns. Were these youngsters underestimating the Hidden Clouds village ninja, renowned for their fierce and fearless nature? Nevertheless, with the Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimeki clans as allies, things probably wouldn't go too poorly. After all, growth often required facing setbacks. Fire style? You dare claim that domain from the Uchiha? Yaku sneered. Leave that to the Uchiha. Hokage-sama, the main offensive should be handled by the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. The Byakugan and Sharingan combination proved effective in the Hidden Mist Village campaign, the Hyuga representative noted, nodding slightly. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans, known for their exceptional visual jutsu, were rivals in many respects. Yet on the Hidden Mist Village battlefield, the two clans had demonstrated seamless cooperation. Past victories don't guarantee future success, a Sarutobi representative countered. The only clan yet to speak was the Inuzuka. Their representatives seemed troubled, knowing that compared to other clans, their advantages in this specific mission were limited. Still, they couldn't afford to back down completely. We'll follow Hokage-sama's instructions, the Inuzuka representative said. We're ready to go wherever you assign us. Standing behind Yuko was Masashi, flanked by Shizui, another key figure in the clan. As an important member of the Uchiha's combat force, Masashi also had a voice in the proceedings. Driven by his own ambitions, he stepped forward. Hokage-sama, I propose forming a special operations team to infiltrate the front lines and eliminate isolated Hidden Clouds village ninjas. My jutsu is perfect for eliminating isolated units. Masashi, I know you're strong, Minato cautioned. But don't underestimate the Hidden Clouds village ninjas. Their reputation for fearlessness is well earned. I've faced them myself and can vouch for their tenacity. Rest assured, Hokage-sama. I'm cautious and won't endanger myself or my comrades, Masashi replied confidently, expressing his gratitude. With respect, Minato, rumors of their fearlessness are just that, rumors. The same thing had been said about the Hidden Mist Village ninjas he faced before. In the beginning, they had indeed been ferocious, but in the end, they had fled faster than anyone else. It just went to show that rumors were often unreliable. The more stereotypical the depiction, the farther it strayed from reality. As soon as Masashi finished, other clans eagerly chimed in, highlighting their specialties to justify their suitability for the mission. The atmosphere was charged with enthusiasm. At this moment, Hidden Leaf Village feared nothing from Hidden Clouds Village. Did Hidden Clouds Village think Hidden Leaf Village's forces had grown weak simply because the Sennin were absent? A swift correction was in order. Both Minato and Hiruzen observed the eager volunteers with satisfaction. In truth, the bidding was little more than a ritualistic war council to boost morale. The battle plans had long been decided. Chapter 60, The Final Bath. Hidden Leaf Village was located slightly west of the center of the Land of Fire. Perhaps the founders of the village didn't give it much thought during its establishment, but this location indeed favors Hidden Leaf Village for troop movements along the continental battlefront. Whether it was an attack from Hidden Sand Village, Hidden Stones Village, or Hidden Clouds Village, Hidden Leaf Village's ninja forces could reach the front lines at roughly the same time. The only exception was the southeast, where the distance to Hidden Mist Village was almost double that to the other three major villages. However, their former ally, Hidden Eddy Village, used to stand directly at Kiri's doorstep. Hidden Leaf Village's military strategy has always been to focus on the three major powers on the mainland, leaving the others on the sidelines. Thus, when Hidden Clouds Village launched a southern offensive, Hidden Leaf Village's decision-making speed far surpassed that of the time when they attempted to aid Hidden Eddy Village. By midday of the first day, a strategy meeting was held in the Hokage's office. By that afternoon, all ninja were notified. And by noon of the second day, a vanguard force of 2,000 Hidden Leaf Village ninjas departed from the village's northern gate, heading toward the Land of Hot Water. Following them was a reinforcement force of no fewer than 5,000 ninjas, who would advance alongside organized logistics units. The primary mission of the 2,000-strong vanguard was to rendezvous with the remnants of the U-ninjas and establish a frontline base within the Land of Hot Water to eliminate Hidden Clouds Village's vanguard force. At the very least, they needed to halt Hidden Clouds Village's advance within the Land of Hot Water. Given the high intensity and critical nature of the mission, the troops comprised only Chunin and above. The high-ranking combat strength consisted of Jonin from the Sarutobi, Uchiha, and Hyuga clans, with Hyuga Hisashi as the commander. Though Hisashi belonged to the branch family, his strength was comparable to his elder brother, the clan leader, making him a respected leader. Moreover, a Hyuga Jonin was extremely effective on the battlefield, and everyone trusted this. The Uchiha clan sent 6 jonin with 3 Tomoe Sharingan, including Masashi, who managed to take Shishui's place after a tense meeting with Fugaku. As the forces assembled at the gate, Hisashi addressed the gathered clan representatives. The Hyuga will take point. Our Byakugan will be essential for reconnaissance. We'll provide heavy assault support, the Sarutobi commander added. Masashi stepped forward. The Uchiha can handle intercepting their sensor types. Among the 3 clans, the Uchiha had the fewest jonin, while Sarutobi had the most. Combined, the 3 clans contributed around 30 jonin. This force alone could easily crush a third-tier ninja village. Although Hidden Clouds Village, as the only village with a comparable scale to Hidden Leaf Village, has around 20,000 chunin and higher, their jonin count was fewer than Hidden Leaf villages. Theoretically, Hidden Leaf Village could mobilize even more jonin, but the current deployment was the limit for the 3 clans. The Hokage's office couldn't allocate more manpower either. It wasn't a matter of being stingy. Hidden Clouds Village's movements required Hidden Leaf Village to remain vigilant against Hidden Stones Village. Familiar with both Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Stones Village's aggressive tendencies, Minato had already prepared for the possibility of a 2-front war. Onoki, the 3rd Tsuchikage, was notoriously opportunistic, infamous across the ninja world for his lack of scruples. During the 3rd Great Ninja War, he attempted to raid both Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Clouds Village. Hidden Leaf Village thwarted his plan thanks to Minato and his students, while Hidden Clouds Village's losses were even greater, costing them the Raikage. Both Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Clouds Village were wary of the old man staging another surprise attack. Masashi had some understanding of Onoki's mindset. The old man was always looking for opportunities to exploit Hidden Leaf Village but viewed Hidden Clouds Village as a long-term adversary. Hidden Clouds Village's desire for Hidden Leaf Village matched Onoki's ambition for Hidden Clouds Village. During the last war, he mobilized 10,000 Hidden Stones Village ninjas to attack Hidden Clouds Village's vulnerable rear, only to be met head-on by the obstinate 3rd Raikage. With the addition of Hidden Leaf Village's skirmishes, Hidden Stones Village, which initially had the smallest losses, suddenly skyrocketed to the 2nd highest casualty rate. In the original timeline, the conflict between Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Clouds Village never ceased. Akatsuki's biggest client was Hidden Stones Village, frequently hiring their members to disrupt Hidden Clouds Village. The 2,000 elite Hidden Leaf Village ninjas moved swiftly, unhindered by the absence of genin in their ranks. By nightfall, they had already entered the land of hot water. As they moved through the devastated countryside, the scouts reported back regularly. The countryside's been stripped clean, a scout reported, landing silently beside Hisashi. A Hyuga scout activated his Byakugan. No civilian movement within 5 kilometers. Hidden Clouds Village is being thorough, Hisashi noted. They're planning for a long campaign. The current state of the land of hot water was even more chaotic than when Masashi last visited. This chaos wasn't due to rampant banditry. Quite the opposite, there were no bandits left. Hidden Clouds Village ninjas, adhering to the hierarchical 2 levels up, 3 levels down system of the great ninja nations, maintained decorum with the land of hot water's nobility and protected the lives of the lords. However, they were far less kind to commoners, and bandits, in Hidden Clouds Village's view, were just another type of commoner. In ninja warfare tradition, bandits were usually the first casualties, serving as a warm-up. Seen as unproductive burdens consuming food resources, bandits were often exterminated by ninja forces conducting local food requisitioning. The local nobility, far from objecting, often welcomed this development. As for civilian casualties, they simply turned a blind eye. The cruelest reality was this: during ninja wars, the greatest casualties were never the ninja. This was also why allied nations exist. After entering the land of hot water, the Hidden Leaf Village vanguard rested to recover their strength. At dawn the next day, they began searching for the remnants of the Yu ninjas. As expected, Yu had already been overrun. Such a conspicuous target was inevitably Hidden Clouds Village's first objective. They found the surviving Yu ninjas huddled in a makeshift camp, their faces drawn with exhaustion and defeat. Only a few hundred had escaped, but for Yu, this was a substantial force. The size of Yu's ninja force had been dwindling for some time, to the point that the local nobility preferred commissioning missions from Hidden Leaf Village rather than Yu. These days, the village's main focus was leveraging its hot spring resources for profit. Nevertheless, it remained a ninja village and strategically the most valuable location in the land of hot water. For Hidden Leaf Village, it was a ready-made frontline base. You might now be Hidden Clouds Village's operational base, or a trap set for Hidden Leaf Village. After discussing with the Yu ninja representatives, Hisashi and the clan Jonin decided to launch an attack. Under the guidance of the Yu ninjas, the Hidden Leaf Village vanguard used secret paths to approach the rear of Yu. Yu was situated in a hot spring area. The land of hot water had about 3,000 hot spring sources scattered across the country, with you boasting over 100. Known as the foremost village of hot water in the world of shinobi, the village relied heavily on its hot spring resources. In peacetime, this provided the villagers with a comfortable life. Thanks to the assistance of these local guides, the Hidden Leaf village ninjas silently arrived at a vantage point north of you. From this elevated position, they could clearly observe the entire layout of you. It was a rustic settlement, mostly untouched by modern development. The buildings followed a consistent style, dominated by small houses. The tranquil village seemed frozen in time, exuding a laid-back rhythm far removed from Hidden Leaf Village's bustling energy. The village's architecture reflected the non-confrontational nature of its inhabitants. However, Hidden Cloud's village's arrival had completely shattered this tranquility. The Hidden Cloud's village ninjas had begun fortifying the village to enhance its utility as a military base. Through the steam, Masashi could make out the hasty construction of defensive positions. An attack at this moment could easily take them by surprise. The activities within you were completely visible to the Hyuga Jonin, with nothing escaping their Byakugan. Third quadrant clear, one Hyuga scout reported quietly. Wait, movement at the hot springs. Another patrol? A Sarutobi Jonin asked. No, the Hyuga scout replied. Even the moments when some Hidden Clouds village ninjas slacked off didn't go unnoticed. This was almost unfair, being caught slacking not by your superior but by the enemy. Still, after a thorough sweep, the situation appeared favorable, no ambushes. When the Hyuga clan said there was no ambush, you could be certain. Their vision range was vast, enhanced with X-ray capabilities, and chakra signatures were crystal clear to them. After an hour of observing you, not a single secret was left hidden. Give me the numbers again. Be precise, the Hizashi ordered. 523 Hidden Clouds village ninja within you's walls. 194 in the southern camps, approximately 1,000 civilian laborers, the Hyuga scout responded crisply. And the ninjas? Over 100. Most are imprisoned. 32 imposters among them, transformation jutsu users. The Hyuga even counted the people present with precision. Every chakra signature, every disguised ninja, every civilian worker, nothing escaped their all-seeing eyes. Thus, the Hidden Leaf village ninjas felt reassured, restoring their energy and preparing for battle while leaving surveillance to the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. The attack wasn't launched immediately. The new walls they're building, the Sarutobi leader began, studying the construction progress. Let them finish, Masashi interrupted. Better to attack when they think they're secure. And we'll have clearer lines of sight for the operation, he added mentally, observing the emerging defensive positions. After all, the Hidden Clouds village ninjas were busy repairing the village's infrastructure, having torn down the old walls and begun expanding the village. It seemed only polite to let them finish building the new walls first. The Hidden Leaf village ninjas hid in the forest. When it was time for meals, they took out their rations and started eating. It was only the first day. Hidden Leaf village ninjas typically carried enough rations for 5 days, and if logistics failed to keep up after that, they'd resort to soldier pills. This was one of the luxuries of being a Hidden Leaf village ninja. The Hidden Sand village ninja, for instance, carried only a day's worth of food, relying on pills after that. Even with logistical support, their food supply was meager. During mealtime, the Jonin gathered to discuss strategies. The rations were quite decent: rice balls, sushi, sausages, and a mix of meat and vegetables, all made from high-quality ingredients. Jonin lived fairly comfortably, after all. Masashi ate sushi while chatting quietly with his clan. Beside him sat Pakura, who had joined the police force and was participating in this campaign. In Hidden Leaf Village, she carried the Uchiha clan's banner. Pakura ate her share of food, marveling at the prosperity of the Land of Fire without much else to think about. She wasn't well acquainted with anyone other than Masashi. Still, as a renowned user of Scorch style, someone approached her. Pakura, are you joining the raid tonight? A Jonin asked, studying her carefully. No problem, Pakura replied, taking a sip of water. Based on the Jonin's discussion, considering their overwhelming combat advantage and the need to preserve Yu's facilities, they planned to minimize the use of destructive jutsu during the raid. And her Scorch style would be perfect for contained elimination. How about assigning the Sarutobi to clear out the Hidden Clouds village ninjas outside the village? Masashi proposed after finishing his meal. Agreed, the Sarutobi Jonin said. But we'll need some Hyuga support to ensure no Hidden Clouds village ninjas escape. Compared to the Uchiha, the Sarutobi were better at large-scale fire attacks, making them more effective outside the village. In the final years of the Warring States period, the Sarutobi clan was second only to the Senju and Uchiha. Even the legendary Hashirama and Madara acknowledged their strength. Without Hashirama and Madara, the Sarutobi were nearly as strong as the top clans. After Hidden Leaf Village's founding, Hiruzen emerged as a peerless talent among the village's new generation. Sarutobi clan takes the outer perimeter. We maintain surveillance. Uchiha handle internal clearance, Hizashi outlined firmly. I'll mark key positions for rapid response, Masashi added, already planning his seal placements. With roles decided, everyone focused on regaining their strength. As the sun set, the laborers finished their day and moved to the crude camps outside the village. They weren't allowed to rest within only the Hidden Clouds Village ninjas enjoyed such privileges. Watching some of the Hidden Clouds Village ninjas begin soaking in hot springs, the Hyuga signaled the others to start the operation. Per their assignments, the Hyuga didn't directly engage but remained on standby, monitoring every movement of the Hidden Clouds Village ninjas with their Byakugan. The Sarutobi prepared their gear and led their forces southward to block escape routes and initiate the attack from outside. Meanwhile, the Uchiha clan was tasked with eliminating the Hidden Clouds Village ninjas inside the village as swiftly as possible and rendezvousing with the Sarutobi outside. After the Sarutobi departed, the Uchiha Jonin led their squads along the mountain slopes into Yu. The mountain slopes were the source of several vital hot springs. To maximize the flow, Yu was built alongside these slopes, leaving this area unprotected by walls. Even if the Hidden Clouds Village ninjas felt invincible, they still stationed guards here, albeit rather lazily. Quiet night, one guard muttered, scanning the darkness half-heartedly. Too quiet. Something feels, the second guard's words died in his throat as a blade emerged from his chest. His partner's body crumpled silently beside him a moment later. Hidden Leaf Village's outward intelligence might be lacking, but its internal secrecy was effective. Even Hidden Leaf Village's villagers were unaware that a vanguard force had been deployed, let alone the Hidden Clouds Village ninjas. Masashi landed softly on a stone-paved street. Using his Flying Thunder God Jutsu, he didn't join any teams but had marked every clan member and even Pakura with his teleportation seals. His mission was to act freely. The streets ahead twisted and turned, with numerous alleys. The combination of his Sharingan and chakra sensing ability made navigation effortless. Drawing his newly purchased short sword, Masashi moved silently toward his target. The layout of Yu hardly suggested the military base. It was dominated by inns, with narrow streets and alleys often wide enough for just one person. Suddenly, he accelerated. His blade thrust forward, piercing through a Hidden Clouds Village ninja who happened to step out of an alley. 3 seconds to deployment. 2 targets front. 1 attempting flank. With a flick of his left hand, he threw a kunai toward another Hidden Clouds Village ninja emerging from a building. Before the second ninja could react, his head was severed in a flash of the Flying Thunder God. A scream and curses broke the silence of the night. Unavoidably, once an attack began, discovery was certain. A squad of Hidden Clouds Village ninjas appeared on the street. They immediately spotted Masashi in his unmistakable attire. It's a Hidden Leaf Village ninja. 3 Hidden Clouds Village ninjas roared, drawing their weapons and charging forward. But Masashi was slightly faster. Sheathing his short sword, he flicked his wrist. With a puff of smoke, several shurikens shot out. 2 shuriken were deflected, but the others grazed the lead ninja. Masashi vanished from sight. A fiery explosion erupted among the Hidden Clouds Village ninjas, consuming them in flames. Their screams echoed as their bodies withered and shrank, leaving only shriveled husks behind. Masashi ended his jutsu and sensed no more Hidden Clouds Village ninjas in this area. He headed toward the next district, following the densest cluster of chakra signatures. Chapter 61, The Slaughter at Yu. Under the night sky, the streets and alleys of Yu were soon soaked in blood. Flashes of fire and lightning illuminated the darkness, signaling the escalation of the battle. The attack by the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas was swift and efficient, but the targeted Hidden Clouds Village ninjas reacted just as quickly. As 2 dominant forces of the ninja world, each side had strategies tailored to their strengths. With a full arsenal of techniques and the Sharingan and Byakugan at their disposal, Hidden Leaf Village ninjas preferred deep strike tactics using small, multi-layered formations. This raid was no different. In response, the Hidden Clouds Village ninjas, skilled in mobility and quick assaults, leveraged Yu's labyrinth of streets and alleys to conduct ambushes and flanking maneuvers, denying Hidden Leaf Village the advantage of their superior numbers. After losing over 100 lives to Hidden Leaf Village's initial assault, the remaining several hundred Hidden Clouds Village ninjas roamed the streets of Yu with agility, greatly complicating Hidden Leaf Village's efforts to annihilate them. The wooden architecture of Yu, similar to that of Hidden Leaf Village, restricted Hidden Leaf Village ninjas from freely using their signature fire jutsu. The exception was Pakura, who specialized in taijutsu and scorch style. She thrived in this environment, with fireballs generated by her scorch style swirling around her as she charged toward the densest clusters of enemies. Overall, Hidden Clouds Village's defeat was inevitable. Though they delayed their demise, they also sealed off their own escape routes. Outside the village, The Sarutobi clan, leading a unit of ninjas, used the Great Fireball to suppress the Hidden Clouds village forces, who lacked long-range techniques, keeping them pinned down. Victory here was certain. Inside the village, a Hidden Clouds village Jonin dove through a window as Masashi's blade swept past, rolling to his feet inside the building. He kicked over a table for cover, hands already forming seals. "Got you now." The Jonin growled, but Masashi was no longer there. The Jonin's eyes widened as a shadow fell across him from behind. The Chunin spun, his lightning-wrapped kunai catching Masashi's descending blade. For a split second, their eyes met, then Masashi vanished again. The Chunin felt cold steel emerge from his chest, Masashi having teleported to a mark he placed earlier on the floor. Another one down. But they keep coming. He moved methodically through used streets. Each strike served two purposes, eliminating enemies and placing new Flying Thunder God marks in strategic locations. He used the Flying Thunder God repeatedly, significantly reducing casualties among his clan members. Hidden Clouds village ninjas were indeed fierce warriors. Many of them resorted to suicide attacks without hesitation when the situation turned hopeless. Against such opponents, even with an overwhelming numerical advantage, the Hidden Leaf village forces had already lost nearly 100 ninjas. Both sides were elite forces, serving as the vanguard of their respective armies. Most were at least Chunin, and many Hidden Clouds village Jonin were concentrated within the village, giving them a numerical edge. However, Hidden Leaf village wasn't at a disadvantage in quality. The 6 Uchiha members wielding 3 Tomoe Sharingan were equivalent to 12 Jonin, an advantage that was not exaggerated. Especially Masashi, whose Sharingan had an exceptional ripple effect on the battlefield. Ahead, a group of Hidden Clouds village Chunin had formed a spearhead formation, enduring a round of Hidden Leaf village ninjutsu before charging toward a Hidden Leaf village Chunin squad. At the forefront of the Hidden Clouds village formation was a massive, heavily scarred ninja. Missing an arm and clearly doomed, he led his team on a desperate charge. For Hidden Clouds village. No retreat. The one-armed ninja's battle cry echoed through the streets. Facing them, the Hidden Leaf village Chunin squad, already accustomed to this rhythm, braced for impact. Though Hidden Clouds village ninjas were ferocious, Hidden Leaf village ninjas were no less resolute. But the direction of the Hidden Clouds village charge happened to align with a Flying Thunder God mark. The massive Hidden Clouds village ninja vaguely noticed a flame-shaped pattern on the ground. In the next instant, Masashi appeared there. Midair and having already completed his hand signs, he exhaled a stream of fire. Flames resembling cherry blossoms scattered from above, avoiding the buildings and enveloping the Hidden Clouds village ninjas. The scarred Jonin, resolved to die, had the moisture in their bodies evaporated in an instant. Preserving their final movements, they became human torches. Masashi had no time to inspect the results, nor did he need to. Before landing, he had already teleported elsewhere. The Flying Thunder God was finally unleashing its true potential on the battlefield. Unlike Minato, who used specialized kunai as anchor points for simultaneous mass kills, this approach didn't align with Masashi's combat style. With precise chakra sensing to locate Hidden Clouds village ninjas, he engaged in a methodical slaughter of their lower-ranking forces in his own way. Kunai and explosive tags aimed at him were redirected to non-flammable dump zones he had marked in advance. Anyone who tried fighting him in taijutsu either got burned by the fire swirling around his blade, ended up frozen solid, or just got smashed aside by his raw strength. Hidden Clouds village's Jonin tried to step in when they spotted him, but Hidden Leaf village's Jonin held them back. Even if they broke free, these speed-specialized Hidden Clouds village Jonin found themselves unable to keep up with Masashi's movements. Helplessly, they watched as their subordinates were slaughtered within seconds, each death marked by a brief flash and a spray of crimson. Where is he? How is he? A Hidden Clouds village Jonin's words cut short as another of his comrades vanished in a flash of movement. This reminded them of someone. He's not the Yellow Flash, muttered a dark-skinned Hidden Clouds village Jonin as he caught a clear glimpse of Masashi. He's one of the Uchiha. When faced with the combined powers of the Sharingan and the Byakugan, even the bravest Hidden Clouds village Jonin couldn't find an opportunity to make a heroic last stand. Dujutsu are so annoying. That was the shared thought of all the Hidden Clouds village Jonin. Yet none of them considered surrender. Show these eyes what Hidden Clouds village's spirit means, a senior Jonin shouted, his hands already forming seals. Dying on the battlefield was seen as the ultimate honor for men in Hidden Clouds village, a belief deeply ingrained in their culture. Their Raikage was a unique example among the 5 Kage, as he always led his forces into battle personally. However, the current 4th Raikage wasn't present here. He was still in the Land of Frost, leading the main forces and supply units southward, likely not even in the Land of Hot Water yet. The Hidden Clouds village Jonin reached a decision. If they were doomed to lose, instead of futilely chasing that phantom and eating dust, They might as well drag a few Hidden Leaf Village Jonin down with them. If they succeeded, it would be worth it. First, they decided to target the Byakugan. The Hidden Clouds Village ninjas realized that the true cornerstone of Hidden Leaf Village's overwhelming advantage in this battle was the Byakugan users. Because of the Byakugan, the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas were able to maximize their ninjutsu superiority while neutralizing Hidden Clouds Village's effectiveness in guerrilla combat and limiting their taijutsu advantage. More than 10 Hidden Clouds Village Jonin divided into two groups, half engaged the Hidden Leaf Village Jonin, disregarding their chakra reserves and consuming chakra-enhancing drugs, their eyes bloodshot as they lunged at their targets. The drugs coursed through their bodies, turning their chakra wild and volatile. Several Hyuga Chunin, unable to evade in time, were killed in an instant, their bodies crumpling before they could even assume their gentle fist stance. All Hyuga Chunin, fall back. The Uchiha closest to them shifted their positions, hands flickering through seals. We'll cover their retreat. Don't let them break our lines. The Hyuga Chunin had no intention of dying needlessly and promptly retreated. It wasn't that they were unwilling to fight Chunin to Chunin, but after Masashi's earlier rampage, most of the Hidden Clouds Village ninjas below Jonin had already been killed. Under the hateful glares of the Hidden Clouds Village Jonin, Masashi reappeared. The high-intensity, prolonged use of the Flying Thunder God was taking a toll on him. It required immense mental focus, and his body felt the strain. While he possessed chakra reserves comparable to a tailed beast, he wasn't limitless. In the battle against the Hidden Clouds Village forces within the village, he had single-handedly killed more than half their numbers. While it wasn't extraordinary for a Jonin to kill Chunin, the efficiency of his slaughter was unmatched. Suddenly, a Hidden Clouds Village Jonin broke free from his opponent and, cloaked in lightning, charged toward Masashi. The Hidden Leaf Village Jonin behind him launched a fire jutsu, but the Hidden Clouds Village ninja powered through it, using the momentum of the explosion to accelerate even further. The flames wrapped around his lightning armor, creating a terrifying spectacle. This was a Hidden Clouds Village Jonin who had mastered the lightning-style chakra mode. Though Masashi had primarily targeted Chunin, he had been keeping a close eye on these Jonin. Judging from this one's muscular build and ninjutsu style, he was likely a member of the Rukonga's family. This clan had been known for their reckless bravery since the Warring States period. Another comparable group of hot-headed warriors were the Kaguya clan. The fact that the Kaguya clan could produce someone as graceful as Kimimaro was nothing short of a genetic miracle. In Masashi's understanding, the Rukonga's lineage wasn't so much reckless as greedy. However, during his previous life, this family hadn't yet developed the lightning-style chakra mode, so their combat power back then wasn't as formidable as now. Facing this probable Rukongai relative, he remained calm and cast a Genjutsu. In the eyes of the Hidden Clouds Village Jonin, the world suddenly turned into a sea of flames, with only a pair of giant Sharingan staring down coldly at him. The heat felt real, the pain excruciating, every nerve ending screaming in agony. The pain of being engulfed in flames awakened his primal instincts. With a roar, he used sheer willpower to force his way out of the illusion. Back in reality, the first thing he saw was a giant hand descending toward him. He hastily raised his arms, thickening his lightning armor until it buzzed like 1,000 birds. Boom! The street's stone slabs shattered into dust, leaving a massive handprint crater on the ground. The impact sent shockwaves through the surrounding buildings, windows shattering. The Hidden Clouds Village Jonin lay at the bottom of the pit, his bones shattered, staring blankly at the sky. His lightning armor flickered and died, leaving only the smell of ozone. Masashi withdrew his partially manifested ice arm as the sage mode markings faded from his face. Pointing a finger at the downed ninja, he released an ice blade that severed the man's head. Chapter 62, What Binds Us? The first battle between Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Clouds Village in the Land of Hot Water ended with Hidden Leaf Village's victory. Of the roughly 800 Hidden Clouds Village ninjas stationed in U, not a single one survived. On Hidden Leaf Village's side, over 100 ninjas were lost. From the perspective of Hidden Leaf Village's forces, this result felt like a loss. After all, they held a significant numerical advantage. However, Hidden Leaf Village's ninjas held a deep respect for the Hidden Clouds Village ninjas' willingness to sacrifice themselves in battle. This attitude contrasted sharply with the other two adversaries from the Third Great Ninja War. Most of the ninjas in this unit had never fought Hidden Clouds Village ninjas before, they had only heard of their reputation. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans had fought against Hidden Mist Village during the last war and still vividly recalled the Hidden Mist Village ninjas' behavior toward the war's end. To put it bluntly, when winning, they were as fierce as wolves, but when losing, they were more pathetic than rats. The Sarutobi clan, on the other hand, had fought against Hidden Sand Village in the last war and remembered their behavior well. They started as a mighty eagle, soaring over mountains. Then, when they faltered, What they expected to be an eagle's last strike turned into a full-on surrender. Although Hidden Sand Village ended the war early for various reasons, this didn't stop them from becoming a laughingstock alongside Hidden Mist Village during the Third Great Ninja War. Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Clouds Village emerged as the twin powerhouses of the shinobi world through this conflict, each following distinct paths to dominance. The war began with Hidden Clouds Village's offensive against Hidden Sand Village, resulting in the latter's defeat. Hidden Sand Village then allied with their former opponent Hidden Clouds Village to challenge Hidden Leaf Village, who successfully repelled their combined assault. While Hidden Leaf Village was engaged with these forces, Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Mist Village launched an opportunistic ambush, yet Hidden Leaf Village prevailed on both fronts. Kiri's brief participation in the war ended there with their decisive defeat. Hidden Clouds Village then turned their attention to Hidden Stones Village, while Hidden Sand Village switched allegiances to join Hidden Leaf Village. In the war's final phase, Hidden Stones Village managed to reclaim some pride by defeating this new alliance, though it wasn't enough to alter the war's outcome. The accumulated victories and demonstrated strength settled the new order. Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Clouds Village stood together in the top tier, followed by Hidden Stones Village in the second, while Hidden Sand Village and Kiri's performances relegated them to the bottom rank. For this reason, Hidden Leaf Village's ninjas acknowledged Hidden Clouds Village's strength. After today's battle, everyone agreed that their reputation was well-deserved. The Uchiha clan, long confined within the village, sought to reassert their title as the strongest clan in the shinobi world. The Hidden Clouds Village ninjas were the perfect opponents to prove their strength. The Sarutobi clan hoped to reclaim glory by collecting the heads of Hidden Clouds Village ninjas, aiming to rise again within Hidden Leaf Village's ninja society. They were tired of being belittled by the Uchiha, who mocked them as a clan of office-bound tea drinkers with more bark than bite. The Hyuga clan's goal was simpler. They wanted to demonstrate the value of the Byakugan in protecting the village, ensuring continued support and recognition during the Fourth Hokage's era. Fame was less important to them than the survival of their clan. After all, both their Byakugan and the Uchiha's Sharingan had unique advantages. The Byakugan could see through decisive factors like hidden traps, while the Sharingan could compel enemies into predictable behaviors. Working together harmoniously was always the better option. With varied motivations, the three clans sent news of their victory back to Hidden Leaf Village, cleaned the battlefield, collected spoils, and began repairing Yu. They awaited reinforcements from the main forces. Despite the allure of Yu's famous hot springs, no one dared to indulge after witnessing the fate of the Hidden Clouds Village ninjas. Intelligence revealed that the 800 Hidden Clouds Village ninjas they had defeated were merely an advance force sent to secure Yu. The main force of the Hidden Clouds Village ninja vanguard was still sweeping through the land of hot water. They could arrive at Yu at any moment. Thus, Hidden Leaf Village's forces remained vigilant even after their victory. "Please, use our inns. It's the least we can do," the village elder offered, bowing deeply to Hisashi. "Each one can house 30 people comfortably." "We appreciate the offer," Hisashi replied, "but my men will need to maintain combat readiness." A younger innkeeper stepped forward, his clothes still dusty from the recent fighting. "If I may, Shinobi-san?" The rooms overlook main strategic points. The eastern wing faces the valley approach, and the western wing has a clear view of the mountain pass. Hisashi's stern expression softened slightly. "You understand our concerns well. We've lived with ninja long enough to know the ways of war," the elder added. "The buildings are designed with quick access to rooftops, and each room has at least 2 exits." An Uchiha Jonin who had been listening nearby turned to Hisashi. "Better than sleeping in the open. Tired shinobi make mistakes." "The hot springs are still off limits," Hisashi stated firmly, looking at both the villagers and his troops. Several ninja tried to hide their disappointment. Of course," the elder nodded quickly. "But we can at least offer proper beds and hot meals. Our cooks are already preparing dinner. Speaking of which," the innkeeper added, "we have storage rooms full of preserved food. Should help with your supplies." Hisashi surveyed the village, watching as locals and ninja worked side by side to clear debris and repair buildings. Some new ninja were already setting up defensive positions alongside Hidden Leaf Village forces. "Very well," he decided. "We'll accept your hospitality. Arrange the rotations. I want 3 shifts, full perimeter coverage." "Already on it, Hisashi-sama," a Hyuga Jonin said. During rest time, Masashi eagerly unwrapped his proverbial loot. He considered himself incredibly lucky. In his first battle, he encountered someone adept at using lightning-style chakra, and even got ahead as a trophy. He felt that the nickname Hidden Leaf Village's lucky hand suited him better. It had such a pleasant ring to it, full of auspicious meaning. Unfortunately, nicknames were always given by enemies, leaving him with little say. Thinking about the ridiculous moniker given to him by the Hidden Mist Village ninjas irked him a bit, though luckily, it hadn't spread to the mainland. "White Ghost? Who comes up with these names?" Knock, knock. A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Come in. The door opened, revealing Pakura. Masashi smiled. He had noticed her actions during the battle. At first, she seemed hesitant, but she soon adapted and coordinated well with the others. How was your first battle as a Hidden Leaf Village ninja? He asked. Not bad. Pakura looked at him, feeling conflicted. She observed his relaxed posture, the way he seemed completely at ease despite the recent battle. She watched as he organized the scrolls on his desk. One scroll caught her eye, detailed notes on temperature manipulation. So he's still refining it. That jutsu you used in the battle. She started, then paused. Ah, that. Masashi looked up with a slight smile. You recognized it, of course. You've mastered it completely. When he had first approached her about learning Scorch style, she had laughed. No one in Hidden Sand Village had ever managed to replicate it. Thanks to your guidance, Masashi replied smoothly. And my own capabilities, of course. Not only had he succeeded, but he was now using it nearly as effectively as she was. To be fair, he had shared plenty of techniques with her, making it seem like a fair exchange. However, Pakura noticed her position in Hidden Leaf Village had become increasingly awkward. People often came to her with comments like, Masashi is off drinking tea again. What did his tea drinking have to do with her? And wasn't drinking tea normal? It wasn't like he was drinking sake. Wait, even if he were drinking sake, it still wouldn't matter to her. Logically, Pakura understood that having such a connection might benefit her, but she had never considered this kind of relationship back in Hidden Sand Village. She wasn't naive anymore, nor did she view such matters through a childish lens. Masashi, as a partner, was undoubtedly the dream of many women, strong, capable, and kind-hearted. But she was Hidden Sand Village's hero, and the number of men she had killed with her Scorch style was uncountable. What man would be interested in someone like her? Who wouldn't fear being incinerated by her technique in their sleep? Moreover, she was older than him, by 5 years. Pakura, despite never having been in a relationship, felt she understood men well. They all shared one trait, staying true to their original aspirations. Even on their deathbeds, they'd still prefer 18-year-old girls. She suddenly felt her mood take a downturn. Why am I even thinking about this? There's a war to fight. Although Pakura's reason for seeking him out was unclear, Masashi still sat with her for a good chat. You seem troubled, he observed, noting the slight tension in her shoulders. Settling into the clan well enough? The clan has been accommodating. Your relatives are quite different from what I expected. Of course they are. We're not the monsters Hidden Sand Village painted us as. Masashi kept his expression neutral. He was pleased to see that Pakura was gradually settling into her new role and becoming accustomed to her current identity. By Uchiha clan standards, her strength was impressive. The power of her Scorch style lay in its untouchable nature, and avoiding contact in a ninja battle was exceedingly difficult. Her contribution to the clan's combat strength made Masashi quite proud. He was truly a man who worried tirelessly about his clan. Pakura, however, seemed preoccupied, though it wasn't unusual for a young woman to have concerns. After comforting her and saying goodbye, Masashi reviewed his notes on Scorch style before returning to his lightning style chakra mode research. The chakra distribution is similar to the Hyuga's technique, one of his clones noted, but the application is completely different. Yes, and that's exactly what makes it fascinating, Masashi thought, examining the scrolls spread before him. It was indeed a useful technique, though. It wasn't exactly user-friendly. The issue wasn't his mastery of lightning nature transformation but rather the nature of the technique itself. The lightning style chakra mode was classified as a B-rank jutsu, on par with the difficulty of the majestic demolisher flame. However, while the chakra control required was comparable, the overall difficulty of mastering the lightning style chakra mode was far higher than that of the majestic demolisher flame. The technique involved releasing chakra continuously from the entire body while applying lightning nature transformation. This not only heightened physical vitality but also turned the lightning into a kind of armor. And this aspect was the most challenging part of the technique. To continuously release chakra from all the body's chakra points, a ninja needed a robust physique capable of handling the strain. This also required an enormous amount of chakra. At first glance, it seemed that the only requirement was having plenty of chakra. However, the real problem lay in the rarity of individuals in the shinobi world who could release chakra from all their chakra points simultaneously. Most ninjas could only release chakra from specific points, such as the hands and feet, at a given time. This applied even to the direct descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, such as the Senju and Uchiha clans. The one exception in Hidden Leaf Village was the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga's understanding and control over chakra points were unparalleled in the shinobi world. They could not only enhance chakra flow through the points but also control its release. This ability allowed them to release chakra from their entire body, which was the foundation for techniques like the 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. The lightning-style chakra mode of Hidden Cloud's village required a similar full-body chakra release, akin to the 8 gates formation, though it was not as extreme. However, it also came with risks. Releasing chakra from the entire body required exceptional physical vitality, and the process itself was painful. Without a strong body, it was essentially self-harm. Only those fully committed to physical training could hope to use this technique effectively. Even then, mastering it to a high level was incredibly difficult. Take, for example, the Hidden Cloud's village Jonin whom Masashi had killed. He had used a lightning-style chakra mode but had been crushed by Masashi's sage art, Mighty Hand Transformation. He had to admit that while the lightning-style chakra mode appeared powerful, it was useless to him. The chakra amount required for this mode could instead be used to conjure a massive technique, making it far more cost-effective. Still, the chakra utilization method itself was worth studying. Kakashi's Chidori was essentially a partial application of the lightning-style chakra mode. Chidori, however, focused more on the nature transformation of chakra. Using the same amount of chakra, Chidori's nature transformation was more refined. In today's shinobi world, Chidori represented the pinnacle of lightning nature transformation. But when it came to the combination of lightning and physical combat, the lightning-style chakra mode of Hidden Cloud's village was far superior. Its chakra release method was more advanced, and its execution speed was quicker. Nominally classified as a B-rank technique, it offered unique insights into chakra usage. For instance, the lightning body flicker, a high-speed movement technique, was perfected through this method. Masashi, however, didn't need to reach Hidden Cloud's village's extreme standards. He could simply release chakra from his feet, making his lightning body flicker as effective as the flying thunder god. Realizing this, he was satisfied, his mind bursting with new ideas. He retracted his earlier judgment. This technique wasn't useless, it was excellent. Once he fully grasped its principles, he could use them to optimize other jutsu. In high spirits, he decided to seize this opportunity to train intensively. Once he mastered the principles, he would apply them to gain real insights. For the next few days, he immersed himself in relentless practice. As usual, he summoned 10 shadow clones to assist him. Even during war preparation. A passing Hyuga member muttered, shaking his head. The Uchiha never ceased to surprise. Anyone passing by his room would hear constant rumbling noises. The Uchiha clan members were accustomed to this, but the Sarutobi and Hyuga clans were curious. It was rare to see someone training so intensely during a war. What if an enemy attacks and he has no chakra left? A young Sarutobi asked his senior. That's why he has guards posted, the senior replied, nodding toward the subtle chakra signatures around Masashi's quarters. Pakura was also unfazed. She had already witnessed Masashi's intense training regime since coming to Hidden Leaf Village. However, there were times when she couldn't find him at night. Once, when she wanted to chat, she searched the tea houses in the northern district but couldn't locate him. Whenever she asked about him, people just smiled mysteriously. It was so strange. But considering that he had saved her life, and she didn't feel close to anyone else, Pakura decided to move her room next to his. Time flew by, and days passed since the battle at Yu ended. Hidden Cloud's village's army was still nowhere to be seen. Despite multiple search missions, the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas stationed in Yu found no traces of them. It was as if the Hidden Cloud's village ninjas had vanished. No one believed they had retreated. Anyone could tell they were preparing for something big. As time went on, the atmosphere in the land of hot water grew heavier. After several more days, Masashi finally broke his cycle of eating, training, and sleeping. He opened his door, his hair standing on end comically. There were also scars on his skin, red marks where lightning had burned through his defenses. Pakura thought he must have gone overboard. With a major battle looming, he had left himself in such a state. "What have you done to yourself?" she asked bluntly. Masashi was taken aback but then smiled. "It's nothing, just some surface wounds. I can fix them quickly with medical ninjutsu." Having someone express concern felt nice. With his usual companions like Tetsuka absent, he had been feeling a bit lonely. What if the enemy attacks? Will you have time to recover? Pakura retorted coldly. That's what you're here for, Masashi replied with a small smile. He was aware that she had moved next to him and was quietly grateful. Good deeds did bring rewards. He gained another friend in the shinobi world. Masashi, I'm alive because of you, and that's why I decided to come to Hidden Leaf Village. You remember that, right? Her expression remained neutral. Of course. It was a good decision. Hidden Leaf Village is much better than Hidden Sand Village, Masashi nodded. I'm not a Hidden Leaf Village ninja, nor a citizen of the Land of Fire. I'm no longer a Hidden Sand Village Kanoichi either, Pakura said. My life was saved by you, So you're the only person I can trust. In other words, she said flatly, if you die, I will probably die too. If you expect me to serve the Uchiha clan, then please live a little longer. Chapter 63, Echoes of Another Life, Bonus. After speaking, Bakura returned to her room without hesitation. Her meaning was clear to Masashi. Having sacrificed everything for Hidden Sand Village only to be betrayed, she didn't care much for the concept of a ninja village anymore, regardless of what it was called. She wouldn't actively betray Hidden Sand Village's secrets, but that was merely out of the professional ethics of a seasoned ninja. Her loyalty wasn't to Hidden Leaf Village, but to survival. Her arrival in Hidden Leaf Village stemmed partly from its reputation in the shinobi world as a relatively stable environment where she could settle down. Additionally, she could afford more trust and goodwill toward the man who had saved her life. Although in Hidden Leaf Village, she was often teased as being romantically involved with him, from Masashi's perspective, befriending Bakura was great, and the idea of a romantic relationship wasn't out of the question either. After all, she matched his preferences in many ways. Bakura's mature attitude toward relationships was evident in how she handled the teasing from others in Hidden Leaf Village. She clearly understood what they were implying. As for the age gap, it didn't matter. Ninjas, as long as they pursued excellence, had a very long shelf life. But those thoughts were far off in the future. Teasing was just teasing. Turning it into reality was a different matter. Masashi cast aside these distractions, finished his meal, and began treating his injuries with medical ninjutsu. As he had said, his wounds were mostly superficial. They looked severe but weren't serious. In terms of medical ninjutsu, while he wasn't on the same level as Tsunoda's family, he had learned a few tricks during his previous experiences. So, working in the medical division or leading a medical team wouldn't be an issue. After treating his wounds, he prepared for his next encounter with the Hidden Clouds Village ninjas. He didn't have to wait long. After days of silence in the land of hot water, the main forces of the Hidden Clouds Village army finally arrived. Led by the 4th Rukongai, about 13,000 Hidden Clouds Village ninjas entered the land of hot water, accompanied by the Two Tails Jinchuriki. Once the Hidden Clouds Village main forces entered, the advanced troops, who had been eluding the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas, resurfaced and regrouped with the main force. Quite adept at hiding, it seemed. With the advanced troops rejoining, the Hidden Clouds Village forces swelled to over 14,000. It was clear they had brought out a significant portion of their strength. However, before the 2,000 remaining Hidden Leaf Village ninjas in Yu could start panicking, Hidden Leaf Village's main forces also arrived. Slightly smaller in number than Hidden Clouds Village but still over 10,000, the Hidden Leaf Village army advanced directly into Yu. This force was commanded by Jiraiya, who, upon learning about the war, hurried back to the village, putting his search for the Child of Prophecy on hold to support his student. He looked to be in good spirits despite the recent tension. Incidentally, the first volume of his Paradise had already been published before the outbreak of the war. Being a man of his word, Masashi bought a copy on the release day and gave it to Kakashi. The boy initially played it cool, but Masashi insisted. Later that evening, Masashi discovered that his father had also bought a copy, though unfortunately, it was confiscated by his mother. The next day, spotting Kakashi with dark circles under his eyes, he felt the entire ordeal had been worth it. The clash between a tea and food enthusiast and a light novel fanatic ended in victory for the former. Once the Hidden Leaf Village forces entered Yu, they fortified its defenses even more rigorously than the Hidden Clouds Village forces. Jiraiya gathered the Jonin for a strategy meeting, spreading a map across the command table. Gone was his usual grin, replaced by the stern look of a war commander. What's the current situation with Hidden Clouds Village's forces? The Hyuga clan has been tracking their movements, Hizashi reported. 3 main bases established in a triangle formation around Yu's central region. They're rotating troops every 6 hours through these points. He marked the locations on the map. Total force estimate remains at 14,000, including their advanced teams that rejoined. And their combat formations? Jiraiya asked. Masashi stepped forward. They're not setting up for a prolonged conflict like Hidden Stones Village or Hidden Sand Village would. These supply lines. He traced the routes with his finger. They're built for quick resupply. The terrain works against us here, there's no natural barrier to slow their advance. Jiraiya absorbed this information, his expression thoughtful. Hizashi, what about their high-value targets? Both Jinchuriki confirmed present. The Two Tails has been spotted near their eastern base. Hizashi's pale eyes narrowed. And the Rukongai is personally leading the front lines. 2 perfect Jinchuriki and himself. Jiraiya studied the map. We'll need to adapt our usual tactics. Masashi, you've faced their advanced teams. Your assessment? These valleys give us one advantage, Masashi pointed to the narrow passages. Their lightning techniques lose effectiveness in confined spaces. If we force close combat in these bottlenecks, their numbers won't matter as much. Jiraiya and the Jonin decided to test the waters with a head-on clash in the narrow territory of the Land of Hot Water. The main forces advanced steadily while hundreds of smaller units scouted and engaged the enemy. This was the kind of warfare Masashi relished. The Uchiha clan, as a whole, enjoyed it. The deployment of personnel followed a simple pattern: 4-person squads comprising 1 Chunin and 3 Genin, assigned to specific operational areas, were dispatched. The Jonin were divided into 2 groups. One stayed with Jiraiya to guard the central command and counter Hidden Cloud's villages Jonin, the other formed independent teams to join the scouting missions. The outcome of these skirmishes would determine which side gained the upper hand by forcing the other to retreat and lose intelligence. Unsurprisingly, Masashi was paired with Bakura. This was to be expected, as Jonin could freely choose their partners, and their relationship was well understood by the former advanced troops Jonin. No one interfered. Both Masashi and Bakura were fine with this arrangement. They were familiar with each other and worked well as a team. Alright, then. Let's move out as soon as possible, Jiraiya concluded the meeting. Protect yourselves and retreat if necessary when facing overwhelming enemies. He paused. And leave the Raikage to me. A needs to learn that losing to Minato wasn't a fluke. Regardless of his musings, the meeting ended, and everyone set off to carry out their assignments. Masashi and Bakura, needing no additional preparations, immediately left the village to begin their mission. The 2 ninja armies moved in parallel, with hundreds of small units from both sides engaging in intense skirmishes ahead of the main forces. Masashi pulled his sword from a fallen Hidden Cloud's village ninja and wiped it clean on the opponent's clothing. He was already a seasoned Jonin and understood the value of conserving resources. Around him, 3 other Hidden Cloud's village ninjas lay dead in grotesque positions. One had been caught mid-jutsu, his hand still frozen in the final seal. Another had tried to retreat, only to find Masashi's blade waiting. The third had barely managed to draw his weapon. Not far away, Bakura stood beside a scorched corpse, her flames just dissipating. Her control is impressive. Different from my approach, Masashi noted as he observed her technique. As a hero of Hidden Sand Village, Bakura certainly had her skills. Although her scorch-style technique was a single move, she wielded it with impressive versatility. For example, her scorch-style fireballs could split apart, expand, explode, and move with unpredictable trajectories. They could accelerate or decelerate, catching enemies off guard. Her technique was based on Scorch-style's nature transformation at its core. While it looked like fire on the surface, it was actually shaped chakra wrapped in a fiery form. Unless the target could release chakra externally to create a shield, any contact would result in disaster. Masashi, on the other hand, integrated the principle of the Scorch-style nature transformation directly into the Uchiha clan's fire-style techniques. Where fire-style could go, so could Scorch-style. Both methods had their strengths. This was the 16th Hidden Cloud's village ninja squad they had encountered. This squad also included a Jonin, clearly with an objective similar to Hidden Leaf villages. Unfortunately for them, they ran into Masashi and Bakura. As a ruthless judge of enemy Jonin, Masashi admitted that this Jonin's fundamentals were solid. The way he coordinated his team's movements, the timing of their attacks, all showed proper training. But still, I am inevitable, he stated flatly to the dying Hidden Cloud's village Jonin, immediately regretting how the words came out. It had sounded way cooler in his head. What was that line you just said? Bakura approached, looking puzzled. The battle had been proceeding smoothly, systematic elimination of threats with minimal waste of energy, until Masashi suddenly blurted out that line with an expression that was ridiculously smug. Maybe practicing lightning style fried his brain, Bakura thought. This was no joke. During wartime, there couldn't be any risks like that. Oh, that? It's a famous quote from a strong individual, Masashi replied nonchalantly, waving it off. To Bakura, this only confirmed her suspicions. It was clearly a symptom of something wrong. Obsession with training, getting stronger while losing common sense. This wasn't her first time seeing cases like this. She wasn't a rookie. She'd seen her share of brilliant but broken ninjas who ended up strong yet dumber than rocks. Bakura decided it wasn't worth arguing with him. So, where to next? Let me think. Masashi considered carefully, his eyes scanning the terrain. They had been moving from the southeast to the northwest. But now, traces of Hidden Cloud's village ninjas were thinning out. More than half of their encounters had been along the way. He deduced they were near the outer limit of the Hidden Cloud's village ninjas' activity range. Farther out, any enemies they encountered would likely be Chunin or Genin, who lacked the ability to detect them. They were in a good position. Let's head into the mountains and go north, he said, explaining his reasoning to Bakura. His fingers traced an invisible map in the air, pointing out key locations. Bakura nodded repeatedly. Alright, not completely brain dead yet. Still salvageable. I have no objections. The two adjusted their direction and moved northwest. On the map, the land of hot water extended in a northwest to southeast trend. Elevation rose as one moved northwest, with dense, high mountains marking the region. These mountains were part of the same range as those in the lands of frost and lightning. The land of frost, dominated by mountainous terrain, had most of its population along the eastern coastline. The Hidden Clouds Village ninja army had entered the land of hot water from this coastal area. As in the real world, in this chakra-infused world, lower altitude areas offered better living conditions. High altitudes meant less arable land. Exceptions existed, but this was the norm. From a strategic perspective, lower altitude regions also facilitated large-scale troop movements and supply chains. The Hidden Clouds Village ninja invasion adhered to these natural rules. Masashi's target wasn't the main Hidden Clouds Village army. His goal was the Hidden Clouds Village Army supply corridor. Due to its mountainous terrain, the land of Frost's coastal area formed a narrow, hilly corridor between the mountains and the sea. This corridor was the main route for the Hidden Clouds Village Army's invasion and included a fortress at the Frost-hot water border, a crucial logistics hub. In his previous life, he had died near this fortress. He'd left a stash in the nearby mountains back then. He hadn't used it then, but if it remained undiscovered. This time, I'm going to top the merit rankings. His heart quickened at the thought. The top 10 on the list even received bonus rewards. The first place prize was 50 million Ryo. It would take at least a dozen S-rank missions to earn that much otherwise. Even Minato's annual pre-Hokage income wasn't far off from this amount. This prize is as good as mine. With excitement in his heart, he led Bakura through the terrain, eventually reaching the silhouette of a sprawling mountain range in the distance. Using the forest as cover, they entered a mountain region and followed the range northward. Their movements were ghost-like, leaving barely a trace of their passage. Along the way, they encountered several more Hidden Clouds Village squads, but with his chakra sensory activated, Masashi detected them from afar and evaded them. The squads were of lower rank, with no Jonin among them, allowing the pair to avoid them smoothly. Familiar with the terrain, Masashi found a safe route that bypassed the Hidden Clouds Village's main search areas. As they advanced, time passed, and the sun dipped below the horizon. When darkness fully fell, the air grew heavy with the rumble of distant thunder. The two slowed their pace, deciding to find a place to rest. Bakura's eyes never left Masashi's back as he led them with surprising confidence through the darkening terrain. They hadn't stopped to rest since leaving you. With his guidance, they located a suitable cave. His movements were too sure, too familiar for someone who claimed to have only scouted the area before. The path was well hidden, few people knew of it now. Masashi himself was following old marks he had left behind, each one triggering memories of his previous life. After a thorough inspection, he confirmed the area had been undisturbed for years. They lit a campfire, laid dry grass on the ground, and sat down. Thanks to Yu's provision for Hidden Leaf Village's Jonin, they had high-quality rations and didn't need soldier pills. After a meal, rain began to pour outside, creating a natural sound barrier. Seeing this, Masashi rose to the cave entrance to reinforce sensory techniques, not wasting the cover the rain provided. When he turned back, Bakura was sitting by the fire, watching him with a strange look. "What are you staring at?" Masashi asked. "You seem unusually familiar with this place." "I've done missions in the land of hot water before. While I was at it, I did some scouting." "Not entirely a lie, just from a different lifetime." "Makes sense," Bakura nodded, though her eyes remained watchful. "Come sit and rest for a bit." "Almost done." After finishing his sensory setup and adding a barrier, Masashi returned to the fire and sat down. The workload had been heavy, and he was tired. Each mission brought its own kind of exhaustion, but this one carried the weight of past memories. Stretching contentedly, he loosened his stiff muscles. "Tired?" Bakura glanced at him. "Manageable. Finding this route was exhausting, but thankfully I left those marks." He caught himself too late, that last bit had slipped out too naturally. "Definitely tough work," Bakura said, eyeing Masashi's head for a while. Suddenly, she patted his shoulder. Masashi turned to her, surprised by the sudden shift in atmosphere. "Lay your head here," Bakura said. She patted her lap seriously. "I need to check it." "Check what?" Chapter 64, Over 300 Secrets Under Stone. Masashi gave Bakura a suspicious look. He felt there was more to her words than she was letting on. Still, he didn't think she had any ill intentions toward him. His years of experience had taught him to read people, and Bakura's chakra signature remained steady. By now, he had mastered entering sage mode swiftly, and sage art, majestic attire was as natural to him as breathing. There were indeed shinobi who could break the majestic attire, but Bakura wasn't one of them. Moreover, His gaze drifted downward. Her thighs, wrapped in tight-fitting pants, revealed perfect curves. Damn. Bakura had a tall and slender figure, easily the best he had seen among all the women he had encountered. Everything about her figure was just right. To fully unleash her chakra and effectively use her scorch style, her attire was always rather revealing. What's the matter? Afraid I'll harm you? Bakura looked at Masashi, the corners of her eyes curving slightly as if smiling. With your strength, there's no need to worry about that. Saying this, she straightened her back and patted her thigh again. This movement caused her clothing to stretch into a dangerously tight curve, as if it might burst at any moment. She knows exactly what she's doing. Two can play at this game. We've got a bond here, don't we? Talking like this feels so heartless. Masashi responded, carefully avoiding her overly prominent breasts as he rested his head on her thigh. So, what exactly are you checking? He asked, a bit muffled. It wasn't his tone, it was too much, okay. It was muffling the sound. Face inward. Bakura frowned slightly. She herself found these two mounds inconvenient at times. Then, she began her inspection seriously. She didn't find any signs of external injury. If it wasn't a physical wound, it might be more complicated. After your training, did you notice any marks on your head? She asked, concerned. Her fingers traced gentle patterns across his scalp. Of course not. It's training, not self-harm. Masashi finally realized what she meant by check. She thinks I've lost my mind. How touching. Just as he was about to retort, Bakura's hand landed on his head again, gently kneading and massaging it. Her touch was surprisingly gentle for hands that could reduce enemies to ash. Why was she giving him a massage? Masashi couldn't help but fidget slightly. Don't move, Bakura's hand paused. Let me massage it for you. Masashi stopped moving. Her technique was unexpectedly comfortable. My head is fine, he couldn't resist clarifying, though he made no move to stop her. That's good. Your condition is important now, Bakura replied calmly. As her hands pressed and kneaded, he started to feel drowsy. Masashi, Bakura suddenly spoke again. What do you think our relationship is now? More than friends, less than lovers? Masashi joked, feeling the phrase fit the moment. After all, ordinary friends don't offer lap pillows. My man wouldn't have the chance to fool around. Bakura's tone carried a faint trace of laughter, but beneath it lay something more vulnerable. Still, I can't imagine what kind of man would willingly marry me. Your way of speaking is a bit peculiar. The other Uchiha don't talk like this. Uchiha are pretty straightforward, he replied, his nose brushing against her abdomen. A faint rose fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Did you use perfume? Who wears perfume to a battlefield? Bakura chuckled. I like bathing with flower petals. Maybe the scent lingered. Masashi had the urge to make a suggestive remark but held back. This wasn't the time for tea-related jokes. You're right, though. Your clanmates are quite straightforward, Bakura said, pausing her massage. You can turn over now. Obediently, Masashi flipped to his other side. Are you used to living in Hidden Leaf Village? He asked, genuinely curious about her adjustment. Do you think Hidden Sand Village is some impoverished backwater? If it weren't for the wars, life there isn't that bad. It's just not as lively as Hidden Leaf Village. The two fell silent again, one quietly massaging, the other enjoying the relaxation. In the quiet moment, Masashi started thinking about the past. When was the last time he felt like this? Oh, right, before the first Great Ninja War. Back then, his days were filled with school, teasing classmates, messing with rich kids, and evenings spent dating or playfully annoying his friend. There had even been moments like this, enjoying a lap pillow. Until he got slapped. Ah, love was complicated. He had been the one getting hit, yet the person who slapped him cried the hardest. That Uzumaki girl even went back to her family afterward. The Uzumaki clan had been so prosperous back then. Oh, and there was that Uchiha girl named Hikari, the one he dated the longest. She was the last. Because of her, his old friend from the wealthy family was always sulking and speaking in riddles. Sometimes he wondered, what happened to Hikari after he died? Did she mourn him? It was strange that he couldn't find any trace of her, as if she'd been erased completely. Maybe he was overthinking it. Hikari wasn't likely an important person in the grand scheme of things. At least he couldn't remember seeing her in the original series. There was always a reason for being single. What was wrong with dating someone from the Uchiha clan? Besides, he even introduced a girl to that guy. If he didn't seize the opportunity, that was on him. Fine, let's not criticize him anymore. He had a good heart behind his cold exterior. Anyway, they both ended up dying later. Thanks to the comfort of the massage, Masashi fell asleep. He was lying on a pile of hay when he woke up. It was a great nap, washing away all his fatigue. Bakura stood at the entrance of the cave, keeping watch. Noticing he was awake, she nodded at him, signaling that all was well. Of course, it was fine. There were no disturbances in her sensory ninjutsu or the barrier. Masashi got up, checked his gear, and set off with Bakura once more. The brief rest had changed something between them, though neither mentioned it. The mountainous terrain was challenging, though not for shinobi. The real difficulty lay in the environment. The land of hot water was full of towering mountains and dense forests, a terrain even thieves trying to avoid nobles would hesitate to enter. That was why he had chosen this area to set up his hidden storage back then. It was safe. After crossing a few mountain ridges and spotting a familiar mark, he began to slow down. What is it? Bakura noticed the change in his pace. They were still deep in the mountains and far from their destination. Had he detected an enemy? She respected Masashi's chakra sensory skills. She had seen them save lives before. No, I found something good, Masashi said. Did you know, during the Warring States period, many nobles would build their tombs in remote mountains to prevent grave robbing? That was true. Back then, ninjas often took on odd jobs, and grave robbing was common. Only during the One Village, One Country era did ninjas truly become prosperous. That has nothing to do with our mission, does it? Bakura frowned. Grave robbing wasn't something shinobi from the great villages did. She had taken on missions to protect noble graves and hunt grave robbers but never robbed one herself. There could be valuable finds, Masashi said, justifying his actions with a mix of truth and fiction. Some ninja clans became feudal lords, so noble tombs sometimes contain ninjutsu. With luck, we might uncover something. Ah, here it is. He sped up suddenly, darting through a forest and stopping by a cliff. Bakura hadn't caught up yet, but he had found what he was looking for. Hidden behind a rock was a sealing formula. The intricate patterns were exactly as he remembered them. It appeared to be completely intact. Masashi moved the rock aside and placed his hand on the seal. Over the years, lush green moss had covered the rocky surface. However, the area where the sealing formula was located remained untouched by these plants. This technique wasn't merely a simple seal, it heavily incorporated principles of space-time connection, inspired by the Flying Thunder God. While it wasn't something he could master entirely, it served as a useful reference. Placing his palm on the sealing formula, he began infusing chakra, carefully modulating the flow to match the seal's patterns. No response. The chakra really isn't the same, is it? Different life, different signature. Should have expected this. Retracting his hand, Masashi stood up. It seemed the experiment from back then was a failure. His eyes narrowed as he analyzed the seal's structure more carefully. In that age, teeming with exceptional talent and brilliance, the first iteration of himself wasn't particularly remarkable in strength. Based on the generally accepted fan-made second settings among Naruto enthusiasts on Earth, he was at most an elite Jonin. During that era, Kage-level individuals weren't exactly rare, if not overly abundant. Yet, thanks to his unique understanding of the principles behind chakra connectivity and with the help of that generous patron human-shaped forbidden jutsu archive, he developed his own unique techniques. Of course, assistance from confidants and companions was indispensable. But above all, what truly drove him was his fervent interest in the mechanisms behind chakra as a source of energy. The cases of that patron and Izuna taught everyone that achieving a breakthrough required innovation and creativity. At that time, the Senju clan indeed initiated a wave of experiments, but the only one who persisted until the end was him. However, that patron's research aimed to create practical techniques for protecting his clan, and later the village. In contrast, his research aimed to unravel the principle behind Ajura, the ancestor of the Senju, reincarnating chakra. Neither the first nor second iteration of himself nor the Senju or Uchiha clans had any clue about the chakra reincarnation of these two brothers. It was a mystery entirely unknown to them. But he knew. And because of this, he never gave up, believing it to be the pinnacle of chakra manipulation since the era of the Sage of Six Paths. He wasn't without achievements, either. One ninjutsu he developed was highly praised by the generous patron and eventually entered Hidden Leaf Village's jutsu archive. Unfortunately, in this life, Masashi couldn't use it no matter what he tried, which brought the research to a halt. Still, he wasn't disappointed. Gains and losses were inevitable. Perhaps his first life's chakra had truly disappeared from the world. But his current chakra was nothing to scoff at either. However, this also meant that accessing the warehouse left by his previous self wouldn't be straightforward. This sealing formula recognized only his first life's chakra. Behind Masashi, Bakura had already caught up. She saw him standing before a stone wall,